The rain fell in a gentle, persistent rhythm against the windows of Willow Cottage. It was the kind of rain that didn't demand attention, not the dramatic downpour of summer storms or the icy pellets of winter, but rather a soft, autumn drizzle that created a cocoon of sound around the old stone house. Eleanor Reed stood at the bay window of what would become her study, watching droplets trace meandering paths down the glass. 6 weeks ago, she would never have imagined herself here, owner of a 19th-century cottage on the outskirts of the small coastal town of Brackenford. But 6 weeks ago, her life had still made sense. The perfect place to write your book, her agent had said when Eleanor mentioned inheriting the property from her great-aunt Judith, a woman she'd met perhaps 3 times in her life. Isolated enough for focus, but not so remote that you'll go mad. Plus, free accommodation while you research. Eleanor sighed, her breath briefly fogging the window. As a historical researcher specializing in Victorian-era family correspondence, she should have been thrilled by the prospect of a genuine period home. Yet all she felt was a hollow emptiness where excitement should have been. The cottage creaked around her, settling into the damp evening. Though renovated with modern conveniences, it retained the solid bones and peculiar sounds of a house with stories to tell. The interior was a curious blend of eras, exposed wooden beams and stone walls juxtaposed with a recently updated kitchen and new windows that kept the perpetual coastal drafts at bay. "Well, Judith," Eleanor murmured to the empty room, "I hope you don't mind me invading your space." She turned from the window and surveyed the boxes stacked against the far wall. Most contained her research materials, books, and the specialized equipment needed for her work examining historical documents. Her personal belongings were few: clothes, some photos, her laptop, and a small box of mementos she couldn't bear to part with. Minimalism hadn't been a lifestyle choice but rather the result of a hasty departure from London and the memories that haunted her there. As twilight deepened outside, Eleanor moved around the cottage turning on lamps. The warm pools of light pushed back against the growing darkness, creating islands of comfort in the unfamiliar space. She had been surprised to find the cottage fully furnished, as if her great-aunt had simply stepped out for a moment rather than passed away 3 months ago. The solicitor had explained that Judith had left instructions for the house to remain untouched until Eleanor decided what to keep and what to discard. In the kitchen, Eleanor prepared a simple dinner: soup from a can heated on the ancient but functional August stove, and bread that she'd purchased from the village bakery that morning. As she ate at the small wooden table, she scrolled through emails on her phone, mostly messages from her publisher gently inquiring about her progress on the book. The secret language of Victorian letters, codes, conventions, and hidden meanings. The title stared back at her from the screen, a reminder of deadlines she'd been granted extensions on twice now. Her reputation in academic circles had bought her patience from the publisher, but even that wouldn't last forever. After dinner, Eleanor decided to tackle unpacking her study. The room had clearly been Judith's favorite, with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves on 2 walls and a large oak desk positioned to look out over the wild garden and, beyond that, the sea. Tonight, the view was obscured by darkness and rain, but Eleanor had seen during her arrival how the land sloped gently down toward cliffs that dropped to a small, rocky beach. She began with her research materials, organizing books and folders on the shelves. The work was methodical and soothing, requiring just enough attention to quiet her restless mind without demanding true creativity. As she worked, the rain continued its gentle percussion, occasionally punctuated by the distant sound of waves breaking against the shore. It was nearly midnight when Eleanor reached the last box. This one contained her more specialized equipment: a digital microscope, UV light, and various tools for examining paper and ink without damaging them. At the bottom lay several pairs of white cotton gloves, essential for handling delicate documents. As she lifted the gloves, something shifted beneath them, an envelope she didn't recognize. It was cream-colored and made of heavy stock, the kind rarely used in modern correspondence. Eleanor frowned, certain she hadn't packed it. She turned it over in her gloved hands, noting there was no address or postmark, only her name written in an elegant, flowing script she didn't recognize. Eleanor Reed. The hair on the back of her neck stood up. How could this envelope be addressed to her? Had someone slipped it into her belongings? But the box had been sealed since London, untouched until this moment. With careful fingers, Eleanor opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, slightly yellowed with age but still intact. The handwriting was the same as on the envelope, fluid and distinctly old-fashioned, written with what appeared to be a fountain pen. The letter was dated simply October 17th, with no year specified. My dearest Eleanor, if you are reading this, you have found your way to Willow Cottage at last. I have waited so long for your arrival. There are things you must know about this house, about your family, and about the burden that has now passed to you. The dreams will begin soon. Do not fear them, they are messages, not omens. What you see in the mirror on the third floor is not to be trusted, but neither should it be ignored. The truth lies beneath the garden stones where the willows weep. Time moves differently here at the edge of the sea. You will understand when the tide brings back what was lost. Look for me when the moon is full. I will find you, as I have found all the women of our line. With eternal patience, M. Eleanor stared at the letter, reading it 3 times in quick succession. A cold sensation spread through her chest despite the warmth of the room. Who was M? And how could they have known she would come to Willow Cottage when she herself hadn't known until Judith's will was read? As if responding to her thoughts, the cottage released a long, low creak, the sound of old wood expanding or contracting, perfectly normal in a house of this age. Yet in the context of the moment, it sent a shiver down Eleanor's spine. She looked up from the letter and froze. Across the room, in the window that had shown only darkness and her own reflection a moment before, she could now see lights, tiny, distant points like stars, moving slowly along what would be the path from the garden gate to the front door. Eleanor stood, the letter still clutched in her hand, and moved toward the window. As she approached, the lights disappeared, leaving only the black glass and her pale reflection looking back at her. Just headlights on the road, she murmured to herself, though she knew the cottage was set well back from the nearest road, with only a private lane leading to it. Turning away from the window, Eleanor carefully placed the letter on the desk. Scientific curiosity began to override her initial unease. As a researcher, she had the tools to analyze this document. The paper might reveal a watermark, the ink could be dated, and the handwriting might match samples in Judith's personal papers, which were stored somewhere in the house according to the solicitor. Yet something held her back from immediately launching into analysis. It was late, she was tired, and the atmosphere of the old house combined with the mysterious letter had unsettled her more than she cared to admit. Morning would bring clarity and a fresh perspective. Eleanor placed the letter in a protective sleeve, a habit from her professional life, and locked it in the desk drawer. As she prepared for bed, moving through the now dark cottage with only a small lamp to guide her, she couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The house felt more awake somehow, as if her discovery of the letter had stirred something dormant within its walls. In the bathroom, as she brushed her teeth, Eleanor could have sworn she heard the faint sound of piano music from somewhere deep in the house. But Willow Cottage had no piano, at least none that she had seen during her initial tour. The sound faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving her to wonder if it had been simply the peculiar acoustics of an old house carrying noise from a distant neighbor. The bedroom Eleanor had chosen was at the back of the cottage, with windows overlooking the garden and the sea beyond. As she settled into the unfamiliar bed, the rain continued its gentle rhythm, now a comforting sound rather than a melancholy one. Despite the strange events of the evening, exhaustion from the day's travel and unpacking soon pulled her toward sleep. Just before consciousness slipped away, Eleanor had the distinct impression that someone sat down gently on the edge of her bed. The mattress dipped slightly, and she felt what might have been a cool hand brush her forehead. Her eyes flew open, but the room was empty, filled only with shadows and the sound of rain. "It's just the house settling," she whispered to herself. "Old houses make odd noises." She turned onto her side, pulling the duvet more tightly around her shoulders. Tomorrow she would begin her investigation, of both her great-aunt's life and the mysterious letter. There would be rational explanations for everything: the letter, the lights, the phantom piano music, the sensation of a presence in her room. Eleanor Reed was, above all, a woman of reason and evidence. Yet as sleep finally claimed her, her last conscious thought was of the letter's words: "The dreams will begin soon." And indeed, they did. Eleanor found herself standing at the edge of the garden, though it was different somehow, more manicured, with neatly trimmed hedges and flower beds bursting with blooms that shouldn't thrive in a coastal climate. A young woman in a blue dress stood beneath a willow tree that Eleanor didn't remember seeing during the day. The woman's back was turned, but she seemed to be digging at something among the roots of the tree. As Eleanor watched, the woman turned slightly, though not enough to reveal her face. In her hands was a small wooden box, ornately carved. The woman knelt and placed the box in the hole she had dug, then began to cover it with earth. Eleanor tried to call out, to ask what she was burying, but found she had no voice in this dream landscape. The woman continued her task, unaware of Eleanor's presence. When the box was fully buried, she stood and finally turned. Eleanor gasped, or would have, if she could make a sound. The woman's face was her own. The dream dissolved, shifting to the interior of Willow Cottage, but as it might have looked a century ago. Gas lamps illuminated walls covered in patterned paper, and heavy velvet drapes framed the windows. A man sat at a desk, the same desk that now stood in what Eleanor had claimed as her study, writing intently on a sheet of paper. Though she could not see what he wrote, the movement of his hand was familiar, the same flowing script as the letter she had found. The scene changed again. Eleanor stood on the cliffs beyond the garden, waves crashing violently below. A storm raged, lightning illuminating the churning sea. A figure stood at the cliff's edge, a woman in a white nightgown, her dark hair whipping wildly in the wind. Though the woman's back was to her, Eleanor somehow knew this was not the same person from the garden. As lightning flashed again, the woman stepped forward, toward the cliff's edge, arms outstretched as if in welcome. Eleanor lurched forward, trying to stop her, but her dream self moved as if through thick syrup. Before she could reach the woman, the ground beneath the figure crumbled away, and she disappeared from view. Eleanor jerked awake, her heart pounding. The room was dark except for the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains. The rain had stopped, and the sudden silence felt oppressive. She reached for her phone on the bedside table and checked the time, 3:17 a.m. As her pulse slowed, Eleanor tried to make sense of the vivid dreams. They felt less like ordinary dreams and more like scenes from a film, or memories. Yet they couldn't be her memories, as she had only arrived at Willow Cottage today. Knowing sleep would elude her now, Eleanor slipped out of bed and padded to the kitchen for a glass of water. The cottage was silent and still, the kind of deep quiet that only comes in the middle of the night in isolated places. As she filled her glass at the sink, she glanced out the small window above it. In the silvery moonlight, she could make out the shape of the garden, and beyond it, the silhouette of a tree that hadn't been there during the day, a willow tree, its graceful branches swaying slightly in a breeze she couldn't feel inside the house. The same willow tree from her dream. Eleanor set down her glass with a shaking hand. Either her mind was playing elaborate tricks on her, or there was something very strange about Willow Cottage, something the mysterious M had tried to warn her about in the letter. Tomorrow, she decided, she would begin her investigation in earnest, starting with the willow tree that both was and wasn't there, and the stones beneath which, according to the letter, the truth lay buried. For now, though, she would return to bed and attempt to sleep. Whether the dreams came again or not, she would face them with the same analytical mind she brought to her research. After all, if there was one thing Eleanor Reed knew how to do, it was to extract truth from fragments of the past. As she climbed back into bed, the cottage released another long, creaking sigh. But this time, rather than feeling unsettled, Eleanor found it almost comforting, as if the house itself was acknowledging her presence and her determination to uncover its secrets. "I hear you," she whispered to the darkness. "And I'll find out what you're trying to tell me." In the stillness that followed, Eleanor could have sworn she heard a faint whisper in return, so quiet it might have been just the sound of her own breathing, or the distant sea against the shore. "We've been waiting for you, Eleanor." The morning brought bright autumn sunshine that transformed Willow Cottage from a mysterious, shadowy place into a charming, if somewhat weather-beaten, seaside home. Eleanor woke later than usual, the previous night's disrupted sleep having finally given way to dreamless rest in the early hours. Her first action upon rising was to look out the bedroom window toward the garden. In the clear morning light, there was no willow tree to be seen, only an overgrown garden that sloped down toward the cliff edge, wild and untended. She frowned, troubled by the vivid memory of seeing the tree in the moonlight. After a quick shower and breakfast, Eleanor retrieved the letter from the desk drawer where she had locked it the night before. In daylight, it seemed less ominous, merely an old letter written on quality paper. She examined it more thoroughly, noting the even pressure of the ink, suggesting someone accustomed to writing with a fountain pen. The paper, while aged, was not as old as she had initially thought, perhaps decades rather than centuries. Eleanor set up her portable digital microscope and carefully examined the paper under magnification. There was a watermark, barely visible to the naked eye, Thornfield Paper Company, 1973. So the paper, at least, was not ancient, though still nearly 50 years old. Next, she examined the handwriting more closely. It was distinctive, flowing yet precise, with flourishes on certain letters that suggested someone educated in an earlier era when penmanship was taught more rigorously. Yet there was something else about it, something she couldn't quite place that nagged at the edges of her professional awareness. With the letter secured in its protective sleeve, Eleanor decided to explore the cottage more thoroughly by daylight. Her arrival the previous evening had been hurried, the tour from the caretaker cursory at best. Now she moved methodically from room to room, noting details she had missed. The cottage was larger than it appeared from outside, with unexpected nooks and small rooms branching off from the main areas. The kitchen led to a former scullery now used as a utility room. The living room connected to a small sunroom with views of the garden. Upstairs, besides her bedroom and the main bathroom, there were 2 additional bedrooms, a small study, different from the larger one she had claimed downstairs, and a door at the end of the hallway. This door, painted white like all the others, nevertheless drew Eleanor's attention in a way she couldn't explain. It seemed ordinary enough, but as she approached, she felt a curious resistance in the air, as if moving through water rather than the empty hallway. The door opened to reveal a narrow staircase leading up to what must be the 3rd floor, or rather, an attic space. Eleanor hesitated, remembering the letter's warning, "What you see in the mirror on the 3rd floor is not to be trusted, but neither should it be ignored." Curiosity overcame caution, and Eleanor began to climb. The stairs were solid oak, worn in the middle from generations of feet. At the top was another door, this one shorter, requiring Eleanor to duck slightly as she passed through. The attic space was surprisingly large and well-lit, with dormer windows on both sides providing ample natural light. Unlike the rest of the cottage, which had been cleared of personal items belonging to Judith, this room appeared untouched. Sheets draped furniture, creating ghostly shapes throughout the space. Trunks and boxes were stacked against one wall, and a large wardrobe stood in the corner. Eleanor moved carefully through the room, lifting sheets to reveal what lay beneath. An old writing desk. A chaise longue. Several chairs. And in the center of the room, a large object that, when uncovered, proved to be an ornate standing mirror in a carved wooden frame. The mirror on the 3rd floor. Eleanor approached it cautiously, half expecting to see something other than her own reflection. But the slightly warped glass showed only herself, a slender woman of 35, her chestnut hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, hazel eyes watchful in a face that had been called handsome rather than pretty. She looked tired, she thought, the strain of the past year evident in the subtle lines around her eyes and mouth. She was about to turn away when something in the reflection caught her eye. Though she stood alone in the room, in the mirror, someone appeared to be standing just behind her left shoulder, a shadowy figure, indistinct but unmistakably there. Eleanor spun around, her heart racing. The attic was empty save for herself and the shrouded furniture. When she looked back at the mirror, her reflection was alone once more. "Dust on the glass," she murmured, though she didn't believe it. The mirror's surface was remarkably clean for an object that must have stood and used for years. Deciding to leave the attic exploration for another time, Eleanor returned downstairs, closing both doors firmly behind her. In the kitchen, she made a strong cup of tea and tried to settle her nerves. "You're a historian," she reminded herself aloud. "You deal in facts, evidence, documentation. Not ghost stories and magical mirrors." Yet as she sipped her tea, Eleanor couldn't help but think about her research field. Victorian letters often contained more than met the eye, hidden meanings, codes, references that only the intended recipient would understand. What if the letter she had found was similar, not supernatural, but a message written in a personal code she hadn't yet deciphered? With renewed determination, Eleanor decided to focus on the most concrete elements of the mystery. The letter had mentioned truth beneath garden stones where the willows weep. While there was no willow tree visible now, she had seen one, whether real or imagined, in the night. And dreams or not, the image of the woman burying something beneath a willow had been vivid. Finishing her tea, Eleanor changed into more practical clothes and boots, then headed out into the garden. The day was clear but cool, with a brisk wind coming off the sea. The garden was even more overgrown than it had appeared from the windows. Clearly no one had maintained it properly for some time. Eleanor walked the perimeter first, getting a sense of the space. At the bottom of the garden, the land sloped more steeply toward the cliff edge, which was protected by a sturdy stone wall. From there, the view was spectacular, the North Sea stretching to the horizon, waves breaking on the rocks below. As she turned to survey the garden from this vantage point, Eleanor noticed something she hadn't been able to see from the cottage, a circular arrangement of flat stones partially hidden by tall grass, located roughly where she had seen the willow tree in her dream and the moonlight. The stones were large and flat, forming what might once have been a small patio or seating area. Eleanor approached and knelt beside them. The grass and weeds growing between the stones suggested no one had disturbed this area in years. Yet as she examined them more closely, she noticed that one stone was slightly different from the others, lighter in color and not as deeply embedded in the soil. With growing excitement, Eleanor began to clear away the vegetation around this stone. It took considerable effort to work her fingers beneath it, but eventually, she managed to lift it. Beneath was only soil, but soil that looked as if it had been disturbed more recently than the areas around the other stones. Using a small gardening trowel she had found in the utility room, Eleanor began to dig. The soil was damp and yielded easily. She had gone down perhaps 8 inches when the trowel struck something solid with a dull thud. Brushing away the dirt, she revealed the corner of what appeared to be a wooden box. With increasing care, Eleanor excavated around the object until she could lift it free. It was a small wooden box, ornately carved, identical to the one she had seen the woman burying in her dream. The wood was dark with age and soil, but the carving was still clear, intricate patterns of leaves and what appeared to be willow branches. Eleanor's hands trembled slightly as she brushed the remaining dirt from the box. It was locked, with no key in sight, but the lock was small and simple, the kind that might be opened with a hairpin or similar tool. Rather than attempting to open it immediately, Eleanor carried the box back to the cottage. In her study, she photographed it from all angles, then carefully cleaned it with a soft brush, revealing more details of the carving. The craftsmanship was exquisite, suggesting the box was both old and valuable. After retrieving a set of small tools from her research kit, Eleanor gently worked at the lock. It took several minutes of careful manipulation, but finally, there was a satisfying click as the mechanism released. Eleanor took a deep breath before lifting the lid. Inside, nestled on a faded velvet lining, lay several items, a small leather-bound journal, a velvet pouch, and beneath these, what appeared to be a stack of letters tied with faded blue ribbon. The journal looked oldest, its leather cover cracked with age. Eleanor opened it carefully to the first page, which bore an inscription in the same flowing handwriting as the letter she had found the night before. This journal belongs to Margaret Eliza Thornfield, Willow Cottage, 1875. Margaret, Eleanor whispered. M. As she carefully turned the fragile pages, the afternoon light began to fade, and Eleanor realized she had been so absorbed in her discovery that she had lost track of time. She reluctantly set the journal aside and went to turn on the lamps. Standing by the window as twilight gathered, Eleanor looked out toward the garden. For just a moment, she thought she saw the silhouette of a willow tree where the stone circle lay, and beneath it, the figure of a woman in a blue dress, looking up at the cottage, looking directly at her. Eleanor blinked, and both the tree and the figure were gone. But she was no longer frightened by these visions. Instead, she felt a curious sense of anticipation, as if she stood on the threshold of an important discovery. Returning to her desk, Eleanor gently untied the ribbon around the letters. They were arranged in chronological order, the earliest dated October 1874. All were addressed to "My dearest Margaret" and signed simply "Thomas." Love letters, Eleanor realized, but from the few lines she scanned, there was something troubled about this love affair. The velvet pouch, when opened, revealed a gold locket on a delicate chain. Inside were two miniature portraits, a handsome man with a serious expression, and a young woman whose face made Eleanor catch her breath. The woman could have been Eleanor herself. The same oval face, high cheekbones, straight nose, and most strikingly, the same unusual hazel eyes, more amber than brown or green. The resemblance was uncanny, beyond what might be expected from a family relationship across so many generations. As darkness fell completely outside, Eleanor sat at the desk surrounded by these treasures from the past, feeling as if she had found pieces to a puzzle she hadn't known she was meant to solve. Margaret Thornfield, the mysterious M, had left these items buried in the garden, perhaps for safekeeping, perhaps to hide them from someone. And now, nearly 150 years later, Eleanor had found them, guided by a letter that shouldn't have existed in dreams that felt more like memories. The cottage creaked around her, a now familiar sound that Eleanor found oddly comforting. Tonight, she would begin reading Margaret's journal, hoping to understand the connection between them and the meaning behind the warning in the letter. Why had Margaret reached across time to contact her? What burden had been passed to Eleanor? And most importantly, what truth lay in these documents that was so important it had been preserved for almost a century and a half? Outside, the wind picked up, bringing with it the first drops of rain. Another storm was moving in from the sea, but Eleanor felt oddly protected within the walls of Willow Cottage. Whatever secrets it held, whatever strange phenomena occurred here, she sensed no malevolence, only an urgent desire to communicate, to preserve, to reveal. As the rain began to fall in earnest, Eleanor opened Margaret's journal and began to read. The first entry was dated September 3, 1874. I have come to Willow Cottage to escape the watchful eyes of London society. Father believes I am convalescing from nervous exhaustion, which is partly true. But he does not know, cannot know, the real reason for my retreat. If he discovered the truth about Thomas and me, about what we plan to do, I would be locked away forever. Eleanor settled deeper into her chair as the rain drummed against the windows and the cottage creaked like an old ship at sea. Margaret's words drew her in, and as night deepened, the boundary between past and present, between Eleanor's reality and Margaret's, seemed to grow thin, permeable, as if time itself was different here at Willow Cottage, just as the mysterious letter had warned. And somewhere in the house, so faint it might have been imagined, came the delicate notes of a piano melody, playing a song that Eleanor somehow knew, though she had never heard it before. Eleanor read deep into the night, the rain providing a soothing backdrop to Margaret Thornfield's increasingly troubled narrative. The journal entries began innocently enough, the observations of a young woman seeking solitude after a difficult period in London.
But as September turned to October in 1874, Margaret's words grew more urgent, more secretive. October 14, 1874. Thomas visited today. Father would be furious if he knew, but the caretaker is loyal to me rather than my family's money. Thomas brought the documents we need and says all will be arranged by month's end. I fear what we are attempting, yet I fear more what will happen if we do not act. The dreams have grown stronger. I see what will come if I remain passive, and I cannot bear it. There is something about this cottage that clarifies the mind. Perhaps it is the sea air, or perhaps it is something in the land itself. I feel as though the walls listen, as though the house itself is an ally in our cause. Is that not a strange fancy? Yet I cannot shake it. The entry ended there, and a full week passed before Margaret wrote again. Eleanor turned the page, mindful of the fragile paper. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the windows. The wind had picked up too, moaning softly around the eaves of the cottage. October 21st, 1874. It is done, though not as we planned. Thomas is gone, fled to America after the confrontation with Father's men. I refuse to accompany him, for the dreams have shown me that my path lies here, not across the ocean. He left the book with me, not understanding its true importance. He thought it merely a family heirloom I treasured, not knowing it contains the key to everything. I have hidden the book where none will think to look. The knowledge it contains must be preserved, but it cannot fall into the wrong hands. Father arrives tomorrow to bring me back to London. He believes Thomas has abandoned me, and I shall not correct him. Better he think me a jilted woman than know the truth. I have begun working on the safeguards. The cottage itself seems to understand, its very foundations resonating with my purpose. I know not how this is possible, yet I feel it as surely as I feel the sea breeze on my face. Willow Cottage has secrets of its own, and somehow, they are entwined with mine. Eleanor paused in her reading, struck by the parallels to her own situation. She too had come to Willow Cottage seeking escape, though from different circumstances. And like Margaret, she sensed something unusual about the house, a presence, an awareness that defied rational explanation. The mantel clock in the study chimed once, 1 a.m. Eleanor stretched, realizing she had been reading for hours without moving. As she stood to ease her stiff muscles, a sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, and the lights flickered momentarily. Eleanor froze, waiting to see if the power would fail completely, but the lamp steadied. As she relaxed, she noticed something odd, a faint scent of lavender in the air, though she had brought no such fragrance into the house. Returning to the desk, Eleanor gently closed Margaret's journal, deciding to continue reading in the morning. As fascinating as the document was, she needed rest. She carefully returned the journal, letters, and locket to the carved box, though she left it unlocked. In the bathroom, as she prepared for bed, Eleanor found herself studying her reflection more carefully than usual, noting again the resemblance to the woman in the locket. It was more than family resemblance, it was as if she were looking at a photograph of herself in period costume. "Who were you to me, Margaret Thornfield?" she murmured to her reflection. "Great-great-grandmother? Great-great-aunt?" The cottage genealogy had been vague in the solicitor's documents. Great-aunt Judith had been the last of the direct line to own Willow Cottage, but how the property had passed through the generations remained unclear. Another mystery to unravel. Eleanor switched off the bathroom light and made her way to the bedroom. The storm had settled into a steady rhythm, no longer threatening but almost comforting in its constancy. As she slipped beneath the duvet, she realized she felt more at peace than she had in months. Despite the mysterious circumstances, the letter, the box, the journal, the strange phenomena she had experienced, Eleanor felt no fear. Instead, there was a growing certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be, as if she had been moving toward Willow Cottage her entire life without realizing it. "Good night, Margaret," she whispered to the darkness. "Good night, Judith." As sleep began to claim her, Eleanor thought she heard the faintest whisper in response,
a woman's voice, gentle and clear despite its softness. "Sleep well, Eleanor. We have much to show you." The dreams came again, but differently this time. Eleanor found herself standing in the study of Willow Cottage, but it was not as she had left it. The furniture was arranged differently, the wallpaper a rich blue pattern rather than the cream color of the present day. A fire burned in the grate, and seated at the desk, her desk, was a young woman writing in a journal that Eleanor recognized immediately. Margaret Thornfield looked up, as if sensing Eleanor's presence, and for a moment, their eyes met across time. There was no surprise in Margaret's expression, only a calm acknowledgement. "You found it, then," Margaret said, her voice carrying clearly despite the strange dreamlike quality of the scene. "I wasn't certain you would." "The box?" Eleanor asked, astonished to find she could speak in this dream. "Yes, I found it today." Margaret smiled, setting down her pen. She was beautiful in an understated way, her features refined and intelligent. The resemblance between them was unmistakable, though Margaret's hair was styled in the elaborate fashion of her era, and her dress, a deep blue velvet, was obviously Victorian. "Not just the box, Eleanor. The letter. The beginning of the path." Eleanor moved closer, drawn by an irresistible curiosity. "Who are you to me? How is this possible?" Margaret's smile turned sad. "Blood calls to blood across the generations. As for how, the cottage makes it possible. Willow Cottage exists in a thin place, where the veil between times can be penetrated under certain conditions." "A thin place," Eleanor repeated. The term was familiar from her research. Celtic mythology described thin places where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds was more permeable. "You're saying the cottage is, what? Haunted?" Margaret laughed softly. "Not haunted, no. Special. Different. As are the women of our line who are drawn to it." She rose from the desk and moved to the window, looking out at what would be the garden. "I don't have much time tonight. The connection is still weak. But now that you've found the journal, you'll begin to understand. Read it all, Eleanor. And when you've done so, look for the book." "What book?" Eleanor asked, but the scene was already fading, Margaret's figure becoming translucent. "The Thornfield Grimoire," Margaret said, her voice now sounding distant. "Father never knew about it. Thomas didn't understand its significance. Only the women of our line can truly comprehend what it contains." Before Eleanor could ask another question, the dream dissolved completely, and she found herself drifting in the peaceful darkness of deep sleep. Morning arrived with unexpected brightness. The storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean, the sky a brilliant blue. Eleanor woke feeling remarkably refreshed despite the late night and strange dreams. The dream conversation with Margaret remained vivid in her memory, unlike ordinary dreams that tended to fade upon waking. It had felt real as this room, this moment. And yet, rationally, Eleanor knew that communicating with a woman who had been dead for well over a century was impossible. After a quick breakfast, Eleanor returned to her study and opened the carved box once more. Margaret's journal lay where she had left it, along with the letters and the locket. She picked up the journal, opening to where she had stopped reading the night before. The next entry was dated October 22, 1874. "Father arrived today, bringing with him Dr. Reynolds, who inspected me as if I were a horse for sale. The doctor pronounced me much improved, but recommended I remain at the cottage until month's end to fully recover my nerves. Father was displeased. He wanted me back in London where he could keep watch, but he rarely contradicts medical advice, fearing illness as he does. When they departed this afternoon, I began work in earnest. The book must be protected, its knowledge preserved for the right person at the right time. I have sewn the key page into the lining of my blue dress, the one Thomas always admired. Even if the book is discovered, its most vital secret will remain hidden. The cottage aids me in my work. I cannot explain it, but when I focus my intention, doors that were locked become unlocked, objects I need appear where I can find them. It is as if Willow Cottage itself understands the importance of what I am doing. Tonight I shall begin the binding ritual. May those who come after me forgive what I must do. Eleanor frowned at the last line. What binding ritual? What had Margaret done that required forgiveness? She continued reading. The next entry was dated October 31st, 1874, Halloween, or Samhain in the older tradition. All Hallows' Eve. The veil is thin tonight, as grandmother always said. I have completed the preparations. The safeguards are in place, 3 keys to 3 locks, and only one who carries my blood will be able to find them all. The book is secured where Father would never think to look, protected by more than mere locks and hiding places. I placed the first key beneath the stones of the garden circle, where the willow I planted this spring will grow to guard it. The second key is hidden within plain sight, where only eyes that truly see will find it. And the third remains with me, to be passed down through our line when the time is right. The binding is complete. I felt it take hold as the clock struck midnight, a resonance that passed through the cottage and through me, linking us together. So long as Willow Cottage stands, the book will be safe. So long as our line continues, the knowledge will be preserved. I am so very tired now. The working has taken more from me than I anticipated. I must rest, though I fear what dreams may come. There was a gap of several days before the next entry, which was written in a noticeably shakier hand. November 5th, 1874. I have been ill these past days. Mrs. Chambers, the caretaker's wife, has tended me with greater care than I deserve. She believes I suffer from a fever, but we both know it is more than that. The binding took something from me, some vital essence that may never fully return. No matter. The work is done, and that is what counts. Father has written to say I may remain at the cottage until Christmas if I wish, as his business affairs will keep him occupied in London. Little does he know that I have no intention of ever returning to Harrington House. My life there is over, my future lies here at Willow Cottage, guarding what must be guarded. The dreams have changed since the binding. Now I see not just what may come, but what has been. I see the women who will follow me, daughters of daughters, carrying our blood, our burden, our gift. Some faces are clearer than others. One in particular appears often, a woman with my eyes but a countenance shaped by a different century. She is important, this distant daughter. For her, I have left the letter that will begin the path. Eleanor's hands trembled as she read these words. The distant daughter, with Margaret's eyes, could it be her? Had Margaret somehow seen across time, glimpsing Eleanor as Eleanor now experienced Margaret through dreams and visions? The journal entries continued through November and December of 1874, detailing Margaret's quiet life at the cottage. She wrote of walks along the cliff, conversations with Mrs. Chambers, letters from her father and occasionally from Thomas, who had established himself in Boston. The references to the binding and the book grew less frequent, though Margaret often mentioned dreams and visions. Then, on January 17, 1875, the tone changed dramatically. I am with child. I have suspected for some weeks now, but today there can be no further doubt. Thomas's child grows within me, a daughter, I am certain it is a daughter. Father will disown me when he learns of it, but I find I care little for his opinion now. This child will be the next guardian, carrying our blood and our responsibility. I have written to Thomas, though I do not expect him to return. Our parting was too bitter, my refusal to accompany him too final. He believes I chose my father over him, never understanding that I chose something far more important than either of them. The cottage seems pleased by this development. I know how strange that sounds, but there is no denying the change in atmosphere, a warmth, a sense of anticipation that mirrors my own. Willow Cottage has always been more than mere stone and timber. It is a sentient thing in its way, attuned to those who understand its nature. The willow tree grows strong, though it is still young. By the time my daughter is old enough to understand her heritage, it will be tall enough to provide shade for her to sit beneath while I explain who we are and what we guard." Eleanor closed the journal, needing time to process what she had read. Margaret Thornfield had been pregnant when she wrote those words. A daughter, she had predicted. Eleanor's ancestor, presumably, though the exact lineage remained unclear. And what of the mysterious book, the Thornfield Grimoire, that Margaret had mentioned in the dream? What knowledge did it contain that was so important it required such elaborate protection? Eleanor stood and moved to the window, looking out at the garden where she had found the buried box. In daylight, there was still no willow tree visible, though she had seen it twice now, once in a dream, once in the moonlight. Margaret wrote that she had planted a willow sapling in the spring of 1874. A tree that would now be nearly 150 years old, if it still existed. Yet the stone circle remained, half hidden by overgrown grass. If Margaret had hidden a key beneath those stones, might there be other things buried there? Eleanor made a decision. She would spend the morning organizing what she had learned so far, then in the afternoon, she would conduct a more thorough examination of the stone circle. She would also explore the cottage more systematically, looking for anything that might qualify as a key hidden in plain sight. As she turned from the window, a movement caught her eye, a flash of blue among the trees at the edge of the property. For just a moment, Eleanor thought she saw a woman in a blue dress, watching the cottage. But when she blinked, the figure was gone. "Margaret?" Eleanor whispered, though she knew it was unlikely the woman could hear her across such a distance, even if she were really there and not another vision. A sudden chime from her phone broke the moment. Eleanor picked it up to find a text message from the local historical society, confirming her appointment to view their archives tomorrow morning. She had nearly forgotten arranging this visit before leaving London, hoping the local records might contain information about Willow Cottage and its past owners. The mundane reminder of the outside world was almost jarring after being so deeply immersed in Margaret's 19th century narrative. Yet it also provided a welcome grounding in reality. Whatever strange phenomena she was experiencing at Willow Cottage, Eleanor remained a professional historian with research to conduct and a book to write. She spent the next few hours creating a timeline of events based on Margaret's journal, noting questions that needed answers and connections that seemed significant. She also examined the letters from Thomas, which painted a picture of a passionate but troubled relationship. Thomas Mercer had been the son of a business rival of Margaret's father, their love affair conducted in secret until discovery forced their separation. The letters revealed that the confrontation Margaret mentioned had been violent. Thomas had been beaten by men in her father's employ and warned never to contact her again. His flight to America had been as much for his safety as for economic opportunity. He wrote of his continued love for Margaret and his hope that someday she would join him, unaware of her pregnancy in the later letters. Around noon, Eleanor made herself a light lunch and ate it on the small terrace outside the kitchen door. The day had warmed considerably, the autumn sun surprisingly strong. From this vantage point, she had a different view of the garden and, beyond it, the cliffs and sea. It was while she was clearing away her lunch things that Eleanor noticed something odd about the stone wall that ran along the property's edge near the cliff. A section of it appeared newer than the rest, the stones more neatly placed. Curious, she walked closer to investigate. The wall was about waist high, sturdy enough to prevent an accidental fall but not so tall as to obscure the view. The section that had caught her attention was about 6 feet wide, the stones lighter in color than the weathered gray of the rest of the wall. On closer inspection, Eleanor realized this section had been rebuilt relatively recently, perhaps within the last decade. She ran her hand along the top of the new section, wondering what had necessitated the repair. Had the wall collapsed? Been deliberately dismantled for some reason? As her fingers traced the edge of one particular stone, she felt something unusual, a small indentation that didn't match the natural texture of the rock. Looking more closely, Eleanor saw what appeared to be carving, faint but deliberate, the initials MT and beneath them, ER. Margaret Thornfield and Eleanor read. That was impossible. This section of wall had been rebuilt long after Margaret's time, but well before Eleanor had ever set foot in Willow Cottage. How could her initials be carved here? Unless, had Great-Aunt Judith left this marker? But why? And what significance did this particular section of wall hold? Eleanor stepped back, surveying the position of the rebuilt section relative to the cottage. It aligned almost perfectly with the study window, creating a direct line from the desk where she had been reading Margaret's journal to this spot on the cliff edge. Looking down at the ground before the wall, Eleanor noticed that the grass grew differently here, thinner, as if the soil beneath had been disturbed more recently than the surrounding area. Acting on instinct, she knelt and began parting the grass with her fingers, searching for, she wasn't sure what. Her hand brushed against something solid, a small metal object half buried in the soil. Carefully, Eleanor excavated around it until she could see what it was, a key, old and tarnished, attached to a tarnished silver chain. The second key, Eleanor whispered, remembering Margaret's words, the second key is hidden within plain sight, where only eyes that truly see will find it. The key was small, possibly for a jewelry box or small cabinet rather than a door. Eleanor cleaned it as best she could with her handkerchief, revealing intricate engraving on the bow, a pattern of willow leaves similar to the carving on the wooden box she had found buried beneath the garden stones. As she rose to her feet, key in hand, a sudden gust of wind swept in from the sea, cold despite the sunshine. Eleanor shivered, wrapping her cardigan more tightly around herself. When she looked up, the quality of light seemed to have changed, the shadows lengthening as if hours rather than moments had passed. And there, at the edge of her vision, stood the willow tree, fully grown, its graceful branches swaying in the wind. Beneath it was the stone circle where she had found the buried box, and seated on one of the stones was a figure in a blue dress. Eleanor froze, uncertain whether to approach or retreat. The figure, Margaret, it must be Margaret, raised a hand in beckoning. Not yet, Margaret's voice carried on the wind, though her lips didn't appear to move. There is still the third key to find. Return to the house, Eleanor. Read the final entries. Understand before you proceed. Then, between one blink and the next, both the willow tree and Margaret vanished. The garden returned to its overgrown, empty state, the afternoon light normal once more. Eleanor stood for a long moment, the key clutched tightly in her hand, trying to make sense of what she had experienced. The rational part of her mind sought explanations, hallucination, suggestion, perhaps even some form of temporal lobe seizure that might cause visions. Yet another part of her, a part that seemed to be growing stronger the longer she stayed at Willow Cottage, accepted what she was seeing and hearing as real, if not in the conventional sense. Margaret Thornfield was reaching across time somehow, guiding Eleanor towards something important. With a deep breath, Eleanor pocketed the key and walked back to the cottage. Whatever was happening, whatever Margaret was trying to communicate, the answer seemed to lie in the journal. She would read the remaining entries, then decide how to proceed. Back in the study, Eleanor opened the journal to where she had left off. Margaret's pregnancy had progressed through the spring of 1875, her entries becoming more focused on preparations for the child and less on the mysterious binding and book. Until, on June 7, 1875, the tone changed again. Father has discovered my condition. As expected, his rage was terrible to behold. He arrived unannounced today, Dr. Reynolds in tow as usual. There was no hiding my state, I am too far along for concealment. Father has given me an ultimatum, return to London immediately to have the child in secret, after which it will be given to an orphanage, or be disowned completely with no further financial support. I chose the latter without hesitation. Father left in a fury, vowing never to acknowledge me again. Dr. Reynolds remained behind briefly, offering whatever medical assistance I might need when my time comes. He is not an unkind man, merely weak-willed in the face of Father's domineering nature. The cottage will provide. Of this I am certain. Mrs. Chambers has promised to attend me during the birth, and I have resources enough for modest comfort. Thomas's last letter included a draft that will see me through until I can establish some means of support. Perhaps I shall take in boarders, or offer lessons to local children. The binding grows stronger as my daughter grows within me. I feel it, a resonance between my blood, the cottage, and the hidden book. Sometimes when I wake in the night, I think I can hear voices, women's voices, speaking just below the threshold of understanding. The cottage remembers all who have dwelled within its walls, I think, and somehow preserves their essence. I have had a dream of my daughter grown to womanhood, standing beneath the willow tree with her own daughter beside her. And beyond them, like reflections in a series of mirrors, other women stretching into the future. The last face in the line was one I have seen before, the distant daughter with my eyes. She looked directly at me in the dream, and I knew her name, Eleanor. Eleanor gasped, nearly dropping the journal. Margaret had known her name in 1875, had seen her face in visions or dreams. How was this possible? The final entries in the journal were sporadic, as if Margaret had been too occupied with practical matters to write regularly. She described increasing discomfort as her pregnancy advanced, visits from Mrs. Chambers and occasionally Dr. Reynolds, and continued dreams that she now accepted as prophetic. The last entry was dated August 18, 1875. The pains began at dawn. Mrs. Chambers has been sent for, but the babe comes quickly. I write these words between contractions, needing to set down what must be known should I not survive. The third key is the locket. It opens not a physical lock but a barrier of another kind. When all three keys are brought together at the stone circle beneath the willow tree during a full moon, the way to the book will be revealed. I have sewn the most important page within my blue dress, which is packed in the trunk in the attic. If the worst happens, Mrs. Chambers knows to preserve my belongings for my daughter. Judith. I shall name her Judith, after grandmother who first taught me about our family's gift. The cottage trembles with anticipation. The binding nears completion. My daughter will carry on. The entry ended abruptly, the final words trailing off into an unsteady line as if Margaret had been interrupted by a strong contraction. Eleanor turned the page, but it was blank, as were all the pages that followed. The journal ended without revealing Margaret's fate or what had happened to her daughter Judith, presumably Eleanor's great-grandmother or great-great-grandmother, given the timing. Judith. The same name as Eleanor's great-aunt who had bequeathed Willow Cottage to her. Was it family tradition to reuse the name, or was there more to the connection? Eleanor closed the journal gently, her mind racing with questions. Margaret had revealed that all three keys would somehow lead to the hidden book, the Thornfield Grimoire, when brought together at the stone circle during a full moon. She already had two keys, the physical one from the buried box and the one she had just found near the cliff wall. The third key was the locket, which Margaret described as opening, not a physical lock but a barrier of another kind. Eleanor retrieved the locket from the carved box, examining it more closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the gold still gleaming despite its age. The portraits inside, Thomas and Margaret, were miniature watercolors on ivory, remarkably preserved. But she could see nothing that suggested how the locket might function as a key. Out of habit, Eleanor checked her phone to keep track of time. It was later than she had realized, nearly 5 p.m. And there, on the home screen calendar widget, she noticed something she had overlooked. Tonight was the full moon. A chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the temperature. Margaret's instructions had been specific, all three keys, the stone circle, the full moon. Tonight, those conditions could be met. But should they be? Eleanor was no longer certain. Whatever Margaret had been involved in, this binding, the protection of the mysterious book, it had taken a physical toll on her. The journal entries suggested a weakening, an expenditure of vital energy that had left her vulnerable as her pregnancy advanced. And yet, Eleanor felt compelled to continue, to follow the path that Margaret had laid out so carefully. Not just out of historical curiosity or scholarly interest, but from a deeper sense of connection and responsibility. Margaret had seen her across time, had prepared these breadcrumbs specifically for Eleanor to follow. As the afternoon light began to fade, Eleanor made a decision. She would wait for moonrise, then take all 3 keys to the stone circle. She would follow Margaret's instructions and see where they led. Whatever the Thornfield grimoire contained, whatever knowledge Margaret had sacrificed to protect, Eleanor would finally uncover it. Until then, there was one more place to explore, the attic, where Margaret had mentioned packing her blue dress in a trunk. Perhaps there, Eleanor would find the missing page from the grimoire, the one Margaret had considered most vital to protect. Standing at the foot of the narrow attic stairs, Eleanor took a deep breath. The third-floor mirror had shown her something inexplicable before. What might she encounter this time? Only one way to find out. With determined steps, Eleanor began to climb, the 2 keys and the locket secure in her pocket, a flashlight in her hand, and a sense of standing on the threshold of discovery that both exhilarated and terrified her. The cottage creaked around her as she ascended, not in warning but in what felt strangely like encouragement, as if Willow Cottage itself was as eager for the revelation as she was. The attic stairs creaked beneath Eleanor's weight, each step seeming to announce her ascent to the unseen presences of Willow Cottage. At the top, she paused before the door, remembering her previous experience with the mirror. With a steadying breath, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The attic looked different in the fading afternoon light. Dust motes danced in the slanting sunbeams that entered through the dormer windows, giving the space an ethereal quality. The shrouded furniture created a landscape of ghostly shapes, a frozen audience watching Eleanor's intrusion into this long undisturbed realm. The standing mirror still occupied the center of the room, its surface reflecting the golden light. Eleanor approached it cautiously, half expecting to see the shadowy figure behind her shoulder again. But the mirror showed only her own reflection, albeit with a curious quality, as if the glass were deeper than it should be, the reflection extending beyond the physical boundaries of the frame. Turning her attention to the task at hand, Eleanor began searching for the trunk Margaret had mentioned. Several trunks were stacked against the far wall, beneath the lowest part of the sloping ceiling. They varied in size and apparent age, from what looked like a modern suitcase to a massive steamer trunk that might have been Victorian. Eleanor knelt before the largest and oldest trunk. It was made of dark wood bound with brass, the leather straps that once secured it now cracked and brittle with age. The lock was broken, hanging uselessly from its hasp. When Eleanor carefully lifted the lid, it came open with surprising ease, as if recently used. Inside lay neatly folded clothing, women's dresses, shawls, and undergarments from what appeared to be the late 19th century. The fabrics were remarkably well preserved, protected from light and moisture in their sealed container. Eleanor gently lifted each item, searching for the blue dress Margaret had mentioned. Near the bottom of the trunk, she found it, a dress of deep blue velvet, the same one Margaret had been wearing in Eleanor's dream. The style was unmistakably Victorian, with a fitted bodice and full skirt. As Eleanor lifted it from the trunk, she was struck by how heavy it was, the velvet substantial and luxurious even after all these years. Remembering Margaret's words, Eleanor carefully examined the dress, looking for any sign of alteration that might indicate where a page had been sewn into the lining. The bodice revealed nothing unusual, nor did the outer skirt. But when Eleanor turned the dress inside out and inspected the hem of the underskirt, she found what she was looking for, a section of the lining that had been carefully stitched closed, then reopened and resewn with slightly different colored thread. With trembling fingers, Eleanor located a small pair of scissors in her pocket toolkit and carefully snipped the newer stitches. Between the layers of fabric was a folded piece of parchment, yellowed with age but intact. She extracted it gently, unfolding it on the floor beside the trunk. The page was covered in dense, handwritten text in an elegant script different from Margaret's. Diagrams filled the margins, circles containing intricate symbols, connecting lines, and what appeared to be phases of the moon. At the top of the page was a heading, "The Thornfield Binding, a Ritual of Protection and Preservation." Eleanor scanned the text, trying to make sense of what she was reading. It described a ritual that would bind a particular object, in this case, a book, to a bloodline and a place, creating 3 keys that together would unlock the binding under specific conditions. The ritual required significant personal sacrifice from the one performing it, drawing on their vital essence to power the magic. Magic. There was no other word for what the page described. Not illusion or suggestion, but actual manipulation of unseen forces to achieve a specific magical outcome. As a historian, Eleanor was familiar with grimoires and ritual texts. She had studied them as cultural artifacts. But she had never considered that such things might actually work, might have real power. Yet Margaret had believed. She had performed this ritual, binding the mysterious Thornfield grimoire to her bloodline and to Willow Cottage. And she had paid a price for it, as the journal entries indicated. As Eleanor carefully refolded the parchment, a sound from behind made her turn sharply. The sheet covering the standing mirror had fallen, or been pulled away, exposing the entire reflective surface. But what Eleanor saw in the glass made her breath catch. Instead of the attic and herself kneeling by the trunk, the mirror showed a different scene entirely, a bedroom, sparsely furnished in Victorian style. On the narrow bed lay a young woman, clearly in the final stages of labor. A middle-aged woman stood beside her, wiping her brow with a cloth. The laboring woman was Margaret, her face contorted with pain yet set with determination. Eleanor watched, transfixed, as the scene played out in absolute silence, like a film without sound. Margaret pushed, her mouth open in what must have been a cry of effort. The midwife, presumably Mrs. Chambers, moved to the end of the bed, reaching to receive the infant. A moment later, she lifted a tiny, squirming bundle, wrapping it quickly in a towel. A girl child. Judith. The midwife placed the baby on Margaret's chest, and for a moment, mother and daughter gazed at each other in that profound first meeting. Then Margaret's eyes seemed to lose focus. She looked past the child, past Mrs. Chambers, directly at the mirror, directly at Eleanor, as if she could see across time to where her descendant watched this most intimate moment. Margaret's lips moved, forming words Eleanor couldn't hear but somehow understood. Protect her. Protect the book. The binding must hold. Then Margaret's eyes closed, her head falling back against the pillow. Mrs. Chambers snatched the baby away, setting her aside to attend to the mother. The midwife's movements became urgent, desperate. She pressed cloths between Margaret's legs, trying to stem what Eleanor realized must be catastrophic bleeding. It was clear from the midwife's expression and frantic actions that Margaret was dying or already dead, the birth that had given life to Judith taking life from Margaret. The scene in the mirror began to fade, the bedroom growing dimmer, the figures less distinct. Before it disappeared completely, Eleanor saw one final image, Mrs. Chambers, the baby Judith in her arms, standing at the window looking out at the garden, where the young willow tree swayed in the wind. The midwife's expression was resolute, determined. She would honor Margaret's wishes. She would ensure the child survived. Then the mirror showed only the attic once more, with Eleanor kneeling on the dusty floor, tears streaming down her face for a woman who had died nearly 150 years ago, a woman whose blood ran in her veins, whose purpose had somehow become her own. "I understand now," Eleanor whispered to the empty room, though she sensed she was not truly alone. "You died bringing Judith into the world. You never got to raise her, to teach her about the binding or the book. So you found another way, across time, through dreams and visions, through the letter and the hidden keys." The cottage creaked in what felt like acknowledgement. Outside, the light was fading rapidly as evening approached. Soon the moon would rise, and Eleanor would need to be at the stone circle with all 3 keys. She carefully tucked the parchment page into her pocket alongside the keys and the locket. As she rose to leave, her gaze fell once more on the mirror. Her reflection looked different somehow, more resolute, more knowing. Or perhaps it was simply that Eleanor herself had changed, her understanding of the world and its possibilities irrevocably altered by what she had learned today. Before leaving the attic, Eleanor replaced the cover over the mirror. Some windows between worlds, she was beginning to believe, were best left veiled until needed. Darkness had fallen by the time Eleanor emerged from the cottage into the garden. The storm of the previous night had cleared the air, leaving the sky a vast canvas of stars with the waxing full moon just beginning to rise over the sea. The temperature had dropped with nightfall, and Eleanor pulled her cardigan more tightly around herself as she made her way across the damp grass toward the stone circle. In her pocket, the 3 keys seemed to grow warmer, as if responding to the moonlight or perhaps to their proximity to each other and their destination. The carved box key from beneath the garden stone, the tarnished key from the cliff wall, and the locket, all 3 gathered together for the first time since Margaret had hidden them nearly a century and a half ago. As Eleanor approached the stone circle, she stopped short in amazement. Bathed in moonlight stood the willow tree, fully present now, not a glimpse or a vision but seemingly solid and real. Its graceful branches swayed gently despite the lack of wind, creating shifting patterns of shadow on the ground beneath. The stone circle at its base was transformed as well. What had been half-buried, overgrown pavers during the day now formed a perfect circle of 12 flat stones, each bearing a faintly luminous symbol that Eleanor recognized from the parchment page, phases of the moon, from new to full and back again. Eleanor hesitated at the edge of the circle, suddenly uncertain. The rational part of her mind suggested she was hallucinating, or perhaps dreaming this entire sequence of events. But the weight of the keys in her pocket and the parchment page against her chest felt undeniably real. "What must I do?" she asked softly, not expecting an answer. But an answer came, carried on a breeze that stirred the willow branches without touching Eleanor's hair. "Place the keys upon the center stone. Stand within the circle as the moon reaches its zenith. The way will open." The voice was Margaret's, yet not quite, as if many women spoke together, their voices harmonizing across time. Eleanor stepped carefully into the circle, approaching the central stone, which was larger than the others and unmarked by symbols. She knelt beside it and withdrew the 3 keys from her pocket, the brass key from the box, the silver key from the cliff wall, and the golden locket with its twin portraits. Following an instinct she couldn't explain, Eleanor arranged them in a triangular pattern upon the stone, the brass key pointing east, the silver key pointing west, and the locket at the apex of the triangle, pointing north. As soon as the 3rd key was in place, a change came over the stone circle. The symbols began to glow more brightly, pulsing in a slow, rhythmic pattern that reminded Eleanor of breathing, or perhaps a heartbeat. The willow tree's branches became still, as if the tree were holding its breath in anticipation. Eleanor rose to her feet and stepped back from the central stone, remaining within the circle as instructed. The moon continued to rise, its light intensifying the strange luminescence of the stones. Time seemed to slow, each moment stretching like honey poured from a jar. When the moon reached its highest point, or what Eleanor judged to be its zenith, the light from the stones suddenly intensified, shooting upward in thin beams that converged above the central stone. Where they met, the air itself seemed to ripple and distort, like heat haze on a summer road. The rippling expanded, forming what appeared to be a doorway of light hanging in the air above the stone. Through it, Eleanor could see a room, a small chamber with stone walls lined with bookshelves. On a reading stand in the center of this impossible room floated a large, ancient-looking book, its covers bound in dark leather worked with silver. The Thornfield Grimoire. As Eleanor stared in wonder, she felt a gentle pressure against her back, urging her toward the doorway of light. The cottage, she realized, Willow Cottage itself was encouraging her to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Eleanor stepped forward and reached through the doorway. Her hand passed through the rippling light with a curious sensation, like breaking the surface of water but remaining dry. She extended her arm further, then took another step that brought her halfway through the portal. For a suspended moment, Eleanor existed in 2 places at once, half in the moonlit garden beneath the willow tree, half in the hidden chamber with the ancient book. Then she took one more step, and the transition was complete. The chamber was surprisingly warm and smelled of old parchment, beeswax, and a hint of lavender, the same scent Eleanor had noticed in the cottage. The walls, floor, and ceiling were of fitted stone with no visible entrance or exit. Bookshelves lined 3 walls, filled with volumes of various ages and sizes. The 4th wall held what appeared to be a large window overlooking the sea, though Eleanor knew this room couldn't possibly have a physical location that would allow such a view. In the center of the room, on a pedestal of carved wood, lay the Thornfield grimoire. It was larger than Eleanor had expected, perhaps 15 inches tall by 10 inches wide, bound in dark brown leather with silver clasps and corner pieces. The cover bore an intricate design of intertwined willow branches surrounding a central emblem, a tree with roots that transformed into the silhouette of a woman. Eleanor approached slowly, half expecting something dramatic to happen when she drew near. But there was only a subtle warming of the air, a sense of recognition or acknowledgement, as if the book itself were welcoming her. When she stood before the pedestal, Eleanor noticed that the book was not closed and locked as she had initially thought. The silver clasps were open, and the cover was lifted slightly, as if inviting her to look inside. With a reverence born of both her professional respect for historical documents and the mystical circumstances of this encounter, Eleanor carefully opened the grimoire to its first page. The text was handwritten in a clear, elegant script, the ink still dark despite its evident age. At the top of the page was an inscription. The Thornfield grimoire compiled and protected by the women of the line 1672, present. Below this was a list of names, each in slightly different handwriting, beginning with Eliza Thornfield and continuing through dozens of women, ending with Margaret Thornfield, 1875. And below Margaret's name, in the same ink and hand as the letter Eleanor had found on her first night at Willow Cottage, was written, Eleanor Reed, Guardian of the Knowledge, 2023. Eleanor's own name, written nearly 150 years ago by Margaret Thornfield. The room seemed to spin around Eleanor as the implication sank in. Margaret hadn't just foreseen her coming, she had known Eleanor's name, had designated her as the next guardian of whatever knowledge the grimoire contained. Across time, through generations, this connection had existed, waiting for Eleanor to find her way to Willow Cottage and discover her inheritance. As if in response to her realization, the pages of the grimoire began to turn of their own accord, slowly and deliberately, stopping at what appeared to be a journal entry in Margaret's handwriting. August 18, 1875. I write these words as life ebbs from me, my daughter newly born, my work nearly complete. The binding is done, the grimoire secure until the one I have seen in my visions comes to continue our work. I know not how many generations will pass before Eleanor finds her way to Willow Cottage, but find it she will. The women of our line have always been drawn back to this place, this thin spot between worlds where perception extends beyond ordinary limits. To you, Eleanor, my distant daughter, I leave this trust. The Thornfield grimoire contains knowledge gathered by the women of our family for 2 centuries, knowledge of the unseen world, of the patterns that connect all things, of the thin places where reality may be glimpsed in its true form and occasionally altered through focused will. This is not magic as the ignorant understand it, nor is it merely science not yet recognized. It is something between and beyond, the recognition that thought and matter, time and space, are not as separate as they seem. Our family has preserved this understanding while others forgot or denied it, passing the knowledge from mother to daughter when the world would have condemned us for it. The binding I have created ensures that only those of our blood who come with pure intent may access the grimoire. The cottage itself is part of the binding, a conscious participant in the protection of our legacy. It has chosen you as it chose me, as it has chosen all the guardians before us. Read. Learn. Add your own discoveries to these pages as I have added mine. The grimoire grows with each guardian, our collective wisdom spanning generations. I go now to whatever awaits beyond this life, content that my daughter will survive me and that you, Eleanor, will one day continue what we have preserved. With love across time, Margaret. Eleanor closed her eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. When she opened them again, she saw that the pages had continued turning, revealing the content of the grimoire. There were detailed observations of natural phenomena, recipes for tinctures and remedies, careful documentation of dreams and visions later confirmed as precognitive, and instructions for various rituals designed to heal, protect, or reveal hidden knowledge. This was not a book of black magic or sinister spells. It was a record of women's wisdom, preserved when such knowledge was dangerous to possess, when women who understood too much about the natural world were condemned as witches or dismissed as hysterics. The Thornfield women had been scientists in an era before women were allowed to claim that title, observers of subtle energies and connections that conventional science was only now beginning to recognize. As Eleanor gently turned the pages, absorbing the scope of the grimoire's contents, she realized that there were blank pages at the end, pages waiting for her own contributions, her own discoveries. "I accept," she whispered, though no one had explicitly asked her to take on this responsibility. Yet she felt the rightness of it, the sense that this was why she had been drawn to historical research, why she had specialized in Victorian correspondence, why she had come to Willow Cottage when her life in London had fallen apart. The moment Eleanor spoke these words, a change came over the chamber. The light from the window intensified, and the grimoire's pages began to turn rapidly, coming to rest at the page Margaret had removed and sewn into her blue dress, the page describing the binding ritual. Only now, instead of being separate, it was integrated back into the book, the text flowing seamlessly from the page before to the page after. Eleanor understood, by accepting her role as guardian, she had completed the circuit begun by Margaret. The grimoire was now fully restored, the binding renewed through Eleanor's acknowledgement of her heritage and responsibility. A gentle chiming sound filled the chamber, like distant bells or crystal glasses touched by a wet finger. The light from the window pulsed in rhythm with the sound, creating a sense of culmination and completion. Then, as gradually as it had appeared, the chamber began to fade around Eleanor. The stone walls became translucent, the bookshelves transparent, until only the grimoire remained solid before her. Acting on instinct, Eleanor placed her hands on the book and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she stood once more in the stone circle beneath the willow tree, the full moon high above, the three keys still arranged in their triangular pattern on the central stone. But now, in her hands, she held the Thornfield grimoire, physical and real and somehow transported with her from that in-between space to the solid world. The book felt warm in her grasp, almost alive. The silver clasps and corner pieces gleamed in the moonlight, and the leather cover was supple beneath her fingers. Eleanor held it close against her chest, protecting it instinctively as she had protected rare documents throughout her professional career. As if responding to her protective gesture, the willow tree's branches swayed gently, creating a rustling sound that might have been words, "Welcome, guardian. Welcome home." Eleanor looked toward Willow Cottage, its windows now glowing with a warm light though she had left no lamps burning. The cottage seemed more awake, more present somehow, as if its consciousness had become more accessible to her perception now that she had accepted her role in the legacy of the Thornfield women. With the grimoire secured in her arms and a new understanding of her place in a lineage she hadn't known existed until days ago, Eleanor made her way back toward the cottage. The three keys remained on the central stone, their purpose fulfilled for now. She would retrieve them tomorrow, in daylight. Tonight, she would begin reading the grimoire properly, absorbing the collected wisdom of generations of women who had occupied this same cottage, slept in the same rooms, looked out at the same sea. Women who, like her, had perceived the world slightly differently than others, had seen the patterns and connections and possibilities that most dismissed as imagination or coincidence. As Eleanor reached the cottage door, it swung open of its own accord, welcoming her home. Inside, the familiar creaking of floorboards and settling timbers now carried new meaning, the conscious communication of a dwelling that was far more than mere stone and wood. "Thank you," Eleanor said softly as she crossed the threshold, speaking to Margaret, to all the women who had come before, and to Willow Cottage itself. "I'll guard it well." In response, a gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender through the hallway, and in the distance, just at the edge of hearing, piano music played a melody that seemed both new and familiar, a welcome home across generations. Eleanor Reed, the newest guardian of the Thornfield Grimoire, closed the cottage door behind her and stepped fully into her inheritance, her legacy, her destiny. And so concluded the beginning of her story, the discovery. Ahead lay the learning, the understanding, and eventually, the challenges that would test her commitment to the trust Margaret had placed in her. But those were tales for another time, another moonlit night. For now, Eleanor settled into the study that had once been Margaret's, opened the ancient grimoire on the desk before her, and began to read by the light of a lamp that needed no electricity to burn steadily through the night. Outside, the full moon sailed across the star-filled sky, illuminating the willow tree that both was and wasn't there, depending on who was looking and when. Beneath its branches, the stone circle glowed faintly with residual energy, the three keys still forming their triangular pattern on the central stone. And if, in the gleam of moonlight on metal, one of the keys occasionally seemed to shift position of its own accord, there was no one in the garden to notice or question the impossibility of such movement. Within Willow Cottage, the newest guardian read deep into the night, absorbing the knowledge that was now her responsibility to preserve and expand. The cottage settled around her with sounds that might have been words to the right ears. "Welcome home, Eleanor. We've been waiting so long." Morning arrived with gentle persistence, sunlight filtering through the study curtains to find Eleanor still seated at the desk, the Thornfield grimoire open before her. She had read through the night, absorbing generations of knowledge recorded by the women of her bloodline. At some point, she couldn't recall exactly when, she had begun taking notes, her historian's training asserting itself even in the face of the extraordinary. Eleanor stretched, surprised to find her body less stiff than expected after hours of immobility. The grimoire seemed to have that effect. Time passed differently when she was engaged with its contents, as if the book itself created a bubble of altered reality around its reader. The morning light caught the silver clasps of the grimoire, sending prismatic reflections dancing across the study walls. Eleanor gently closed the ancient book, running her fingers over the embossed cover. After hours of reading, she had only scratched the surface of its contents, but certain patterns had emerged. The Thornfield women had been keepers of what might be called practical magic, knowledge of the natural world that extended beyond conventional understanding. They documented the properties of plants, the movements of celestial bodies, the subtle energies of places and people. They recorded dreams that later proved prophetic and developed techniques to induce such dreams intentionally. And perhaps most intriguingly, they had discovered methods of perceiving and occasionally influencing what they called the thin places, locations where the boundaries between different times and realities were more permeable. Willow Cottage, it seemed, was built on one of the most significant thin places in England. Eleanor rose from the desk, stretching more fully before moving to the window. The garden looked ordinary again in the morning light, no willow tree, no glowing stone circle. Yet she knew now that these things existed, just not in the reality most people perceived. The three keys she had left on the central stone were now arranged neatly on the windowsill, though Eleanor had no memory of retrieving them. Another small mystery in what was becoming a life filled with them. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that magical experiences didn't eliminate mundane needs. After a quick shower to refresh herself, Eleanor prepared breakfast, mulling over her plans for the day. She had an appointment at the local historical society at 11, an appointment made before she discovered the grimoire, when her interest in Willow Cottage had been purely academic. Now it seemed almost trivial compared to the knowledge she had gained directly from the source. Yet the historian in her was not so easily dismissed. The grimoire provided one perspective on the history of the Thornfield women, their own. But what had the outside world seen and recorded? How had they appeared to their neighbors, to official records, to local history? As she ate her toast and eggs, Eleanor's phone chimed with a text message. It was from Dr. James Norton, the local historian she was scheduled to meet. "Looking forward to our meeting today, Dr. Reed. I've pulled some interesting materials about Willow Cottage and the Thornfield family. There are aspects of their history that may surprise you. Eleanor smiled at the irony. If only he knew just how surprising the history of this place truly was. After breakfast, she returned to the study and carefully placed the grimoire in the carved wooden box Margaret had hidden beneath the garden stones. It seemed the most appropriate temporary storage while she was away from the cottage. The box wasn't locked, that would require all 3 keys again, but Eleanor sensed that the grimoire was protected in ways that went beyond physical security. Before leaving for her appointment, Eleanor walked through the cottage, touching walls and door frames with newfound awareness. This was more than a building, it was a conscious entity of sorts, a participant in the legacy she had inherited. "I'll be back soon," she said aloud, feeling only slightly foolish for speaking to a house. "I'm going to learn more about your history, our history." A subtle creaking of floorboards and the faint scent of lavender followed her to the door. Eleanor smiled. The cottage was acknowledging her. The Brackenford Historical Society occupied a handsome Georgian building in the center of the small coastal town. Eleanor arrived a few minutes early, taking time to admire the well-preserved architecture before climbing the steps to the entrance. Inside, a young woman at the reception desk directed her to Dr. Norton's office on the 2nd floor. Eleanor climbed the polished wooden staircase, noting the framed historical photographs of Brackenford that lined the walls, fishing boats from the late 19th century, Victorian holidaymakers on the beach, the high street decorated for Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. Dr. James Norton met her at the door to his office, a tall man in his 60s with silver hair and intelligent blue eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. His handshake was firm, his smile genuine. "Dr. Reed, a pleasure to meet you in person. I've read your work on coded Victorian correspondence, brilliant analysis of the Pendleton Marsh letters in particular." Eleanor was momentarily startled to be reminded of her academic reputation. After the events of the past few days, her professional identity seemed almost to belong to another person. "Thank you," she replied, following him into an office that was exactly what one might expect from a historian, bookshelves lining every wall, a large desk covered with neatly organized papers, and a research table in the center of the room holding several boxes of documents. "Please, have a seat," Dr. Norton gestured to a chair at the research table. "I've assembled quite a collection of materials related to Willow Cottage and the Thornfield family. I understand you've inherited the property." "Yes, from my great-aunt Judith. I confess I knew very little about the cottage or its history until recently." Dr. Norton settled into a chair across from her. "Well, you've come to the right place. The Thornfields have been a part of Brackenford's history for centuries, though they've always been something of an enigma locally. Respected, but never fully integrated into the community." He opened one of the boxes and carefully removed a bound volume. "This is a history of prominent local families compiled in 1925. There's a section on the Thornfields that might interest you." Eleanor accepted the book, turning to the indicated pages. The entry was brief but intriguing. "The Thornfield family has maintained Willow Cottage on the northern cliffs since approximately 1670, when Eliza Thornfield, widow of Captain John Thornfield, established residence there. The family has been characterized by a notable pattern throughout generations, the predominance of female heirs and a tradition of unusual independence among the Thornfield women. Local folklore attributes various unusual abilities to the women of the family, including healing, weather prediction, and what some referred to as the sight, an alleged ability to perceive future events. While such claims must be attributed to superstition, it is noteworthy that the Thornfield women were often consulted in matters of health and fortune, despite occasional suspicions from religious authorities. The family fortune, originally derived from Captain Thornfield's shipping enterprises, was prudently managed through generations, allowing the women to maintain their independence despite periods of economic hardship that affected the wider community. Eleanor looked up from the text, finding Dr. Norton watching her with keen interest. "Fascinating," she said. "It seems the Thornfield women were quite remarkable for their time." "Indeed," he agreed. particularly given the constraints placed on women throughout most of the periods documented. But that's just the overview. I have more specific records that might interest you. For the next hour, Dr. Norton guided Eleanor through a wealth of historical materials, parish records showing births, marriages, and deaths of Thornfield women, property tax records, newspaper clippings, and even diary entries from local residents mentioning interactions with various Thornfields. A pattern emerged that aligned with what Eleanor had learned from the grimoire. The Thornfield women tended to marry late if at all, often had just one child, nearly always a daughter, and were frequently described in terms that suggested a combination of respect and unease from their neighbors. Then Dr. Norton presented a document that caused Eleanor's breath to catch. It was a newspaper article from September 1875, with the headline, "Tragic Death in Childbirth at Willow Cottage." The article briefly reported the death of Margaret Thornfield, age 24, while giving birth to a daughter. The child, named Judith, had survived and was being cared for by Mrs. Chambers, the caretaker's wife, until relatives could be contacted. Below the article was a photograph Eleanor hadn't expected, an image of Margaret Thornfield taken perhaps a year before her death, showing her seated in a garden that Eleanor recognized as Willow Cottages. In the background stood a small willow sapling, just as Margaret had described planting in her journal. "She looks remarkably like you," Dr. Norton observed, watching Eleanor's reaction closely. Eleanor managed to maintain her composure, though her heart raced. Yes, family resemblance can be striking across generations. Particularly in the Thornfield line, it seems, Dr. Norton said, a curious note in his voice. "I have photographs of several Thornfield women throughout the decades, and the resemblance is unusually consistent. Almost as if the same woman were reappearing across time." He slid a folder toward Eleanor. Inside were photographs spanning from the 1870s to the 1990s, showing women from the Thornfield line. While there were certainly differences, the family resemblance was indeed striking, the same oval face, high cheekbones, and distinctive eyes appearing generation after generation. The most recent photograph showed an elderly woman Eleanor recognized as Great-Aunt Judith, standing in front of Willow Cottage. She appeared to be in her 80s, yet her eyes held the same sharp intelligence Eleanor had seen in Margaret's journal photograph. "Your great-aunt was well respected in the community," Dr. Norton said. "She was somewhat reclusive in her later years, but she contributed significantly to our historical archives, particularly regarding local folklore and traditional herbal remedies." Eleanor nodded, piecing together the lineage. Margaret's daughter Judith would have been born in 1875. Assuming she had a daughter who continued the line, and that daughter had a daughter, that would make Great-Aunt Judith perhaps Margaret's great-granddaughter, and Eleanor's grandmother or great-grandmother would have been Judith's sister or cousin. "Do you have records of how the property passed through the family?" Eleanor asked. Dr. Norton nodded. "That's actually one of the more interesting aspects of the Thornfield history. Willow Cottage has always passed to a female heir, even when that required bypassing closer male relatives, a practice that caused some legal disputes in earlier centuries." He produced a document that outlined the succession of ownership. "The pattern is remarkably consistent. The cottage always goes to a woman of the Thornfield blood, often skipping more direct heirs if they're male or if the designated female heir hasn't shown certain qualities." "Qualities?" Eleanor prompted. Dr. Norton hesitated, seeming to choose his words carefully. "This enters the realm of local legend rather than documented history, but there are consistent accounts suggesting that the Thornfield women possessed certain abilities, perceptiveness beyond the ordinary, intuition that bordered on prescience. The inheritance typically went to the female who demonstrated these traits most strongly." Eleanor tried to maintain a neutral expression, though inwardly she was connecting these observations to what she had learned from the grimoire. The Thornfield legacy had indeed been carefully managed, ensuring the grimoire and the knowledge it contained passed to those best equipped to understand and protect it. "And my great-aunt Judith? Was she known for such perceptiveness?" Dr. Norton's eyes twinkled. "Oh yes. Though in her time, Such things were attributed to her extensive knowledge of local history and remarkable memory rather than anything supernatural. But older residents still occasionally refer to her as the wise woman of the cliffs. He paused, studying Eleanor with new intensity. If you don't mind my asking, Dr. Reed, have you experienced anything unusual since taking up residence at Willow Cottage? The question caught Eleanor off guard. Had her reactions revealed too much? Or was Dr. Norton simply curious about local ghost stories? Unusual in what way? She countered, buying time to consider her response. Dreams, perhaps. Sensations of not being alone. Glimpses of things that shouldn't be there. His tone remained casual, but his gaze was penetrating. Willow Cottage has a certain reputation locally. Eleanor decided on a partial truth. I've had some vivid dreams since arriving. And the cottage does have a particular atmosphere, though that's not surprising in a building with so much history. Dr. Norton nodded, apparently satisfied with this answer. The cliffs have always been considered a special place by locals. Long before the Thornfields arrived, the area was sacred to earlier peoples. There are Bronze Age remains not far from Willow Cottage, a stone circle that was unfortunately damaged during the construction of the coastal road in the 1960s. This information caught Eleanor's attention. A stone circle? Like the one in the garden at Willow Cottage? Ah, you've noticed that feature, Dr. Norton smiled. The garden circle is believed to have been constructed by Eliza Thornfield, the first of the family to live there. Local legend suggests she had it built to align with the ancient circle, creating what she called a resonance of power. Fascinating how such beliefs persisted well into the supposedly rational age of the Enlightenment. Eleanor absorbed this information, connecting it to what she had read in the grimoire. Eliza Thornfield, the first name on the list of guardians, had identified the thin place and deliberately positioned the stone circle to amplify its properties. The grimoire's first entries would have been hers. Their conversation continued for another hour, with Dr. Norton sharing additional historical context about the region and the Thornfield family's place within it. Throughout, Eleanor had the distinct impression that he was watching her reactions carefully, as if testing her responses against some internal measure. As their meeting concluded, Dr. Norton offered her a folder of photocopied documents. For your personal research. I've included some materials not typically accessible to the public, but given your professional standing, and your personal connection to the subject, I think you'll make good use of them. That's very generous, Eleanor said, accepting the folder. Thank you for your time and expertise. As she rose to leave, Dr. Norton asked one final question. Will you be staying at Willow Cottage long-term, Dr. Reed? The question seemed weighted with more significance than casual curiosity would warrant. I haven't decided, Eleanor replied truthfully. I came initially to write my book, but the cottage has a way of keeping its own, Dr. Norton finished for her, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Thornfield women always return eventually. It's in the blood, or so local wisdom would have it. Eleanor studied him more closely. You seem to know a great deal about the Thornfield family, Dr. Norton. My grandmother worked for your great-aunt Judith for many years, he replied. She had great respect for the Thornfield women and their traditions. I grew up hearing stories. With that cryptic statement hanging in the air, they exchanged goodbyes. As Eleanor descended the stairs, she couldn't shake the feeling that Dr. Norton knew far more than he had explicitly shared, and that their meeting had been as much an assessment of her as it had been an information session. Walking back through Brackenford, Eleanor's mind buzzed with the new information. The historical records confirmed much of what she had learned from the grimoire, adding external context to the personal accounts of the Thornfield women. Most significantly, she now understood her place in the lineage more clearly, a direct descendant of Margaret through her daughter Judith, though a few generations removed. Eleanor stopped at a small cafe for lunch, choosing a table by the window where she could observe the town while reviewing the documents Dr. Norton had provided. As she ate a simple meal of soup and bread, she carefully examined each page, making notes on her phone. One document in particular caught her attention, a local newspaper article from 1973 reporting a tragic accident at Willow Cottage. The clipping described how a section of the cliff wall had collapsed during a storm, resulting in the death of Thomas Reed, husband of Judith Thornfield Reed. The article mentioned that the couple's daughter, Catherine Reed, had been away at university at the time of the accident. Catherine Reed, Eleanor's mother. The timing aligned perfectly with her mother's occasional oblique references to losing her father while she was in college. Yet her mother had never mentioned Willow Cottage or the Thornfield family, had never spoken of cliffs or seaside towns. Instead, she had created the impression that her parents had lived an ordinary life in suburban London. Why had her mother severed ties so completely with her heritage? What had happened beyond the tragic accident that caused Catherine Reed to distance herself, and consequently, Eleanor, from the Thornfield legacy? The cafe around Eleanor faded from her awareness as she considered the implications. Her mother had deliberately kept her from knowing about Willow Cottage, about the Thornfield women, about her own heritage. Only Great-Aunt Judith's bequest had reconnected Eleanor to this history, and even then, her mother had discouraged her from accepting the inheritance. "It's just an old house falling into disrepair," her mother had said. "Sell it and use the money for something practical." Those words took on new meaning now. Not indifference, but active aversion. Her mother had wanted Eleanor to remain disconnected from Willow Cottage and everything it represented. But why? Eleanor gathered the documents and paid her bill, her appetite diminished by these troubling questions. She had planned to explore the town further, perhaps visit the local museum, but now she felt an urgent need to return to the cottage, to the grimoire, which might contain answers about her mother's estrangement from her heritage. As she walked through Bracken Ford toward the coastal path that would take her back to Willow Cottage, Eleanor had the distinct sensation of being watched. She paused, scanning the street behind her, but saw nothing unusual, just locals and a few tourists going about their business in the small seaside town. The feeling persisted as she left the town center and started along the coastal path. The day had turned overcast, the sea a slate gray beneath a pewter sky. Wind rustled through the grass along the cliff top, creating whispers that seemed almost like distant voices. About halfway to Willow Cottage, the path curved away from the cliff edge, cutting through a small wooded area. As Eleanor entered the dappled shade beneath the trees, the sensation of being followed intensified. She stopped abruptly and turned around. A figure stood on the path perhaps 20 yards behind her, a man in dark clothing who immediately stepped sideways into the trees when she turned, as if trying to avoid being seen. "Hello?" Eleanor called, her voice carried away by the wind. "Is someone there?" No response came, but Eleanor was certain she had seen someone. After a moment's hesitation, she continued along the path, walking more briskly now. The wooded section was short, soon opening to the exposed cliff top once more. When Eleanor glanced back upon reaching the open area, the path behind her was empty. She tried to rationalize what she had seen. Perhaps another walker who had turned off onto a different path. Perhaps a birdwatcher or nature photographer who hadn't wanted to disturb her. Yet the deliberate way the figure had concealed himself when spotted suggested something more concerning. Eleanor increased her pace further, Willow Cottage now visible in the distance. As she approached her property, she noticed something unexpected, a car parked on the lane near her gate, a sleek black sedan that hadn't been there when she left. Caution warred with curiosity. Eleanor slowed her approach, observing the vehicle from a distance. No one appeared to be inside it, which meant whoever had arrived in the car was either waiting outside the cottage or had somehow gained entry. The cottage itself offered no clues from this distance. The windows reflected the gray sky, revealing nothing of the interior. Eleanor considered calling the local police, but hesitated. What would she say? That a car was parked near her property? That she thought someone might have followed her on a public footpath? Instead, she approached carefully, staying on the coastal side of the path where the open ground would make it difficult for anyone to take her by surprise. As she drew nearer to her gate, movement caught her eye, a figure emerging from the cottage. A woman, elegantly dressed, with silver-streaked dark hair. Recognition hit Eleanor like a physical blow. She stopped in her tracks, momentarily unable to process what she was seeing. It was her mother, Catherine Reed, who had supposedly been in London and unreachable for the past week. Her mother stood by the cottage door, speaking to someone still inside, someone Eleanor couldn't see from her position. The conversation appeared intense, her mother's body language suggesting agitation or urgency. Finally, a second figure appeared in the doorway, a tall man in a dark suit. They exchanged a few more words before her mother handed something to the man, what looked like a small book or notebook. He tucked it inside his jacket, nodded curtly, and began walking toward the gate, toward where Eleanor stood frozen on the path. Her mother remained by the door, watching the man leave. She hadn't noticed Eleanor yet, her attention focused on the departing visitor. Eleanor made a split-second decision and stepped behind a large gorse bush beside the path, concealing herself as the man in the dark suit approached. Through the branches, she observed him more closely as he passed, tall, lean, perhaps in his 50s, with a severe expression and closely cropped gray hair. He moved with military precision, his bearing suggesting authority and purpose. Once he had passed and was making his way to the parked car, Eleanor emerged from her hiding place and walked briskly toward the cottage, determined to confront her mother about her unexpected appearance, and her apparent intrusion into Willow Cottage. Her mother spotted her when she was about halfway across the garden. Surprise, then something that looked almost like fear flashed across her face before she composed herself into a neutral expression. "Eleanor," she called, her voice carrying on the wind. "I was just coming to find you in town." The casual tone contrasted sharply with her tense posture and the furtive meeting Eleanor had just witnessed. Eleanor said nothing until she reached the cottage steps, facing her mother across a few feet of flagstone path. "What are you doing here, Mom?" she asked directly. "And who was that man?" Catherine Reed smoothed her already immaculate hair, a gesture Eleanor recognized as a sign of discomfort. "I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. I was worried after our last conversation, so I decided to come check on you." Eleanor glanced at her phone. No missed calls or messages from her mother. And the man in the suit? Just a local property assessor. "I wanted to get a professional opinion on the cottage's condition since you seem determined to stay here." The explanation came too quickly, too smoothly. "That's interesting," Eleanor replied, "considering I just came from the Historical Society, where I learned a great deal about Willow Cottage and the Thornfield family. Including the fact that you grew up here, Mom. Something you never thought to mention." Her mother's expression hardened. "The past is the past, Eleanor. I left this place for good reasons." "What reasons?" Eleanor pressed. "And what did you give that man?" "It looked like a book." A flash of alarm crossed her mother's face before she controlled it. "Just some old property documents I found in a drawer. Now, why don't we go inside? It's getting chilly out here." Without waiting for a response, Catherine turned and entered the cottage. Eleanor followed, her mind racing. Her mother was lying, about the man, about the book, probably about her reasons for coming to Willow Cottage unannounced. Inside, Eleanor immediately sensed something was wrong. The cottage felt different, subdued, as if it were holding its breath. The usual creaking of timbers and subtle sounds that had become familiar were absent, replaced by an unnatural stillness. "What have you done?" Eleanor asked softly, addressing both her mother and the cottage itself. Catherine Reed stood in the center of the living room, her designer outfit incongruous against the cottage's rustic interior. For a moment, she seemed about to continue the pretense, but then her shoulders sagged slightly. "I told him he wouldn't find it," she said, more to herself than to Eleanor. "The main grimoire is never kept in obvious places." Eleanor stared at her mother, shock rippling through her. "You know about the grimoire?" Catherine's gaze snapped to Eleanor's face, suddenly intense. You found it. It wasn't a question but a statement of realization. Aunt Judith said you would. That's why she left you the cottage instead of me. Mom, what's going on? Who was that man really? And why have you never told me about any of this, about who we are, about our family? Her mother moved to one of the armchairs and sat down heavily, suddenly looking older than her 58 years. Sit down, Eleanor. This is a conversation I hoped never to have, but it seems Judith has forced my hand from beyond the grave. Eleanor remained standing. I want the truth, Mom. All of it. The truth, Catherine echoed with a bitter laugh. The truth is that being a Thornfield woman is a burden, not a gift. A burden I tried to spare you from. By lying to me my entire life. By cutting me off from my heritage. From knowledge that was my birthright. Eleanor heard her voice rising and made an effort to control it. Yes, her mother said simply. And I would do it again. You have no idea what it means to be the guardian, Eleanor. What it costs. The word sent a chill through Eleanor. Guardian, the title Margaret had bestowed on her in the grimoire, the role she had accepted just last night. How would you know what it costs? Eleanor challenged. You rejected it, didn't you? You left Willow Cottage and never came back, until today. Catherine's eyes flashed. I rejected it because I saw what it did to my mother, to Aunt Judith. The isolation. The responsibility. The danger. Danger from whom? From men like the one who was just here. Her mother was silent for a long moment before responding. There have always been those who want the knowledge the grimoire contains. In earlier centuries, they were witch hunters or rival practitioners. Today, they wear suits and represent organizations with government funding and official acronyms, but their intent is the same, to take what isn't theirs to possess. And that man? Who does he represent? He calls himself Dr. Malcolm Everett. He's with something called the Institute for Paranormal Research, a bland name for a group that has been tracking the Thornfield grimoire for generations. Catherine's voice was tight with controlled anger. They approached me after Dad died, claiming they wanted to preserve our family's folk knowledge for scientific study. When I refused, they became more insistent. Is that why you left? Why you tried to erase this part of our history? Catherine nodded slowly. Partly. But also because I saw what the power did to those who embraced it. The grimoire changes you, Eleanor. It opens perceptions that, once opened, can never be closed again. I wanted you to have a normal life, university, career, marriage if you chose it. Not this, half-existence between worlds. Eleanor felt a surge of indignation. That wasn't your choice to make for me. You had no right to hide this from me. I had every right, her mother shot back. I'm your mother. I was protecting you. And now? Are you here to protect me by taking the grimoire? Is that what you were looking for when you let that man into our home? Catherine flinched at the accusation. I came to warn you. Everett and his people have been monitoring the cottage since Judith died. They know about the inheritance. They suspect you might have access where others didn't. She leaned forward, her expression urgent. Eleanor, these people are dangerous. They won't stop until they get what they want. Which is? The grimoire. The knowledge it contains. The power. Catherine stood, moving closer to Eleanor. Where is it? We need to move it somewhere safe before they come back. Eleanor stepped back, suddenly wary. Despite their shared blood, despite the family resemblance that was so apparent now that she knew to look for it, she wasn't certain she could trust her mother. After a lifetime of lies, trust would need to be earned. It is somewhere safe, Eleanor said carefully. The grimoire has been protected for hundreds of years. It knows how to conceal itself. Catherine's expression shifted, something like reluctant pride flickering across her features. You've already connected with it, haven't you? With the cottage too, I'd guess. She sighed deeply. Judith said you would. She said the bloodline was strong in you, that you had the sight even as a child, though you didn't recognize it for what it was. The dreams, Eleanor said softly, remembering her childhood nightmares that had sometimes come true, the intuitions her mother had discouraged as overactive imagination. Yes, the dreams. The knowing things you shouldn't be able to know. The seeing things others can't see. Catherine's voice held resignation. I thought if I raised you away from here, away from the influence of the cottage and the grimoire, those tendencies might fade. And for a while, they seemed to. You became so rational, so academic, finding logical explanations for everything, building your career on documented evidence and verifiable facts. Until Mark left, Eleanor said quietly, naming the husband who had walked out 6 months ago, claiming Eleanor had changed, had become distant and preoccupied. The beginning of the unraveling that had eventually led her to Willow Cottage. Yes, Catherine acknowledged. Life has a way of creating cracks in our carefully constructed defenses. Grief, loss, change, they all thin the boundaries between what we think we know and what we're capable of perceiving. For a moment, the two women stood in silence, the weight of revelations and long-kept secrets filling the space between them. Then Catherine spoke again, her voice gentler than before. I never stopped loving you, Eleanor. Everything I did, leaving this place, keeping you away from it, was because I wanted you to have choices I never had. But perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps some destinies find us no matter how far we run. Eleanor wasn't ready to offer forgiveness, but she felt her anger softening into something more complex. The man, Dr. Everett, what exactly did you tell him? What does he know? I gave him one of Judith's old journals, garden records, mostly, with a few household accounts. Nothing valuable, nothing that mentions the grimoire directly. I told him it was all I could find in a quick search. Catherine twisted her hands together, a rare gesture of anxiety from a woman usually so composed. But he'll be back, Eleanor. He's convinced there's more. These people are persistent, and they have resources. How long have they been watching the cottage? Since shortly after Judith died. Maybe before. They approached me at the funeral, if you can believe it. As if grief might make me more amenable to their generous offer to purchase our family's historical documents. The bitterness in Catherine's voice was palpable. Eleanor moved to the window, looking out at the garden and the sea beyond. The day had darkened further, clouds gathering on the horizon promising rain. In the gray light, she thought she could just make out the outline of the willow tree, though it was insubstantial, more suggestion than reality. What do you know about the grimoire, Mom? Actually no, not just what you've heard or feared. Catherine hesitated. I've never read it. I refused the inheritance, refused the role of guardian. Judith became guardian instead, though she was younger than me. But I grew up in this cottage. I saw what the grimoire enabled them to do, my mother, Judith. The dreams that came true. The healing that defied medical explanation. The conversations with those long dead. She paused, seeming to struggle with the next admission. And I saw the cost. The isolation, the responsibility, the way it consumed them. My mother died young, like so many Thornfield women before her. Judith survived longer, but at what cost? No husband, no children, living alone in this cottage with only ghosts for company. Eleanor turned back to face her mother. And yet the women chosen as guardians accepted that cost. For generations, they've protected the grimoire, preserved the knowledge. They must have believed it was worth the sacrifice. They didn't know any different, Catherine countered. I did. I went to London, built a normal life, married your father, had you. I experienced what it means to live fully in one world instead of caught between several. And were you happy, Mom? Truly happy, denying such a fundamental part of yourself? The question seemed to catch Catherine off guard. She opened her mouth to respond, then closed it again, her certainty visibly faltering. Before she could gather her thoughts, there was a subtle change in the atmosphere of the cottage, a warming, a lightening, as if the building itself was coming back to life after being suppressed. The familiar creaking of timbers resumed, and the scent of lavender drifted through the room. Catherine noticed it too, her head turning sharply as if listening to something just beyond the range of ordinary hearing. "The cottage recognizes you," she said softly. "It never did that for me, not even when I was a child. It tolerated me because of my blood, but it never welcomed me." There was such longing in her voice that Eleanor felt a surge of compassion. Whatever her mother's choices had been, they had clearly come with their own cost: disconnection from her heritage, from this place that had been home to generations of her ancestors. "Mom," Eleanor said gently, "I need to understand all of this. Not just the grimoire and the cottage, but our family history, the institute, everything. Will you help me? Will you tell me what you know, even if you still believe I should walk away from it all?" Catherine studied her daughter's face for a long moment, apparently seeing something there that helped her make a decision. "Yes," she finally said. "You deserve the truth. But Eleanor, be careful with the grimoire. It offers knowledge, but knowledge always comes with responsibility. And power changes those who wield it, often in ways they don't anticipate." Outside, rain began to fall, pattering softly against the windows of Willow Cottage. Inside, two women, mother and daughter, both carrying the Thornfield blood, one who had rejected her inheritance and one who had embraced it, prepared for a conversation long overdue. The cottage settled around them, its awareness palpable to Eleanor now, its ancient timbers and stone foundations bearing witness to yet another chapter in the long history of the women who had called it home. In her study, locked within the carved wooden box, the Thornfield grimoire waited, a repository of generations of wisdom and warning, a legacy that had found its way once more to a guardian who would protect it, use it, and eventually pass it on. The investigation had truly begun. As the afternoon deepened into evening, Eleanor and Catherine sat at the kitchen table, mugs of tea growing cold before them as decades of family history unfolded. Catherine spoke more openly than she ever had, filling in the gaps of Eleanor's understanding about their family line. "My grandmother, your great-grandmother, was named Elizabeth," Catherine explained. "She was Judith's daughter, born in 1895. Elizabeth married late, at nearly 40, and had my mother, Anne, in 1934. And married young, had me in 1965, then died when I was just 12, a car accident, supposedly, though Aunt Judith always hinted there was more to it." "What do you mean, supposedly?" Eleanor asked, alert to the implication. Catherine sighed. "There have been incidents throughout our family history. Accidents, sudden illnesses, unexplained deaths, particularly among the women who served as guardians. Aunt Judith believed some were natural, but others, she suspected interference. From people like this institute? Or their predecessors? The names and methodologies change, but the intent remains the same, to acquire power they haven't earned and don't understand." Catherine's voice was bitter. "Mother was the guardian after great-grandmother Elizabeth died. Then when Mother died, the role should have come to me as the eldest female of the line, but I was already pulling away, already planning my escape to university and London. So Aunt Judith became guardian instead," Eleanor supplied. "Yes. She was only 10 when Mother died, but Judith always had the sight more strongly than I did. Even as a child, she was connected to the cottage, to the history." Catherine shook her head. "I remember being jealous of that connection, even while I was terrified of it." "Terrified? Why?" Catherine was quiet for a moment, considering her words. "Do you remember that recurring nightmare I had when you were little? The one I'd wake up screaming from?" Eleanor nodded, surprised by the change of subject. "About drowning, right? You said that's why you never learned to swim." "It wasn't about drowning, not exactly. It was about being pulled under by something that looked human but wasn't. Something that wanted what I had in my blood. Catherine shuddered visibly. I started having those dreams when I was about 8. Mother said it was the sight developing, showing me potential dangers. She tried to teach me to control it, to use it, but I couldn't. The dreams terrified me. And that's why you left. Partly. And partly because I saw what being guardian did to Mother, to all of them. The responsibility isolated them. They could never fully share their lives with outsiders. Any man who married into the family either had to accept the strangeness without full understanding, like your grandfather did, or be part of the inner circle of knowledge, which was rare. Eleanor thought of her own failed marriage. Mark had left when her intuitions had become more frequent, when she'd started having prophetic dreams again after years without them. He'd called her distracted, said she wasn't present in their relationship anymore. At the time, she'd blamed her work, the pressure of her book deadline. Now she wondered if it had been something deeper, her heritage asserting itself, preparing her to take on the role of guardian. When did the Institute first contact you? Eleanor asked, returning to what seemed the more immediate concern. Right after Dad died in '73. I was 18, home from my first term at university. 2 men in suits came to the cottage, expressing condolences and scholarly interest in our family's collection of historical documents related to folk medicine and local customs. Catherine's voice dripped with sarcasm. They were very smooth, very professional. Offered a substantial sum for any books, journals, or letters of historical significance. How did they know about the grimoire? They didn't, not explicitly. But organizations like theirs have been tracking families like ours for generations. They look for patterns, unusual longevity, recurring reports of uncanny abilities, sudden deaths followed by mysterious recoveries. They collect folklore, local legends, parish records. They build files and wait for opportunities. Like a death in the family, Eleanor said, understanding dawning. When there might be confusion, documents changing hands. Exactly. They approached again after Judith's death, but by then I was prepared. I refused all contact, had my lawyer handle everything. Catherine looked troubled. But they're still watching. And now they know about you. Eleanor processed this, recalling the figure she thought she'd seen following her on the coastal path. The man today, Dr. Everett, what exactly does he want? Just the grimoire, or something more? The grimoire is just the beginning. What they really want is access to the knowledge, and the power, that comes with being guardian of a thin place like Willow Cottage. Catherine's expression grew more serious. Eleanor, these people aren't just academic researchers. They're working to understand and potentially weaponize abilities like ours. Precognition, remote viewing, influence across distance, things the Thornfield women have understood for generations but have used only with care and restraint. You make it sound like a government intelligence operation, Eleanor said, half joking. Catherine didn't smile. What do you think funds the Institute? Private donors with connections to 3-letter agencies, research grants with classified parameters, military contracts disguised as academic studies. Judith kept files on them, tracking their activities, their personnel. I'll show you. She rose and moved toward one of the kitchen cabinets, an ordinary-looking cabinet above the refrigerator. But instead of opening it normally, Catherine pressed a specific sequence of points along its edge. A soft click sounded, and what had appeared to be the cabinet's back panel swung open, revealing a hidden compartment behind. Judith always did love her secret spaces, Catherine murmured, reaching inside to extract a slim, leather-bound folder. Eleanor stared, wondering how many other hidden compartments might exist throughout the cottage, places where previous guardians had concealed important documents or objects. Catherine returned to the table and opened the folder. Inside were neatly organized papers, surveillance photographs, newspaper clippings, copies of academic publications, and handwritten notes in what Eleanor recognized as Judith's precise script. Judith started monitoring them after Dad died, Catherine explained. She thought she believed his death wasn't an accident. Eleanor looked up sharply. What do you mean? The official report said he fell when a section of the cliff wall collapsed during a storm. But Judith found evidence suggesting the wall had been deliberately weakened. Dad had been cataloging some of the family documents, not the grimoire itself, but related materials. Judith thought someone wanted those documents and was willing to eliminate him to get them. And you believe that's true? Eleanor asked, struggling to process this new revelation. Catherine's expression was grim. I didn't want to. For years, I convinced myself Judith was paranoid, seeing conspiracies where there were only accidents. But after what happened to Mark... She stopped abruptly, as if realizing she had said too much. Mark? Eleanor felt suddenly cold. My Mark? What about him? Her mother wouldn't meet her eyes. Eleanor, there are things I haven't told you. Things I thought were better left unsaid. Tell me now, Eleanor demanded, her voice hardening. What about Mark? Catherine took a deep breath. About a month before he left you, Mark was approached by a woman who claimed to be conducting research on family histories and folklore. He mentioned it to me when we had lunch together, said this researcher was particularly interested in your mother's family, had asked about any old books or documents you might have inherited. The implication was clear, and it sent a chill through Eleanor. You're saying the Institute approached my husband? Tried to use him to get information about me, about our family? I warned him, Catherine said defensively. I told him not to tell them anything, that these people were not what they seemed. But Mark thought I was being dramatic. He said this Dr. Lang, the woman researcher, was just an academic like you. Eleanor felt dizzy, memories rearranging themselves into a new and disturbing pattern. Mark's sudden interest in her family history. His suggestion that they visit her mother's childhood home, though Catherine had always claimed to be from London. His increasing frustration when Eleanor couldn't, or wouldn't, recall details of her maternal grandparents. He left me because I wouldn't give him what they wanted, Eleanor said slowly. Or because they convinced him I was, what? Mentally unstable? Delusional? Keeping secrets from him? I don't know exactly what happened, Catherine admitted. But after he left, I hired a private investigator to look into this Dr. Lang. She doesn't exist, at least, not as an academic. The PI traced her to the Institute. Eleanor stood abruptly, needing to move, to process this betrayal on top of everything else she had learned today. Her 5-year marriage, which had ended with Mark walking out claiming they had grown apart, had been somehow orchestrated or at least influenced by people seeking access to the Thornfield legacy. Why didn't you tell me? She demanded. All these months, I've been blaming myself, thinking I drove him away with my work, my distraction. Would you have believed me? Catherine challenged. If I'd come to you with a story about secret organizations and psychic abilities and your husband being manipulated by people seeking access to a family legacy you didn't even know existed? You, the rational academic who built a career on documented evidence and verifiable facts. The truth of this assessment struck Eleanor forcefully. She wouldn't have believed it. She would have attributed such claims to her mother's tendency toward dramatic exaggeration, or worse, to some kind of mental decline requiring medical intervention. I'm sorry, Catherine said more gently, seeing the impact of her words. I've made many mistakes, Eleanor. Keeping you from your heritage was perhaps the greatest. But everything I did believing it would protect you. That ignorance was safer than knowledge. I see now I was wrong. Outside, the rain had intensified, drumming against the cottage roof and windows. The wind had picked up too, moaning around the eaves in a way that seemed almost purposeful, as if the cottage itself were expressing distress at the revelations taking place within its walls. Eleanor moved to the window, looking out at the storm-lashed garden. In the gray downpour, she could see the stone circle, and beyond it, the cliff edge where her grandfather had supposedly fallen to his death. Had it truly been an accident, or had he been murdered for getting too close to the Thornfield secrets? And what about her own marriage? Had any of it been real, or had Mark been playing a role from the beginning? What do they want from the grimoire? She asked without turning around. What knowledge is worth killing for? Catherine joined her at the window, her reflection appearing beside Eleanor's in the rain-streaked glass. The grimoire contains more than just family history or folk remedies. It documents the Thornfield women's understanding of what they called the patterns, the underlying structures of reality that most people never perceive. How to recognize thin places. How to use them. How to influence events through what ordinary people would call magic, but is really just a deeper understanding of how the world actually works. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. In the wrong hands, that knowledge could be weaponized. Imagine being able to see future events with clarity, not just vague impressions. To influence thoughts across distance. To move between moments in time, not physically but perceptually. The military applications alone. And the Institute wants this power, Eleanor said, understanding dawning. They want to control it, use it. Yes. But what they don't understand, what they can't understand, is that the knowledge in the grimoire is bound to the Thornfield bloodline. The rituals, the techniques, they only work fully for us because of what we are, what we've inherited through generations of women who developed these abilities naturally. In anyone else's hands, the results would be unpredictable at best, catastrophic at worst. Eleanor turned to face her mother. The binding ritual Margaret performed, it wasn't just to hide the grimoire, was it? It was to ensure only those with the right intentions, the right bloodline, could access its full power. Catherine nodded. The grimoire protects itself, through the binding and through its guardians. It's chosen you, Eleanor. Despite my efforts to keep you away from all this, it found you anyway. The question is, what will you do now that you know the truth? It was a profound question, one that Eleanor wasn't fully prepared to answer. In the space of a few days, her understanding of herself, her family, and reality itself had been fundamentally altered. The academic foundation on which she had built her life seemed suddenly insufficient, too narrow to encompass the expanded awareness she was developing. I need time, she said finally. Time to read the grimoire, to understand what I've inherited. And time to decide what role I want to play in this legacy. Time may be a luxury we don't have, Catherine warned. Now that Everett knows you're here, that you've connected with the cottage, he'll be watching more closely. The Institute will want to act before you fully come into your power as guardian. Then we need a plan, Eleanor said with sudden decision. A way to protect the grimoire and ourselves while I learn what I need to know. Catherine studied her daughter with a new respect. You're taking this more calmly than I did at your age. I'm not sure it's calmness so much as necessity, Eleanor replied honestly. But I've spent my professional life piecing together hidden meanings from fragmented evidence. This is just a more personal application of those skills. For the first time since her arrival, Catherine smiled, a genuine smile that softened her features and revealed the clear resemblance between mother and daughter. You always were more Thornfield than Reed, she said, a hint of pride in her voice. Even when I tried to deny it. The cottage creaked around them, a sound that Eleanor now recognized as acknowledgement. Whatever mistakes Catherine had made, whatever distance still existed between mother and daughter, they were united now in their awareness of the danger they faced, and in their determination to protect the legacy that had found its way, against considerable odds, back to Eleanor. Outside, the storm continued to rage, but within Willow Cottage, a different kind of energy was building, the combined resolve of two women of the Thornfield line, preparing to confront threats both ancient and modern to the knowledge they were born to protect. The grimoire waited in its temporary hiding place, its secrets ready to be revealed to its newest guardian. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the cottage, Dr. Malcolm Everett and the Institute were undoubtedly planning their next move in a game that had been played, in various forms, for centuries. The investigation had taken an unexpected turn, becoming not just a journey into family history, but a struggle for control of knowledge that could change the world, or destroy it, depending on whose hands wielded its power. The storm intensified as night fell, rain lashing against the windows of Willow Cottage with increasing fury. Eleanor and Catherine had moved to the study, where a fire now burned in the small hearth, casting dancing shadows across the room. On the desk between them lay Judith's folder of documents about the Institute, spread out in chronological order. Judith was meticulous, Catherine said, indicating the carefully organized papers. She tracked the Institute's activities for decades, personnel changes, research focuses, funding sources. She believed understanding their methods was our best defense. Eleanor examined a document from the early 1980s, a newspaper clipping about a research grant awarded to the Institute for Cognitive Studies, an earlier iteration of the organization. The accompanying photograph showed a younger Dr. Everett accepting an oversized check from a government official whose name Eleanor recognized as a former defense minister. They changed their name periodically, Catherine explained, but the core personnel remains consistent. Everett has been with them since the beginning of Judith's records, though his role has evolved from researcher to director. How old is he? Eleanor asked, studying the 40-year-old photograph in which Everett appeared to be in his 30s. That's one of the questions Judith could never answer definitively. According to official records, Malcolm Everett was born in 1945, which would make him nearly 80 now. But as you saw today, he doesn't look a day over 60, Eleanor finished. Could he be a son or other relative using the same name? Catherine shook her head. Judith considered that, but the fingerprint records she obtained, don't ask me how, confirmed it's the same man. Somehow, he's aging more slowly than normal. The implication hung in the air between them. If the Institute had found ways to extend life or slow aging, what other capabilities might they have developed? Eleanor studied another document, a list of properties owned by shell companies linked to the Institute. One address near Bristol caught her attention. Thornfield Hall, she read aloud. Acquired 1989. Catherine tensed visibly. The original Thornfield family estate. It passed out of direct family ownership in the 1850s after Margaret's father, Harold Thornfield, died without male heirs. The property changed hands several times before the Institute acquired it through a front company. Why would they want our family's ancestral home? Judith believed they were looking for earlier grimoires or related documents. The main grimoire, the one you found, wasn't always kept at Willow Cottage. Before Eliza Thornfield moved here in the 1670s, the family seat was Thornfield Hall. There might still be hidden caches of knowledge there. Eleanor considered this new information. Did Judith ever investigate the hall? She tried, but access was restricted. The Institute maintains it as a private research facility. Security is tight. Catherine hesitated. There's something else you should know about Thornfield Hall. It's also built on a thin place, perhaps the original one our family was drawn to. Willow Cottage was established as a kind of outpost or observation point, with sightlines to the hall. Eleanor moved to the window, looking out into the storm-shrouded darkness. You mean they're physically connected somehow? The cottage and the hall? Not physically, no. But energetically, yes. On clear days, from the cliff edge, you can just make out the hall's roofline on the horizon. Judith believed that's not coincidence, that Eliza chose this spot deliberately to maintain a connection to the family's power center while establishing a separate base of operations. The cottage creaked around them, as if confirming this assessment. Eleanor had begun to recognize different qualities in these sounds. Some were merely the natural settling of an old building, but others carried meaning, communication. A particularly loud crack of thunder shook the cottage, and the lights flickered momentarily. Both women fell silent, listening to the storm's fury. When the lights stabilized, Eleanor made a decision. I need to show you something, she said, moving to the carved wooden box where she had hidden the grimoire. Catherine watched with visible apprehension as Eleanor unlocked the box and carefully removed the ancient tome. Even from across the room, the grimoires seemed to exert a presence, the silver clasps and embossing catching the firelight in a way that made the metal appear almost liquid. "The Thornfield Grimoire," Eleanor said softly, placing it on the desk. "I've only begun to read it, but already it's changing how I understand the world." Catherine stared at the book, a complex mixture of emotions crossing her face: longing, fear, reverence, regret. "I never thought I would see it," she whispered. "Mother showed it to me once, from a distance, but I refused to touch it. I was afraid." "Are you still afraid?" Eleanor asked gently. Catherine nodded slowly. "Yes. But also, curious. After all these years of running from it, I find myself wondering what I might have become if I had accepted my inheritance." "Touch it," Eleanor urged, pushing the grimoire slightly toward her mother. "It's part of you too, whether you've acknowledged it or not." After a moment's hesitation, Catherine reached out a trembling hand and lightly brushed her fingertips across the cover of the grimoire. The reaction was immediate and visible, her eyes widened, and she drew in a sharp breath as if suddenly immersed in cold water. "Oh," she gasped softly. "I can feel them. All of them. The women who came before." Eleanor nodded, having experienced the same sensation during her first contact with the book. "It holds more than just words and recipes. It holds memories, perceptions, awareness." Catherine withdrew her hand reluctantly. "It's overwhelming." "How can you bear it?" "I don't exactly bear it," Eleanor explained. "I open myself to it. The grimoire doesn't force its knowledge, it offers it. The difference matters." Thunder crashed again, closer this time, and rain pelted the windows with renewed vigor. The cottage responded with its own symphony of creaks and subtle shifts, as if the storm were awakening something within its ancient structure. Eleanor opened the grimoire, turning carefully to a section she had discovered during her initial reading, a detailed description of Willow Cottage itself, compiled by successive guardians. "Look," she said, indicating a series of floor plans dating from different periods. "The cottage has changed over time, but certain features have remained constant, including a network of hidden spaces and passages." Catherine leaned forward, studying the diagrams with growing interest. "I knew about a few of these, like the kitchen cabinet, but not all of them. Judith must have known." According to the grimoire, each guardian adds to the cottage's defenses and hiding places. It's part of the role. Eleanor turned to another page showing a detailed cross-section of the cottage's structure. "There's a space between the study and the living room, a narrow passage with access points from both sides. And here, beneath the stairs, a concealed storage area large enough to hide a person if necessary. But how do you access them? I've lived in this cottage, and I never noticed any hidden doors or passages." Eleanor smiled slightly. "That's part of the protection. According to Margaret's notes, the cottage itself helps conceal these spaces from those who aren't meant to find them. But as guardian, I can ask the cottage to reveal them." To demonstrate, Eleanor placed her hand on the study wall beside the bookcase and closed her eyes, focusing her intention. "Show me," she whispered. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft click barely audible above the storm, a section of the bookcase shifted slightly inward. Eleanor pressed gently, and the entire section swung open like a door, revealing a narrow passage beyond. Catherine stared in disbelief. That's impossible. I've examined every inch of this cottage. That doorway wasn't there." "It was always there," Eleanor corrected. "You just couldn't perceive it. The cottage protects itself and its secrets." She retrieved a flashlight from the desk drawer and shone it into the passage. The beam revealed a narrow corridor, just wide enough for one person, extending about 10 feet before turning sharply. The walls were unfinished stone, the floor simple wooden planks. "Shall we explore?" Eleanor asked, a hint of excitement in her voice despite the seriousness of their situation. Catherine hesitated, then nodded, her academic curiosity apparently overcoming decades of deliberate distance from her heritage. Yes. But, the grimoire. We shouldn't leave it unprotected. It never is, Eleanor said with certainty, returning the ancient book to its box. As she closed the lid, she whispered something, words that came to her intuitively rather than from conscious thought. The box shimmered briefly, then appeared normal once more. Catherine raised an eyebrow questioningly. A simple obscuring, Eleanor explained. Not foolproof, but enough to divert casual attention. The grimoire taught me the technique last night. Together, they entered the hidden passage, Eleanor leading the way with the flashlight. The air was surprisingly fresh, suggesting some form of ventilation. As they approached the turn in the corridor, Eleanor sensed rather than saw a change in the atmosphere, a subtle thickening of the air, as if they were passing through an invisible boundary. Around the corner, the passage opened into a small room, perhaps 8 feet square, with a rough-hewn table against one wall and shelves built into the others. On the shelves stood dozens of containers, glass jars, wooden boxes, leather pouches, and small ceramic pots, all neatly labeled in various handwritings from different eras. A workroom, Catherine breathed, looking around in wonder. For preparing remedies and other things. Eleanor examined the labels on some of the containers: rowan berries, gathered at full moon, sea salt from the east shore, willow bark, spring harvest, lavender from the guardian circle. The ingredients for the formulations described in the grimoire, preserved here, hidden within the cottage's walls, for generations. On the table lay an open journal, the pages yellowed with age but the ink still clear. The handwriting was familiar to Eleanor now, Judith's precise script. The last entry was dated just 3 weeks before her death. April 18, 2023. The signs are clear. My time approaches, and I must prepare for what comes after. I have seen her in my dreams, Eleanor, daughter of Catherine, granddaughter of Anne. The bloodline continues through her, though her mother tried to sever it. The cottage calls to her already, though she knows not what she hears. Everett grows bolder. His agents have been observed near the property twice this week. They sense my weakening and prepare to move once I am gone. The protections I have placed will hold for a time, but only until the new guardian takes her place. I have left the path clear, the letter, the keys, the signs that will guide her. The cottage will do the rest, awakening to her presence as it has to all true guardians before her. The time of transition is always dangerous. The veil thins as one guardian departs and before the next fully assumes the mantle. I have done what I can to smooth the way, but Eleanor must find her own path to acceptance and understanding. If Catherine returns, as she may, when she learns of my passing, help her understand what she has denied for so long. The blood calls, even to those who run from it. She may yet have a role to play in what is to come. Eleanor looked up from the journal to find her mother reading over her shoulder, tears glistening in her eyes. She knew, Catherine whispered. Aunt Judith knew I would come back. She knew a lot of things, Eleanor said softly. Including that I would need your help, despite your rejection of the legacy. Before Catherine could respond, a sound from elsewhere in the cottage caught their attention, a door closing, followed by footsteps. Someone had entered Willow Cottage. Both women froze, listening intently. The footsteps were measured, deliberate, not the heavy tread of an intruder trying to break in, but someone who had entered with a key or other legitimate means of access. The caretaker? Eleanor whispered questioningly. Catherine shook her head. Mrs. Simmons only comes on Tuesdays. And she wouldn't be out in a storm like this. Another possibility occurred to Eleanor. Dr. Norton. From the Historical Society. He seemed to know more about our family than he let on. Possible, Catherine conceded. Judith trusted Norton to an extent. But we shouldn't assume it's a friend. The footsteps had stopped, and now they could hear the sound of drawers being opened and closed in what seemed to be the living room, someone searching methodically through the cottage. Everett, Catherine mouthed silently, her expression hardening. He must have waited until he saw me leave. Eleanor's stomach clenched with sudden anxiety. She had assumed Catherine had driven to Willow Cottage, but now realized her mother had never mentioned transportation. How did you get here? Where's your car? Train to Brackenford, then taxi, Catherine whispered back. I didn't want to leave an obvious vehicle parked here. Which meant that the black sedan Eleanor had seen earlier belonged to Everett or his associates, who must have been watching the cottage, waiting for an opportunity to search it more thoroughly than they had during their brief visit with Catherine. Eleanor weighed their options. They could remain hidden in the secret room, hoping the intruder wouldn't discover the concealed entrance. Or they could confront whoever had entered, asserting their rightful presence in the cottage. Neither choice was without risk. Before she could decide, the cottage itself seemed to make the decision for them. From the hidden room, they heard a loud crash from the study, the sound of something heavy falling or being knocked over. The footsteps immediately headed in that direction. The cottage is creating a diversion, Eleanor whispered, understanding instinctively. It's giving us a chance to move. She led her mother back along the passage toward the study entrance, listening carefully for sounds of the intruder. As they reached the bookcase door, Eleanor peered through a tiny gap between the shelves, confirming that the study was empty. The crash had come from a large reference book that had apparently fallen from the highest shelf, now lying open on the floor. Silently, Eleanor pushed the bookcase door open just enough for them to slip through. Once they were both in the study, the door closed behind them with a soft click, the mechanism once again invisible to casual observation. We need to see who it is, Eleanor whispered. Stay here while I look. Before Catherine could object, Eleanor moved stealthily to the study door and eased it open a fraction. From this vantage point, she could see into the hallway and partially into the living room beyond. A figure moved in and out of her limited field of vision, a man in a dark coat, methodically searching through the contents of the living room desk. Dr. Malcolm Everett had returned as Catherine predicted, apparently confident enough in his access to conduct a more thorough search than had been possible earlier. Eleanor watched as he examined papers, tested floorboards for hollow spaces, and ran his hands along the edges of picture frames as if seeking hidden compartments. His movements were too deliberate, too knowing. This was not his first time searching for hidden documents or secret spaces. As she observed him, Eleanor felt a growing sense of outrage. This man was invading her home, her heritage, treating the cottage and its contents as objects to be acquired rather than a living legacy to be respected. Without consciously deciding to do so, Eleanor found herself stepping into the hallway, confronting the intruder directly. Dr. Everett, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. I don't recall inviting you into my home. The man turned sharply, momentarily startled before composing his features into a polite smile that didn't reach his eyes. Up close, he looked much as he had from a distance, tall, lean, immaculately groomed, with close-cropped gray hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. His eyes were a penetrating blue, assessing Eleanor with clinical interest. Ah, Dr. Reed. I apologize for the intrusion. Your mother mentioned you were in town, and I hope to continue our earlier conversation. His voice was cultured, with the faintest trace of an accent Eleanor couldn't quite place. By breaking into my home during a storm? Eleanor challenged, noting that Everett made no move to explain how he had gained entry. Hardly breaking in, he countered smoothly, holding up a key. Mrs. Reed provided this for my use. She was quite concerned about the cottage's condition, given the forecasted storm. I offered to check that everything was secure. The lie was so polished, so plausible, that for a moment Eleanor almost doubted her own understanding of the situation. But she had seen his searching, his careful examination of potential hiding places. This was no casual safety check. How thoughtful, she replied, matching his tone of false politeness. Though I'm puzzled why checking windows would require going through my desk drawers. A flicker of something, annoyance. Respect, crossed Everett's face before he smiled again. Touché, Dr. Reed. Perhaps I should be more direct. I represent an organization with significant interest in your family's historical documents, particularly those related to what we might call alternative perceptual states or intuitive sciences. The Institute is prepared to offer substantial compensation for access to these materials. You mean the Institute for Paranormal Research? Eleanor asked pointedly, using the name Catherine had provided. Or has it changed identities again recently? Everett's eyes narrowed slightly, the only indication that her knowledge had surprised him. I see Mrs. Reed has been sharing her perspectives. I had hoped for a more balanced introduction to our work. Breaking into my home doesn't exactly predispose me to trust your version of events, Dr. Everett. From the study doorway came Catherine's voice, tense with barely controlled anger. He didn't break in, Eleanor. He never does. The Institute specializes in acquiring access through legitimate means, manipulating caretakers, bribing service providers, cultivating relationships with family members. Everett turned to Catherine with a look of exaggerated disappointment. Mrs. Reed, we've known each other for decades. Is this really how you choose to characterize our relationship? After all the resources the Institute has offered to help preserve your family's unique heritage. Preservation was never your goal, Catherine retorted. You want to exploit, not protect. The air in the cottage seemed to thicken as the three of them stood in this tableau of confrontation. Outside, the storm raged unabated, thunder crashing periodically as if emphasizing the tension within. Everett sighed, apparently deciding to drop the pretense of polite visitor. Very well. Let's speak plainly. The Thornfield women have possessed uncommon abilities for generations, abilities documented in a collection of texts the Institute has sought to study for nearly a century. These abilities align with research areas of significant interest to our organization and its funding partners. He turned his penetrating gaze back to Eleanor. Your great-aunt Judith refused cooperation. Your mother chose willful ignorance. But you, Dr. Reed, a respected academic, a woman of science, surely you can appreciate the value of bringing these abilities into the realm of scientific study? Of documenting and potentially replicating the perceptual techniques your ancestors developed through trial and error. The appeal was cleverly crafted to target Eleanor's professional identity, her commitment to academic research and documented evidence. In another context, with another person, it might have been persuasive. But Eleanor had held the grimoire. She had felt the cottage's awareness. She had seen Margaret across time. These experiences weren't just perceptual techniques to be replicated in a laboratory, they were part of a living tradition, a responsibility passed from guardian to guardian. The Thornfield legacy isn't a research subject, Eleanor said firmly. It's not for sale, study, or replication. Now I'll thank you to leave my home, and return the key you've somehow acquired. Everett studied her for a long moment, as if reassessing his approach. You've already found it, haven't you? The grimoire. Eleanor kept her expression neutral, but something must have confirmed his suspicion, for he smiled, a cold, satisfied smile that sent a chill through her. I thought as much. The cottage always responds differently when the grimoire is present and acknowledged by a guardian. He glanced around at the walls, the ceiling, as if perceiving something beyond the physical structure. It's quite remarkable, really, a genuinely sentient building, responsive to specific bloodlines. We've documented similar phenomena at other locations, but none quite so developed. His casual acknowledgement of the cottage's nature was unsettling. How much did the Institute truly understand about the thin places, about the Thornfield legacy? Dr. Reed, Eleanor, Everett continued, his tone softening to something almost paternal. The Institute doesn't wish to deprive you of your heritage. On the contrary, we want to help you understand it more fully, to develop abilities that might otherwise take years to master. We have resources, knowledge from similar traditions around the world. We can offer protection from those who might exploit these abilities for less ethical purposes. Like yourselves? Catherine interjected sharply. Everett ignored her, keeping his focus on Eleanor. Think of what your ancestors accomplished in isolation, with limited resources and understanding. Now imagine what might be possible with scientific methodology, with comparative analysis across traditions, with modern technology to enhance and extend natural abilities. Despite herself, Eleanor felt a flicker of curiosity. What might be possible? The grimoire hinted at capabilities she had barely begun to comprehend, perceptions across time, influence over material reality through focused intention, communication beyond ordinary sensory channels. If these abilities could be developed more fully, understood more scientifically. The cottage creaked sharply, breaking her moment of consideration. Eleanor recognized the sound for what it was, a warning. The cottage, which had welcomed her, which had protected the grimoire for generations, was cautioning her against Everett's persuasive words. An interesting offer, she said carefully. But not one I'm prepared to consider tonight. It's late, Dr. Everett, and I think we've all had enough surprises for one day. Everett regarded her thoughtfully, then nodded, apparently deciding not to press his advantage. Of course. We'll have other opportunities to discuss this more fully. He reached into his coat pocket and produced a business card, which he placed on the hall table. When you're ready to continue our conversation, you can reach me at this number. Day or night. He moved toward the front door but paused before opening it. One more thing, Dr. Reed. The Institute isn't the only organization interested in what the Thornfield women have preserved. We at least approach openly, with respect for the tradition. Others, well, let's just say their methods are less scrupulous. Be careful whom you trust. With that parting remark, he opened the door and stepped out into the storm, pulling up his collar against the driving rain. Eleanor watched through the window as he hurried to the black sedan parked near the gate, the same vehicle she had noticed earlier. Catherine locked the door behind him, then sagged against it, tension visibly draining from her body. He's always had that effect, making you doubt yourself, question your perceptions. It's one of his most dangerous qualities. Eleanor nodded, understanding exactly what her mother meant. Despite knowing Everett was an intruder with questionable motives, she had found herself momentarily considering his offer, attracted by the promise of greater knowledge and faster development of her emerging abilities. Was he telling the truth about other organizations being interested in the grimoire, she asked, returning to the study where the carved box still sat on the desk, invisibly protected by her earlier obscuring. Partially, Catherine replied, following her. There are other groups researching similar phenomena, some academic, some governmental, some less easily categorized. But Everett exaggerates the threat to position the Institute as the lesser evil, the safer option. Eleanor removed the obscuring from the box with a whispered word and checked that the grimoire remained undisturbed within. He knew I'd found it. He could sense it somehow. Everett has spent decades studying families like ours, thin places like Willow Cottage. He's developed his own kind of sensitivity, not the natural abilities of the Thornfield line, but something acquired through practice and exposure. Catherine frowned. That's what makes him particularly dangerous. He understands enough to recognize the real thing, but not enough to respect its boundaries and limitations. Thunder crashed directly overhead, shaking the cottage to its foundations. The lights flickered, then went out completely, plunging them into darkness broken only by occasional flashes of lightning through the windows. Eleanor found her flashlight and switched it on. Power outage. Not surprising in this weather. The storm isn't natural, Catherine said quietly. Or at least, not entirely. It formed too quickly, intensified too rapidly. You think Everett caused it somehow? Not Everett specifically. But the Institute has been experimenting with weather modification for decades. A localized storm would provide excellent cover for entering the cottage, searching it, and potentially removing items without being observed. Eleanor considered this disturbing possibility. You believe they planned to take the grimoire tonight if they found it? I think they intended to assess the situation, determine if you had located it, and then decide how to proceed. Catherine moved to help Eleanor light several candles placed strategically around the study. Everett's approach to you is telling, the appeal to your academic background, the offer of resources and protection. He's adapting his strategy based on what he's learned about you. In the flickering candlelight, the study took on a different character. Shadows danced across the walls, making the room seem both smaller and more alive. Eleanor felt the cottage's presence more intensely in this state, as if the darkness and storm had somehow strengthened the connection between the building and its guardian. "What should we expect now?" she asked, settling into the chair behind the desk, the grimoire box before her. Catherine lit the last candle and joined her, taking the chair opposite. "Everett will report back to the Institute. They'll analyze what he learned, adjust their approach accordingly. They won't give up. The Thornfield grimoire represents too significant a prize." She hesitated, then added, "And they'll accelerate their timetable now that they know you found the grimoire. We should expect more direct approaches, possibly from multiple angles." "Multiple angles?" "Professional colleagues reaching out with sudden interest in your research. Old friends reappearing with convenient reasons to visit. Job offers, research grants, interview requests, any pretext to maintain contact and gather information." Catherine's expression darkened. "And if those softer approaches fail, they have other methods." The implication hung in the air between them. Eleanor thought of her grandfather's suspicious death, of Mark's unexplained departure, of Everett's smooth invasion of her home. The Institute was clearly willing to go to considerable lengths to acquire what it wanted. "We need to be prepared," Eleanor said decisively. "I need to understand what I'm protecting, and how to protect it." She opened the carved box and removed the grimoire, placing it on the desk between them. In the candlelight, the silver embossing caught the flames and reflected them in mesmerizing patterns across the study ceiling. "I know you've been reluctant to engage with our heritage," Eleanor said to her mother. "But I'm asking for your help now. Whatever you know, whatever you remember, I need it. The grimoire has chosen me as guardian, but I'm still learning what that means." Catherine looked at the ancient book, conflict evident in her expression. After a long moment, she nodded slowly. "I'll help you understand what I can, though I rejected my role before I learned many of the deeper aspects of being guardian." She reached out and touched the grimoire's cover lightly, less hesitantly than before. "When I was a child, before I became afraid, my mother began teaching me. The basics, the foundations. I remember more than I've allowed myself to acknowledge all these years." Eleanor felt a surge of gratitude. Whatever mistakes Catherine had made, whatever distance still existed between them, her mother was choosing now to stand with her, to share what knowledge she possessed. "Thank you," she said simply. Outside, the storm continued its assault on Willow Cottage, but within the candlelit study, mother and daughter began what should have happened decades earlier, the passing of knowledge from one generation to the next, the sharing of a legacy both burden and gift. As Catherine began speaking of her childhood lessons, of the basic techniques for perceiving beyond ordinary senses, of the cottage's nature and the grimoire's purpose, Eleanor felt something shift within her, a deepening awareness, a stronger connection to the lineage she had only recently discovered. The grimoire before them seemed to respond to this transfer of knowledge, the embossed silver glowing slightly brighter than the candlelight alone could explain. And around them, Willow Cottage settled into a different kind of creaking, not warning now, but approval. In the darkness of the storm-lashed night, the investigation continued, not just into the historical facts of the Thornfield legacy, but into the living reality of what it meant to be guardian of a knowledge both ancient and urgently relevant to the present moment. And somewhere in the night, Dr. Malcolm Everett drove back toward whatever base the Institute maintained locally, already formulating his report, already planning his next approach to acquiring the prize he had sought for decades. The confrontation had only begun. Dawn broke with unexpected clarity, the storm having passed during the night, leaving the world washed clean and gleaming. Eleanor stood at the kitchen window, a mug of strong tea warming her hands, watching the sun rise over the sea. She had slept little, the hours after Everett's departure filled with Catherine's teachings and her own practice of the basic techniques described in the grimoire. The power had not yet returned, but the cottage seemed more alive than ever, responding to Eleanor's growing awareness with subtle signs of recognition, doors opening more easily to her touch, items she needed appearing conveniently at hand, the temperature remaining comfortable despite the lack of electrical heating. Catherine joined her at the window, looking worn but determined. "You're a quick study," she observed. "It took me weeks to master the basic perceptual expansion you achieved in hours." "I had a good teacher," Eleanor replied, offering a small smile. "And perhaps the grimoire is helping, accelerating the process somehow." "Perhaps." Catherine sipped from her own tea. "The grimoire has always had its own agenda, its own understanding of timing and necessity. If it's helping you develop more quickly, there's likely a reason." Eleanor nodded, considering this. The grimoire was not simply a repository of knowledge but an entity with a kind of sentience, or at least purpose, accumulated through generations of guardians adding their experiences and awareness to its pages. "What should we do next?" she asked, turning from the window to face her mother. "Everett will be back, one way or another. We need to secure the grimoire more effectively," Catherine replied. "The wooden box and your obscuring technique are good temporary measures, but insufficient for prolonged protection. The grimoire itself should contain instructions for more permanent safeguards." Eleanor agreed. "I found a section on protective measures last night, but many of the techniques require materials I don't have, specific herbs, oils, minerals." "The hidden workroom," Catherine suggested. "The supplies we found there should include most of what you need. And Judith likely maintained a garden of essential plants somewhere on the property, following tradition." "I'll search for it today," Eleanor decided. "But first, I want to examine the correspondence between Judith and the previous guardians. There might be information about the Institute's earlier approaches, strategies that worked against them." Catherine set down her mug. "I can help with that." Judith kept all her important correspondence in a hidden compartment beneath the window seat in her bedroom, what's now your bedroom, I assume. "Another hidden space I didn't know about," Eleanor said with a small smile. "This cottage has more secrets than a Russian nesting doll." "It was designed that way intentionally," Catherine explained. "Each guardian adds her own hidden spaces, her own protections, while maintaining those created by her predecessors. The cottage has evolved over centuries into a kind of puzzle box, revealing different compartments depending on who's seeking and why." They finished their tea and headed upstairs to Eleanor's bedroom. The window seat looked ordinary enough, a cushioned bench beneath the large window overlooking the sea. Catherine knelt beside it and pressed a specific pattern into the wooden frame, a sequence of 5 pressure points that caused a soft click to sound from within the structure. "The release mechanism requires the right sequence and the right pressure," she explained, lifting the seat to reveal a hollow space beneath. "It responds differently to different bloodlines. For a Thornfield woman, it opens easily. For anyone else, it would remain sealed." Inside the compartment lay several bundles of letters tied with different colored ribbons, a small leather-bound journal, and a flat wooden box about 12 inches square. Eleanor carefully removed these items and placed them on the bed. The journal proved to be Judith's personal diary, distinct from her research notes on the Institute. The letters were grouped chronologically, spanning from the 1940s to just months before Judith's death. The wooden box, however, drew Eleanor's attention most strongly. Unlike the carved box that currently housed the grimoire, this one was plain, its surface unmarked except for a small silver inlay on the lid, a willow tree identical to the one on the grimoire's cover. "I've never seen this before," Catherine said, studying the box with evident curiosity. "It wasn't here when I lived in the cottage." Eleanor felt drawn to the box, her fingers tingling slightly as they approached its surface, the now familiar sensation that indicated an object of power within the Thornfield tradition. She carefully lifted the lid to reveal a folded piece of parchment resting on a bed of dark blue velvet. The parchment was addressed simply, "For the guardian who follows." With careful fingers, Eleanor unfolded the document. It was written in Judith's precise handwriting, dated just 2 weeks before her death. To Eleanor Reed, guardian of the Thornfield legacy. If you are reading this, you have found the grimoire and begun to accept your role. The cottage has recognized you, as I knew it would. The bloodline speaks strongly in you, more strongly than it has in generations. What follows is urgently important. The Institute has moved beyond mere interest in our knowledge. They have begun actively replicating certain techniques, with troubling results. Their work at Thornfield Hall has accelerated in recent months, focusing on what they call temporal permeability, the ability to perceive across time that has always been a particular strength of our line. Their methods are crude but increasingly effective. They lack the innate sensitivity that comes with our bloodline, so they compensate with technology and brute force approaches that damage the fabric of reality around thin places. The consequences could be catastrophic if they proceed without understanding the necessary limitations and balances our family has observed for centuries. Beneath the velvet in this box, you will find the key to Thornfield Hall's East Wing, where our family's original workrooms were located. I acquired it at great risk nearly 40 years ago, before the Institute fully secured the property. You must use it to access the hall and assess what the Institute has done there. Only with that knowledge can you properly prepare defenses for Willow Cottage and the grimoire. The journey will be dangerous. The Institute maintains surveillance and security at the hall. But you have advantages they cannot counter: your bloodline connection to the place, your developing abilities as guardian, and most importantly, the element of surprise. They do not know about this key, nor that I maintained awareness of their activities through means they never detected. Consult the grimoire about shielding techniques before you go. Look particularly at Margaret's additions regarding passage unnoticed and Eliza's work on confusion of perception. These will help you move through the hall without detection. If Catherine has returned to help you, as my dream suggests she might, her knowledge of the Institute's personnel and methods will be valuable, despite her rejection of her heritage. The blood speaks in her too, though she has long denied its call. Time grows short. The balance of energies between Willow Cottage and Thornfield Hall has sustained our work for centuries. If the Institute's experiments disrupt this balance, the consequences will extend far beyond our family legacy. Trust the grimoire. Trust the cottage. Trust your blood. They will guide you when rational thought alone cannot show the way. With faith in what you will become. Judith Thornfield Reed. Guardian, 1977 to 2023. Eleanor looked up from the letter, meeting her mother's concerned gaze. Thornfield Hall. Judith believed I need to go there, to see what the Institute is doing. Catherine took the letter, reading it quickly, her expression growing increasingly troubled. This is more serious than I realized. If they're experimenting with temporal perception without proper understanding of the limitations. She left the sentence unfinished, the implications too disturbing to voice. Eleanor lifted the velvet lining to reveal the key Judith had mentioned, an ornate brass key that looked at least 2 centuries old, its head formed in the shape of a tree with spreading branches. The original key to the East Wing, Catherine said softly. Judith never told me she had this. Would you have wanted to know? Eleanor asked, not unkindly. Catherine considered the question honestly. Probably not, then. I was still running, still trying to convince myself that none of this was real, or at least, that it could be escaped. She looked at Eleanor directly. But now I think Judith was right. You need to go to Thornfield Hall, and I need to help you prepare. Eleanor carefully replaced the parchment in the box but kept the key, feeling its weight in her palm, a physical connection to the ancestral home her family had left generations ago. Tell me about Thornfield Hall. What do you know of it? I've never been inside, Catherine admitted. But I've seen it from a distance. It's a substantial country house, Georgian in its main structure with earlier elements incorporated. The Institute maintains it as a private research facility with restricted access. Local people avoid it. There are rumors of strange lights, unusual sounds at night. How far from here? About 20 miles inland. Close enough to maintain the energetic connection Judith mentioned, far enough to have its own distinct influence on the surrounding area. Catherine's brow furrowed in concern. Eleanor, infiltrating Thornfield Hall won't be like finding hidden compartments in Willow Cottage. The Institute has modern security, surveillance cameras, motion detectors, armed guards. But as Judith pointed out, I have advantages they don't expect, Eleanor replied, feeling a growing determination. My connection to the place itself, the techniques in the grimoire, and this key. She held up the brass key, which caught the morning light and seemed to glow briefly with an inner fire. We'll need to prepare carefully, Catherine insisted. Study the relevant sections of the grimoire, gather whatever supplies you might need, plan the approach. She hesitated, then added reluctantly, and I should come with you. Eleanor looked at her mother in surprise. You want to come to Thornfield Hall? After spending decades avoiding all of this? Want isn't exactly the right word, Catherine said dryly. But need, yes. I know the Institute's personnel, their methods, their likely security arrangements. And she paused, seeming to struggle with the admission, the blood calls, as Judith wrote. I've been feeling it since I arrived here, growing stronger by the hour. Perhaps it's time I stopped running. Eleanor felt a surge of emotion, gratitude, yes, but also a deeper appreciation for the courage this represented for her mother. Catherine had built her entire adult life around rejection of her heritage, had raised Eleanor specifically to be disconnected from it. To reverse that position now, to step back into the world she had fled, required significant bravery. Thank you, Eleanor said simply. Catherine nodded, accepting both the thanks and the unspoken acknowledgement of what this choice meant. We should begin preparations immediately. The longer the grimoire remains here without enhanced protection, the greater the risk. Together, they gathered the journal and letters from the hidden compartment and brought them downstairs to the study. Eleanor retrieved the grimoire from its temporary hiding place, and they spent the morning immersed in research, Catherine reviewing Judith's correspondence for information about the Institute's activities at Thornfield Hall, Eleanor studying the grimoire's sections on protection and concealment. By midday, a plan had begun to take shape. They would travel to Thornfield Hall the following night, using the techniques described in the grimoire to approach undetected. The key would provide access to the East Wing, where they would assess the Institute's experimental work and, if possible, retrieve any original Thornfield documents that might remain there. Before that journey, however, Eleanor needed to strengthen her developing abilities and establish more permanent protections for the grimoire during her absence. These preparations would require materials from both the hidden workroom and the garden Judith had presumably maintained somewhere on the property. I'll search for the garden, Catherine offered, looking up from a letter she had been reading. I think I know where Judith might have placed it. There's a sheltered hollow on the south side of the property, protected from the sea winds but with good exposure to sunlight. And I'll work with the grimoire on the protective measures, Eleanor agreed. Later, we can inventory the workroom supplies to ensure we have everything needed for tomorrow night. As they prepared to separate for these tasks, Catherine hesitated, then spoke with evident difficulty. Eleanor, there's something else you should know before we proceed. Something about Thornfield Hall, about our family's original departure from it. Eleanor sensed the seriousness in her mother's tone. What is it? The grimoire wasn't the only thing our family protected, Catherine said quietly. There's another artifact, an object of significant power that remained at Thornfield Hall when Eliza Thornfield established Willow Cottage. The family chronicles refer to it as the Anchor. The Anchor? What exactly is it? I don't know precisely. Mother mentioned it only once, warning me never to speak of it. But from what I gathered, it's an object that stabilizes the thin place at Thornfield Hall, preventing what she called uncontrolled slippage between time streams. Catherine's expression was grave. If the Institute has found it, has been experimenting with it without understanding its purpose. She didn't need to finish the thought. Eleanor understood the implication. Such experimentation could have consequences far beyond Thornfield Hall itself, potentially affecting the stability of reality in ways the Institute neither intended nor comprehended. Then we have even more reason to proceed carefully, Eleanor said, absorbing this new information. Tomorrow night, we'll discover exactly what the Institute has been doing, and whether this anchor remains secure. Catherine nodded, her determination matching Eleanor's own. The blood calls, she said softly, almost to herself. After all these years running from it, I find it still knows my name. As they parted to begin their respective tasks, Eleanor felt the weight of responsibility settling more firmly on her shoulders. In just a few days, she had gone from academic historian to guardian of an ancient legacy, from daughter estranged from her mother's past to partner in a mission with potentially far-reaching consequences. The cottage creaked around her as she opened the grimoire on the study desk, searching for the protective measures she would need. The sound seemed encouraging, supportive, Willow Cottage recognizing its guardian's growing acceptance of her role. Outside, the day continued bright and clear, the storm's passage leaving no visible trace except for scattered branches and debris in the garden. But as Eleanor immersed herself in the grimoire's teachings, she sensed another storm gathering, not of wind and rain, but of opposing forces and intentions, centering around the legacy she had only begun to understand. The investigation was leading toward confrontation. The question was no longer whether Eleanor would face the Institute directly, but when and how, and whether her rapidly developing abilities would be sufficient for the challenge ahead. The afternoon passed in focused preparation. Eleanor remained in the study with the grimoire, absorbing techniques for protection and concealment that generations of Thornfield women had refined. The ancient book seemed to respond to her intentions, pages turning to relevant sections as if guided by an invisible hand, certain passages appearing more prominent than others as her attention moved across them. The most immediately useful information came from Margaret's writings on passage unnoticed, not true invisibility, but a method of redirecting attention and perception so that observers would simply fail to notice one's presence. Margaret had developed this technique during her conflict with her father, using it to move freely through Thornfield Hall when he had attempted to confine her to her rooms. The key lies not in changing one's physical appearance, but in altering how others perceive, Margaret had written. The mind naturally filters what the eyes see, discarding what seems unimportant or expected. By projecting a sense of expected absence, one becomes part of the background, registered but not acknowledged. The technique required sustained concentration and a specific form of energy manipulation that Eleanor practiced throughout the afternoon. By evening, she could move across the study and have the grimoire record that it perceived her as present but unremarkable, a significant achievement for a novice practitioner. Catherine returned as the sun was setting, her clothes smudged with soil but her expression satisfied. "I found it," she announced from the doorway. "Judith's garden. It's exactly where I thought, in the hollow beyond the stone wall. It's remarkably well maintained for having been untended these past months." Eleanor looked up from the grimoire. "The cottage probably helped preserve it. I've been reading about how it can extend its influence to the surrounding grounds, maintaining certain plants deemed important to the guardian's work. That explains why everything is still thriving despite neglect." Catherine held up a basket containing various herbs and plants. "I've harvested what we'll need for the protective measures and for tomorrow night's expedition. Some of these are rare varieties I haven't seen since childhood, plants with properties that botanists have never properly catalogued." Together, they moved to the hidden workroom, where Catherine sorted and prepared the harvested plants while Eleanor consulted the grimoire about their proper use. The small room took on the atmosphere of an alchemist's laboratory, with bundles of herbs hanging to dry, small dishes of crushed leaves and flowers, and glass vials of carefully measured mixtures. "This feels familiar," Catherine admitted as she worked, her hands moving with surprising confidence through processes she hadn't performed in decades. "Like muscle memory, but deeper. The blood remembers even when the mind tries to forget." Eleanor watched her mother with newfound appreciation. Despite her long rejection of the Thornfield legacy, Catherine worked with the natural materials as if she had never stopped, measuring, mixing, murmuring occasional phrases that seemed to intensify the properties of the preparations. "You would have been a powerful guardian," Eleanor observed quietly. Catherine paused, her hand stilling over a mortar and pestle. "Perhaps. But power was what frightened me, not its absence, but its presence. The responsibility of it." She resumed her work, grinding dried leaves into a fine powder. "You're handling it better than I did. You don't seem afraid." "I am afraid," Eleanor admitted. "But I'm more afraid of what happens if I run from this, if I leave the grimoire unprotected, if the Institute continues its work unchallenged." Catherine nodded, understanding in her eyes. "A better kind of fear, then. One that guides rather than paralyzes." By nightfall, they had completed the preparations for two critical tasks: establishing stronger protection for the grimoire during their absence, and creating the materials needed for their infiltration of Thornfield Hall. The grimoire would remain at Willow Cottage, secured through a combination of physical concealment and energetic barriers that would render it effectively imperceptible to anyone but Eleanor. As they finished their work, Catherine unwrapped a small package she had kept separate from the other harvested plants. Inside lay a cluster of deep purple berries, their surface covered with a silvery bloom that seemed to shimmer in the candlelight. "Nightshade berries?" Eleanor asked, recognizing them from botanical illustrations. "Not ordinary nightshade," Catherine corrected. "These are Atropa somnifera, dreamer's nightshade. A variant that appears only in certain thin places, including the grounds of both Willow Cottage and Thornfield Hall. Judith cultivated them carefully. They're poisonous, surely?" "In large quantities, yes. But properly prepared, in very small doses, they enhance perception beyond ordinary boundaries." Catherine handled the berries with evident respect. "These will be our last resort tomorrow night, if we need to perceive something hidden by conventional means. They allow the blood to speak more strongly, temporarily heightening the abilities passed through our line." Eleanor regarded the innocent-looking berries with new wariness. "Side effects?" "Significant," Catherine acknowledged grimly. "Disorientation, possible hallucinations, vulnerability to influences from the thin place itself. They're dangerous not just physically but psychically, opening doorways in the mind that aren't easily closed again. Mother used them only twice in her life, and said both experiences marked her permanently. Let's hope we won't need them, then." "Indeed." Catherine carefully rewrapped the berries and placed them in a small leather pouch. "Sometimes having a last resort is enough. The knowledge that it exists can give courage when courage is needed." As they emerged from the hidden workroom, the cottage welcomed them with subtle warmth despite the continued absence of electrical power. Candles they had not lit themselves burned gently in wall sconces, and the fireplace in the living room contained a small, well-established fire that crackled cheerfully. "The cottage is getting stronger," Catherine observed, looking around with a mixture of appreciation and unease. "It's been a long time since I've seen it this responsive." "It's preparing too," Eleanor said, understanding instinctively. "It knows we'll be leaving temporarily, and it's establishing its own defenses." They settled in the living room with simple sandwiches and tea, reviewing their plans for the following night. The power had not yet returned, likely a widespread outage from the storm, but neither woman particularly missed the modern convenience. Candlelight and firelight seemed more appropriate for their discussions of ancient legacies and hidden knowledge. "There's something we haven't addressed," Catherine said as they finished their meal. "The question of what happens after tomorrow night. Assuming we successfully infiltrate Thornfield Hall and learn what the Institute is doing, what then?" Eleanor had been considering this question throughout the day's preparations. "That depends on what we find, doesn't it? If the Institute is simply researching the thin place without actively destabilizing it, perhaps monitoring is sufficient. But if they've located the anchor, if they're manipulating it without understanding, then intervention becomes necessary," Catherine finished. "Possibly confrontation." which could attract exactly the kind of attention we want to avoid. Catherine nodded soberly. The Institute has connections in academia, government, multiple industries. They can discredit, isolate, even criminalize those who interfere with their work. Judith documented cases where opponents suddenly faced plagiarism allegations, criminal investigations, even commitment to psychiatric facilities. So direct confrontation is unwise, Eleanor concluded. What alternatives do we have? Judith maintained what she called insurance, documentation of the Institute's less ethical activities, secured with instructions for release to specific journalists and officials if anything happened to her. Catherine frowned. But she never told me where this documentation was stored. I assumed it would be mentioned in her personal papers, but I haven't found any reference yet. Eleanor considered this new puzzle. It would be somewhere secure but accessible, somewhere the Institute wouldn't think to look. A thought occurred to her. What about Dr. Norton at the Historical Society? Judith seemed to trust him to some extent, according to your earlier comment. Possibly, Catherine agreed. Norton's grandmother worked for Judith. There's been a connection between the families for generations, not our bloodline, but allies of a sort. People who know enough to help but not enough to pose a threat. I'll contact him tomorrow, Eleanor decided. Subtly, to test his knowledge and loyalty before revealing too much. They fell silent for a time, watching the fire and contemplating the complexities of their situation. Eventually, Catherine spoke again, her voice quieter, more personal. There's something I should have told you years ago, Eleanor. Something about your father, about why I was so determined to keep you away from all of this. Eleanor felt a sudden tension. Her father had rarely been discussed during her childhood. She knew only the basics. Robert Reed, university professor, died in a car accident when she was 4 years old. Catherine had never remarried, never seemed interested in other relationships. What about Dad? She asked carefully. Catherine stared into the fire, her profile sharp against the dancing flames. He didn't die in a car accident. That was the official report, the story I decided you should believe until you were old enough for the truth. But the truth? She took a deep breath. Robert was like us. Not Thornfield blood, but his own family had a similar legacy, perceptions beyond the ordinary, connections to thin places. Eleanor stared at her mother, shock rendering her momentarily speechless. Finally, she managed, Dad was, like us. And you never told me. We met at university, Catherine continued, as if needing to tell the whole story now that she had begun. I was running for my heritage, he was cautiously exploring his. We recognized something in each other immediately, a resonance, a familiarity beyond rational explanation. When we married, we agreed to live normally, to set aside the abilities we both possessed. And we did, for several years. She paused, pain evident in her expression. Then you were born, and everything changed. From your earliest days, you showed signs, unusual awareness, precognitive dreams even as a toddler. Robert saw it as confirmation that these abilities couldn't be ignored or suppressed. He wanted to embrace them, to teach you to understand and use your gifts from both our bloodlines. And you didn't, Eleanor guessed, pieces of her childhood suddenly rearranging themselves into a new pattern. I was terrified, Catherine admitted. Not just of the Institute, which had already approached us once, but of what embracing these abilities might mean for you, the isolation, the burden, the danger. We argued about it constantly. Finally, Robert decided to take you to meet his family in Scotland, people who understood these gifts and had learned to live with them in balance. Catherine's voice grew tighter. The night before you were supposed to leave, there was an incident. Robert went out for a walk to clear his head after another argument. He never returned. The police found his body the next morning at the bottom of a ravine, a tragic accident, they said. A misstep in the dark. But you didn't believe it was an accident, Eleanor said, already knowing the answer. No. There were inconsistencies. And 2 days later, Dr. Everett appeared at our door, offering condolences and mentioning how tragic it was when gifted individuals failed to take proper precautions. Catherine's hands clenched in her lap. It was a message. A warning of what could happen if we didn't cooperate, or at least stay out of their way. Eleanor absorbed this revelation, this reframing of her entire family history. So you took me and ran. Changed our names back to your maiden name, moved repeatedly, cut all ties with Dad's family. I thought I was protecting you, Catherine said, meeting Eleanor's gaze directly. By denying your heritage, by raising you to be rational and skeptical, I believed I could keep you safe from the Institute and from the dangers inherent in these abilities themselves. And Dad's family? My grandparents, aunts, uncles on his side. The Campbells of Glen Arac, Catherine said softly. They're still there, still maintaining their own version of what we do here. They've reached out periodically over the years, letters I returned unopened, calls I refused to take. They wanted to know you, to help you understand your father's heritage as well as mine. Eleanor felt a surge of anger, quickly followed by profound sadness. An entire family, her family, had been kept from her, along with knowledge of her father's true nature and the full scope of her own inheritance. You had no right, she said quietly, the words heavy with emotion. No right to make that decision alone, to cut me off from so much of who I am. I know, Catherine whispered, tears glistening in the firelight. I thought I was choosing the lesser harm. I was wrong, and I've paid for that choice with decades of fear and isolation. We both have. The cottage creaked around them, not in judgment, Eleanor sensed, but in acknowledgement of pain long carried and finally spoken. The fire burned lower, shadows deepening in the corners of the room as the two women sat in silence, the weight of revelation settling between them. Finally, Eleanor asked the question that now seemed most pressing, does the Institute know about Dad's family? About my connection to them? I don't believe so, Catherine replied. The Campbells have been more careful, more isolated than the Thornfields. They've maintained a deliberate obscurity for generations, rarely leaving their glen, conducting their work quietly. Robert was unusual in leaving, in attending university. And we never spoke of them after his death, never made any contact that could be traced. Then they might be allies now, Eleanor said thoughtfully. People who understand what we're facing, who have their own experience with thin places and the abilities they foster. Possibly, Catherine agreed, caution evident in her tone. But reaching out to them means revealing your location, your situation. If the Institute is monitoring communications as Judith believed they were, then we need a more secure method of contact. Eleanor considered the problem. What about the cottage itself? If these abilities are tied to thin places, to the bloodlines that guard them, might there be a way to communicate through those channels? Catherine looked surprised. Direct perception across distance. It's theoretically possible, the grimoire mentions it, but extremely difficult, especially without established contact or familiarity with the specific thin place you're trying to reach. But not impossible, Eleanor pressed. Especially if they're already aware of me in some way, already reaching out. Dad's family, might they have been watching for me? Waiting for me to awaken to my heritage? The question hung in the air between them, pregnant with possibility. Catherine's expression shifted from skepticism to thoughtful consideration. If anyone could perceive across such distance, it would be Fiona Campbell, your grandmother, Robert's mother. She was extraordinarily gifted, even within their family. Robert said she could hear the stones speaking in their glen, could perceive events hundreds of miles away if they involved bloodkin. Eleanor felt a sudden chill, not of fear but recognition. The dreams, she said softly. Since I arrived at Willow Cottage, I've been dreaming of mountains and mist, of standing stones in a circle overlooking a loch. I thought they were just dreams. Glen Arac, Catherine confirmed, her voice barely above a whisper. You're describing Glen Arac. The Campbell holding with its stone circle above the waters of Loch Arac. She looked both awed and troubled. Fiona might indeed be reaching for you in dreams, recognizing your awakening abilities. The fire crackled suddenly, sending a shower of sparks upward. The cottage seemed to shift around them, its awareness focusing more intently on their conversation. Eleanor felt a peculiar resonance, as if the very mention of the Campbell heritage had activated something within the cottage's ancient walls. The grimoire, she said abruptly, rising from her chair. It might have information about cross-lineage communication, about connecting thin places. In the study, the grimoire waited on the desk where they had left it. As Eleanor approached, she noticed something unusual. The silver embossing on the cover was glowing faintly, pulsing with a rhythm that reminded her of heartbeats. When she touched the cover, a warmth spread through her fingers and up her arm, a sense of recognition and welcome stronger than she had previously experienced. The book opened of its own accord, pages turning rapidly until stopping at a section near the back, a section Eleanor hadn't yet explored. The heading at the top of the page read, "On the confluence of bloodlines and the joining of thin places." The text beneath was written in an elegant script Eleanor didn't recognize, different from Margaret's or Eliza's handwriting, from an earlier guardian perhaps. As she began to read, the words seemed to shimmer and clarify, becoming more vivid as if responding to her specific need. When blood of different lines mingles in a single vessel, new pathways of perception become possible. The child of converging lineages may access thin places associated with either bloodline, creating bridges where before there existed only separate islands of awareness. Such a child, properly instructed in both traditions, may serve as conduit between thin places, allowing communication and occasionally transport of objects or knowledge across distances that would otherwise present insurmountable barriers. This confluence is rare and powerful, often producing individuals of exceptional ability but also placing them in positions of unique vulnerability. The converging energies can overwhelm an unprepared mind, creating fissures through which unwanted influences might enter. Preparation and protection are therefore essential when a dual lineage guardian attempts to establish contact between thin places, particularly if one or both locations are under observation or threat from those who would exploit such connections. Eleanor looked up at Catherine, who had followed her to the study and now read over her shoulder. "I'm a bridge," Eleanor said, understanding dawning. "Between the Thornfield and Campbell bloodlines, between Willow Cottage and Glen Iraq. This explains why the Institute was so interested in you specifically, even as a child," Catherine said, her expression troubled. "If they suspected your dual heritage, knew what potential it represented, then I'm both a greater asset and a greater threat to them than a single lineage guardian would be." Eleanor continued reading, finding detailed instructions for establishing conscious communication between thin places connected by blood relation. The process described was complex but not impossible, requiring specific preparations, focused intention, and ideally an object connected to both lineages to serve as an anchor point. As she read, Eleanor remembered something, a small wooden box of her father's possessions that Catherine had preserved, containing his watch, wedding ring, and a few other personal items. Might one of those objects serve as the necessary anchor? "Mom," she began, "Dad's things." Before she could complete the question, a sound interrupted from outside, the distinctive crunch of tires on the gravel drive leading to Willow Cottage. Someone had arrived, unannounced and unexpected, in the darkness of early night. Catherine moved swiftly to the window, peering cautiously through a gap in the curtains. "A car I don't recognize," she reported in a hushed voice. "Too dark to see clearly, but someone's getting out, a man, I think." Eleanor quickly closed the grimoire, activating the protective obscuring with a whispered word. "The Institute again? Everett returning with reinforcements?" "Possibly," Catherine said, still watching through the curtains. "Though it's a different vehicle than Everett used earlier, smaller, older." They listened intently as footsteps approached the cottage door. Not the confident stride of Everett, but something more hesitant, almost cautious. Then came a knock, 3 distinct taps followed by 2 lighter ones, a deliberate pattern rather than a casual announcement of presence. Catherine inhaled sharply. "That knock," she whispered. It's a Campbell signal. Robert used it when we first met, said it was his family's way of identifying themselves to allies. Eleanor moved toward the door, but Catherine caught her arm. Wait, she urged. It could be a trap. The Institute might have learned the signal somehow. Or it could be the help we need, arriving exactly when we need it, Eleanor countered. Either way, we need to know. After a moment's hesitation, Catherine nodded, releasing Eleanor's arm. Together, they moved to the entrance hall. Eleanor took a deep breath, centering herself and preparing to use the defensive techniques she had learned if necessary. Then she opened the door. Standing on the doorstep was a man who appeared to be in his early 60s, tall and lean with silver-streaked dark hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He wore a weathered tweed jacket and carried a small leather satchel. But what caught Eleanor's attention immediately were his eyes, hazel eyes identical to her own, with the same unusual amber flecks that she saw each morning in the mirror. The man stared at Eleanor with an expression of wonder and recognition. "You look so like him," he said softly, his voice carrying the melodic lilt of the Scottish Highlands. "My brother's daughter, at last." "Uncle?" Eleanor whispered, instinctively knowing who this stranger must be. "Malcolm Campbell," the man confirmed with a slight bow. "Brother to Robert, son of Fiona, guardian of Glen Iraq. I've come a long way to find you, niece, and none too soon, it seems." Behind Eleanor, Catherine made a small sound, surprise or perhaps dismay. "Malcolm," she acknowledged stiffly. "It's been a very long time." "Too long, Catherine," Malcolm replied, his tone gentler than might have been expected. "But blame can wait for quieter times. For now, we have more pressing concerns." He turned his attention back to Eleanor. "Mother sent me. She's been dreaming of you, seeing storm clouds gathering around Willow Cottage. And the stones have been speaking your name." Eleanor felt a surge of emotion, connection, recognition, a sense of pieces falling into place. "Please come in," she said, stepping back from the doorway. "We have much to talk about." As Malcolm Campbell crossed the threshold of Willow Cottage, Eleanor felt something shift in the atmosphere, not a disturbance, but an alignment, as if two separate frequencies had suddenly harmonized into a stronger, clearer signal. The cottage responded with a chorus of subtle creaks and settling sounds, acknowledging this new presence with what seemed like approval. The investigation had taken another unexpected turn, bringing not just new information but a living connection to the Campbell lineage, to her father's heritage, to abilities and knowledge she had only begun to glimpse. As Eleanor closed the door behind her newfound uncle, she sensed that whatever plan she and Catherine had been forming would now need to be reconsidered in light of this unexpected alliance. And somewhere in the darkness beyond Willow Cottage, other forces were undoubtedly watching, planning, adapting their own strategies to this new development in the continuing struggle for the Thornfield legacy and the power it represented. The game had changed yet again. Malcolm Campbell settled in the living room, his tall frame somehow at ease in the cottage's modest armchair despite the tension that hung in the air. The candles flickered as if curious about this newcomer, casting dancing shadows across his weathered face. Outside, the night had deepened, and occasional gusts of wind whistled around the eaves, a reminder of the stormy world beyond Willow Cottage's protective walls. Eleanor studied her uncle as he accepted a cup of tea from Catherine, whose movements were stiff with unresolved emotion. Malcolm's resemblance to what she remembered of her father was subtle but unmistakable, the same way of tilting his head when listening, the same shape to his hands as they wrapped around the teacup. It was like seeing a ghost, yet not a ghost, a living connection to the man who had been kept from her memory for so long. "How did you find us?" Catherine asked, breaking the momentary silence. Her tone was carefully neutral, but Eleanor sensed the complex emotions beneath, wariness, resentment, perhaps even a hint of guilt. Malcolm took a slow sip of tea before answering. "Finding you wasn't the challenge, Catherine. It was deciding when to approach." His Scottish accent gave a musical quality to his words. "We've known Eleanor inherited Willow Cottage. What we didn't know was whether she'd accept her heritage or follow your path of denial. So you've been watching me, Eleanor said, not quite a question. Her uncle nodded, his expression serious. From a distance, and with respect for your privacy. Mother, your grandmother Fiona, has followed your life through dreams and occasional direct perception. She saw your marriage, your academic success, your recent loss. He paused. And she saw when the grimoire called to you, when you began to awaken to what you truly are. A guardian of two bloodlines, Eleanor said, testing the concept aloud. Thornfield through Mom, Campbell through Dad. Exactly so. Malcolm leaned forward, his eyes, so like her own, intense in the firelight. Such a convergence happens perhaps once in several generations, creating potential for either great harmony or great disruption in the thin places our families protect. Mother has been waiting, watching for signs of your awakening. And what triggered your decision to come now? Catherine interjected. After 25 years of distance. Malcolm turned to her, his expression softening slightly. Two things. First, Eleanor's connection to the grimoire became sudden and strong. Mother felt it like a beacon lighting up in the darkness. Second. He hesitated, glancing between them. The Institute's activities at Thornfield Hall have accelerated dramatically in recent weeks. Something is changing there, something potentially catastrophic. Eleanor and Catherine exchanged glances. Their own discoveries had led to the same conclusion. The anchor, Eleanor said quietly. They've found it, haven't they? Malcolm's eyebrows rose in surprise. You know of the anchor? Catherine, you've told her more than I expected. Not everything, Catherine admitted. And what I've shared has been recent, since Everett's visit yesterday. Eleanor discovered much on her own through the grimoire and Judith's records. Judith, Malcolm murmured, a hint of sadness in his voice. A formidable guardian. Her passing left a vulnerability the Institute was quick to exploit. He turned back to Eleanor. Yes, we believe they've located the anchor. Not fully understood it yet, but they're experimenting, measuring its properties, attempting to harness its energy. What exactly is the anchor? Eleanor asked. Mom mentioned it stabilizes the thin place at Thornfield Hall, but I need to understand more if we're going to confront whatever the Institute is doing. Malcolm set down his teacup and opened the leather satchel he had brought. From it, he withdrew a small leather-bound book with worn edges and faded gilding on its cover. This is the Campbell Codex, our family's equivalent to your grimoire, though smaller and more focused on our particular abilities. He opened it reverently to a marked page. The anchor is described here, in an account written by Alastair Campbell in 1667, when our family's paths first crossed. He began to read in a measured voice. The Thornfield woman brought with her a strange object when she came to the glen, a stone unlike any I have seen, with markings that shift when observed indirectly. This stone, which she called the anchor, draws power from the earth beneath it and from the stars above, creating what she termed a stable point between realities. When placed at the center of our stone circle during the solstice ritual, this anchor allowed both her perceptions and mine to extend beyond ordinary limits, not merely glimpsing other times and places, but experiencing them with unprecedented clarity. Yet she warned of great danger should the anchor be moved improperly or used by those lacking the proper bloodline and training. Malcolm looked up from the text. The anchor is physically small, about the size of a man's fist, but its properties are extraordinary. It creates what modern physics might call a quantum singularity, a point where multiple time streams touch without merging. And it's been at Thornfield Hall all this time? Eleanor asked, trying to process the implications. Even after our family moved to Willow Cottage? Catherine answered before Malcolm could. According to what little mother told me, Eliza Thornfield split the family's power when she established Willow Cottage. The grimoire came here, while the anchor remained at Thornfield Hall, creating a deliberate balance between the two locations. A balance the Institute now threatens, Malcolm added grimly. Their experiments show a fundamental misunderstanding of what they're dealing with. They see the anchor as a tool, a potential weapon even, rather than one half of a balanced system that has maintained stability for centuries. And the consequences if they continue? Eleanor asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. Malcolm's expression darkened. Unpredictable and potentially devastating. At minimum, disruption of the thin places our families protect. At worst, what Mother calls temporal bleeding, events from different times occurring simultaneously, realities overlapping in ways that defy rational comprehension. Which is why we need to go to Thornfield Hall, Eleanor said with growing determination. To assess precisely what they're doing and find a way to stop it. We being? Malcolm inquired, one eyebrow raised questioningly. Mom and I plan to go tomorrow night, Eleanor explained. We have Judith's key to the East Wing, and I've been studying concealment techniques from the grimoire. Malcolm nodded slowly, considering. A sound beginning, but insufficient given what you're likely to face. The Institute has significantly enhanced security since Judith's time, motion sensors, infrared cameras, guards with military training. And your suggestion? Catherine asked, a hint of defensiveness in her tone. A combined approach, Malcolm replied simply. The Campbell techniques for perception and misdirection, complemented by the Thornfield methods of concealment and protection. Together, they create possibilities neither tradition can achieve alone. He turned to Eleanor with quiet intensity. This is what you were born for, niece. Not just to be guardian of one tradition or the other, but to bridge them, to create harmony between bloodlines long separated. The words resonated within Eleanor, touching something she had sensed but not articulated. Since discovering the grimoire, since beginning to accept her role as guardian, she had felt incomplete somehow, as if an essential piece of the puzzle remained missing. Now, with the Campbell lineage suddenly made real through Malcolm's presence, that missing piece seemed to slide into place. What exactly does bridging the bloodlines mean in practical terms? Eleanor asked. How would it help us infiltrate Thornfield Hall? Malcolm smiled slightly. The Thornfield women excel at concealment, at moving unseen when necessary. The Campbell line specializes in perception beyond ordinary limits, seeing through walls, hearing conversations at a distance, sensing the presence of others before they become visible. Complementary abilities, Eleanor realized. One to move undetected, one to detect what others would keep hidden. Precisely. Malcolm nodded approvingly. And when combined in one person, one consciousness, a child of both bloodlines, the potential becomes extraordinary. But I've had no training in the Campbell techniques, Eleanor pointed out. I've only just begun learning the Thornfield methods from the grimoire. Yes and no, Malcolm countered gently. The blood remembers, Eleanor. Your instincts, your dreams, your intuitions throughout your life, these weren't random. They were expressions of your dual heritage asserting itself even without formal training. He leaned forward, his expression earnest. And now, with your conscious acknowledgement of both bloodlines, with representatives of both traditions here to guide you, accelerated learning becomes possible. Catherine, who had been listening intently to this exchange, now spoke up. You're suggesting we attempt to awaken Eleanor's Campbell abilities overnight? That's dangerous, Malcolm. Even children born into the tradition undergo years of careful preparation. We don't have years, Malcolm replied simply. The Institute's work accelerates daily. Mother believes they're approaching a critical threshold with the anchor, perhaps as soon as the equinox, 3 days from now. The equinox, Eleanor repeated, a chill running through her. She recalled passages from the grimoire describing how thin places became more permeable during celestial alignments. They're planning something specific for that date. Their energy measurements around the anchor have been following a pattern, Malcolm confirmed. Increasing incrementally with each test, building toward what their lead scientist, a woman named Dr. Lang, calls full-spectrum activation scheduled for the equinox. The name struck Eleanor like a physical blow. Dr. Lang. The same researcher who approached my husband before he left me. Malcolm's expression registered surprise, then understanding. Ah. So they were already laying groundwork around you, creating potential leverage or access points. He shook his head grimly. Their methods have grown more sophisticated over the years, less direct threat, more manipulation of relationships and circumstances. The revelation further cemented Eleanor's determination. The Institute's interference in her life had been even more extensive, more calculated than she had realized. Her failed marriage might have been one more casualty in their long pursuit of Thornfield knowledge. So we have 2 nights, she said decisively. Tonight to prepare, to integrate whatever Campbell techniques I can absorb quickly. Tomorrow night to infiltrate Thornfield Hall and determine exactly what the Institute is doing with the anchor. And then? Catherine asked quietly. What action can we realistically take against an organization with their resources and connections? It was Malcolm who answered, his voice steady with conviction. That depends on what we discover. But between the 3 of us, 2 experienced practitioners and 1 with unique dual heritage, we have capabilities the Institute cannot anticipate or counter easily. He turned to Eleanor. Mother sent something for you. A tool to help awaken and focus your Campbell abilities. From his satchel, he removed a small object wrapped in soft dark cloth. Carefully unfolding the material, he revealed a pendant on a silver chain, a circular piece of what appeared to be ancient stone, inscribed with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift slightly as Eleanor looked at them. A fragment of the collar stone from the center of our circle at Glen Iraq, Malcolm explained. It's been in our family since time beyond memory, and it responds specifically to Campbell blood. Mother has worn it for decades, but she removed it 3 days ago, saying it now belonged to you. He held it out to Eleanor. It won't give you instant mastery, but it will help attune your awareness to the Campbell methods, accelerating what might otherwise take months or years of training. Eleanor hesitated only briefly before accepting the pendant. As it settled into her palm, she felt an immediate warmth spreading from the stone through her hand and up her arm, not uncomfortable, but distinctly unusual, as if the stone itself were greeting her. Put it on, Malcolm encouraged softly. Let it recognize you properly. With Catherine watching in silent concern, Eleanor slipped the chain over her head. The pendant settled against her breastbone, and immediately the sensation intensified, a gentle vibration that seemed to resonate not just physically but mentally, creating ripples of awareness that expanded outward from the point of contact. The cottage around her suddenly seemed more vivid, more present to her senses. She could perceive the subtle movements of air currents, the minute sounds of timbers responding to temperature changes, even the faint electromagnetic fields generated by the dormant electrical wiring in the walls. It was overwhelming but not chaotic, a heightened awareness that somehow organized itself into comprehensible patterns. Oh, she breathed, eyes widening as new perceptions continued to unfold. I can feel everything. The stone amplifies natural abilities, Malcolm explained, watching her closely. For those without Campbell blood, it's just an interesting relic. For you, it's a key that unlocks doors of perception normally accessible only through years of practice. Eleanor closed her eyes, focusing on the new sensations flowing through her consciousness. The pendant seemed to be attenuating her awareness, helping her sort and interpret the flood of information rather than being overwhelmed by it. After a few moments, she began to distinguish individual layers of perception, the physical structure of the cottage, the energetic patterns flowing through it, and something else, something more elusive but distinctly present. I can sense both of you, she said, eyes still closed. Not just physically, your energy, your signatures, I suppose. They're different. Distinct. Aura perception, Malcolm confirmed. A basic Campbell ability, but fundamental to everything else. Look deeper. What else can you sense about us? Eleanor concentrated, allowing the pendant to guide her developing awareness. Mom's energy is contained. Disciplined. There are barriers, walls built over decades. But beneath them, power, untapped, unused, but still vital. She turned her attention to Malcolm. Yours is more active, more dynamic. It extends farther from your physical form, reaches out, connects to. Her eyes flew open in surprise. You're still connected to Glen Iraq. I can feel it, a tether stretching north, linking you to somewhere distant. Malcolm nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. Very good. The connection between Guardian and their place of power never fully severs, not as long as blood and intention remain aligned. This is dangerous, Catherine interjected, her voice tight with concern. Accelerating perception without proper preparation risks disorientation, even psychological damage. Eleanor has only just begun to assimilate her Thornfield heritage, adding Campbell techniques so rapidly could overwhelm her. The risk exists, Malcolm acknowledged gravely. But it's one we must take, given what threatens at Thornfield Hall. He turned back to Eleanor. The stone will help moderate the expansion of awareness, prevent it from becoming unmanageable. But Catherine is right, we must proceed carefully, building your capabilities systematically rather than all at once. Eleanor touched the pendant, which had settled into a gentler vibration against her skin. It feels right, she said simply. As if it's awakening something that was always there, just dormant. For the next several hours, guided by Malcolm's patient instruction and occasionally tempered by Catherine's cautious insights, Eleanor began integrating the basic Campbell techniques with what she had already learned from the grimoire. The process was intense but exhilarating, like learning a language she somehow already knew but had forgotten, or rediscovering muscle memory for movements long unpracticed. By midnight, she had mastered the fundamental Campbell method for extending perception beyond ordinary sight, what Malcolm called far-seeing. Combined with the Thornfield techniques for moving unnoticed, this created possibilities neither tradition alone could achieve, the ability to perceive potential obstacles or witnesses before encountering them, then adjust her approach accordingly. You're progressing remarkably quickly, Malcolm observed as they paused for a brief rest. Mother said you would, but even I am surprised by your natural facility. It doesn't feel like learning so much as remembering, Eleanor admitted. As if these abilities were always part of me, just waiting to be acknowledged. That's precisely what it is, Malcolm confirmed. The blood remembers, even when the conscious mind does not. Catherine, who had been quietly supportive despite her evident concerns, now spoke up. We should discuss the practical approach to Thornfield Hall. Malcolm, what intelligence do you have about the current security arrangements? Malcolm nodded, appreciating the shift to tactical considerations. The Institute maintains what appears to be a research facility on the grounds, about 20 staff on site at any time, including security personnel. The main house has been modified extensively, with the west wing converted to laboratories and the central portion serving as offices and accommodation. And the east wing? Eleanor asked, thinking of Judith's key. Largely untouched, apparently. The Institute seems to have focused their attention elsewhere, perhaps not recognizing its significance. Their primary work centers on what they call the artifact chamber, a specially constructed room in the basement of the central portion, directly beneath what was once the main hall. The anchor, Catherine said quietly. They're keeping it there. Yes, though they move it regularly to different testing apparatuses within the chamber. Malcolm reached into his satchel and withdrew a folded paper, which he spread on the table between them. This is a schematic of Thornfield Hall as it currently stands, based on Mother's far-seeing and information from our few allies in the area. The diagram revealed a substantial country house with 3 distinct sections arranged in a U-shape. Notes and markings indicated security points, laboratory spaces, and potential access routes. Most significantly, the East Wing, their intended entry point using Judith's key, appeared to have minimal security compared to other areas. Their confidence is both arrogance and opportunity, Malcolm observed. They believe they've secured all viable access points, not realizing the East Wing contains hidden passages dating back to the house's original construction, passages known only to the Thornfield and Campbell bloodlines. Can you mark those passages on the schematic? Eleanor asked, studying the layout intently. Malcolm shook his head. They can't be mapped conventionally. They exist in what might be called a fold in perception, visible and accessible only to those with the right bloodline and intention. You'll need to sense them once inside, using both Thornfield and Campbell awareness. Another reason why my dual heritage matters, Eleanor realized. Precisely. The passages were deliberately constructed to require abilities from both bloodlines, a safeguard created when the families first formed their alliance centuries ago. Catherine leaned forward, examining the schematic with professional attention to detail. If we enter through the east wing, navigate these hidden passages, we could potentially reach this artifact chamber undetected. But then what? We can't simply remove the anchor without understanding the consequences of disrupting whatever apparatus they've connected to it. Observation first, Malcolm agreed. We need to document exactly what they're doing, assess the immediate risk, and determine the most appropriate intervention. He glanced at Eleanor. Your academic training becomes valuable here, the ability to analyze and interpret complex information quickly. Eleanor nodded, appreciating how different aspects of her life were converging in this unprecedented situation, her scholarly research skills now applying to a context she could never have imagined a week ago. There's something else we should consider, she said, a new thought forming. The grimoire mentions the concept of resonance between thin places connected by shared guardianship. If Willow Cottage and Thornfield Hall were designed to balance each other, might we use that resonance somehow? Create a distraction, perhaps, or disrupt their equipment. Malcolm looked at her with newfound respect. You're thinking like a true guardian of both bloodlines now. Yes, such resonance exists and can be manipulated by those who understand it. The challenge would be controlling the effect, creating targeted disruption rather than wider instability. The grimoire might contain specific techniques, Eleanor suggested. I've only scratched the surface of its contents. Worth investigating, Catherine agreed. But we should rest first. It's nearly 1 in the morning, and tomorrow will demand all our strength and focus. As if punctuating her words, the cottage lights suddenly flickered, then came fully back on, the power having finally been restored after the storm. The abrupt illumination seemed jarring after hours of candlelight, casting a harsher quality over their faces and plans. I'll take the spare room, Malcolm said, rising from his chair. Unless you'd prefer I find accommodation elsewhere. Stay, Eleanor said immediately. We're stronger together, especially with the Institute potentially watching the cottage. As they prepared to retire for what remained of the night, Eleanor felt the pendant against her skin, warm, alive with potential, connecting her to a heritage she had never known but somehow always sensed. Combined with her growing mastery of the grimoire's teachings, she felt more complete than she had in years, perhaps than she ever had. Tomorrow would bring unprecedented challenges, confronting an organization that had manipulated and threatened her family for generations. But for the first time, Eleanor felt truly equipped to face those challenges, not just with knowledge and ability, but with a profound sense of identity and purpose that transcended her previous understanding of herself. In her bedroom, she stood at the window gazing out at the night-dark garden and the sea beyond. The pendant enhanced her perception even now, allowing her to sense subtle movements of nocturnal creatures, the energy patterns in the distant waves, even the faint luminosity of the stone circle where the willow tree stood in its half-real state. I'm ready, she whispered, though whether to herself, to the pendant, or to the watching presence of Willow Cottage, she couldn't have said. The cottage creaked gently in response, an acknowledgement, perhaps, or a blessing. And somewhere in the distance, Eleanor sensed another awareness touching briefly against her consciousness, older, powerful, watching with approval from a mist-shrouded glen far to the north. Her grandmother, Fiona Campbell. Reaching across distance to connect with the granddaughter she had never met but always known. The investigation was evolving into something more profound, a reclamation of heritage, a fusion of traditions long separated, and preparation for a confrontation that would require all that Eleanor was only now beginning to become. Tomorrow night, Thornfield Hall awaited. Morning arrived with unexpected clarity, a perfect early autumn day, the sky a flawless blue unmarred by clouds. Eleanor woke feeling more rested than she would have expected after such an eventful night. The pendant still hung around her neck, warm against her skin, its gentle vibration having continued even as she slept. She dressed quickly and descended to the kitchen, where she found Malcolm already awake, seated at the table with the Campbell Codex open before him. He looked up as she entered, offering a small smile that reminded her painfully of old photographs of her father. "You slept well," he observed. It wasn't a question. "Surprisingly so," Eleanor confirmed, putting the kettle on for tea. "The pendant, it seems to be integrating with my awareness even during sleep." Malcolm nodded. "The collar stone works with the subconscious mind as much as the conscious. Your dreams would have been particularly vivid, I imagine." Eleanor paused, realizing he was right. Her dreams had indeed been unusually detailed and coherent, walking through Glen Iraq though she had never seen it in waking life, conversing with a silver-haired woman whose eyes mirrored her own, practicing perceptual techniques in landscapes that shifted between mountain and sea. "Grandmother Fiona was teaching me," she said slowly, the realization dawning. "Through dreams. Mother has always excelled at dream-walking," Malcolm confirmed. "It's how she's maintained connection with you over the years, though until now you wouldn't have remembered those encounters upon waking." The kettle whistled, and Eleanor prepared tea for them both, contemplating this new understanding of her dreaming life. How many of her dreams over the years had actually been contacts from her paternal grandmother? How much guidance and knowledge had been imparted without her conscious awareness? As she set a mug before Malcolm, Catherine entered the kitchen, fully dressed and composed though with shadows of weariness beneath her eyes that suggested her night had been less restful than Eleanor's. "We need to finalize our preparations," she said without preamble, pouring herself tea. "The Institute will be watching for unusual activity, so we should maintain normal patterns throughout the day." "Agreed," Malcolm said. "I've been reviewing the Campbell techniques most relevant to tonight's expedition. Eleanor should spend time with the grimoire, focusing on protective measures and the resonance between thin places she mentioned last night." Eleanor nodded, sipping her tea thoughtfully. "I should also contact Dr. Norton at the Historical Society. If he is an ally, as we suspect, he might have additional information about Thornfield Hall or the Institute's recent activities." "Approach carefully," Catherine cautioned. "Norton has been helpful to our family, but his primary loyalty is to historical preservation, not our specific cause." "I'll be discreet," Eleanor promised. "Frame it as academic interest in the architectural history of Thornfield Hall." With their morning tasks decided, they separated after breakfast, Malcolm to conduct a careful reconnaissance of the cottage grounds, Catherine to inventory and prepare the materials they would need that night, and Eleanor to study the grimoire sections most relevant to their mission. In the study, Eleanor opened the grimoire to the pages on resonance between thin places, allowing the book's inherent intelligence to guide her to the most pertinent information. The pendant at her throat seemed to enhance her connection to the ancient text, making certain passages stand out with unusual clarity. One section, written by Isabella Thornfield in 1782, caught her attention immediately. The balance between Willow Cottage and Thornfield Hall maintains stability in both locations, allowing controlled access to the temporal fluidity inherent in thin places. This balance can be deliberately shifted when necessary, creating temporary instability in one location while enhancing stability in the other. Such manipulation requires precise timing and careful preparation, as the consequences of uncontrolled energy transfer between thin places can be unpredictable and potentially harmful to those present. The most effective method involves synchronizing intentions between guardians at both locations, though in emergency circumstances, a single guardian with sufficient understanding may initiate the transfer alone. The passage continued with detailed instructions for creating such energy transfers, including specific phrases in a language Eleanor didn't recognize but somehow understood, an ancient Celtic tongue that resonated with both Thornfield and Campbell bloodlines. She copied these phrases carefully into a small notebook, along with diagrams showing the energy patterns involved. This technique could prove valuable at Thornfield Hall, potentially allowing them to create a distraction or disruption of Institute equipment without direct interference. By midday, Eleanor felt prepared to contact Dr. Norton. Using the landline telephone rather than her mobile, less easily monitored, according to Malcolm, she called the Historical Society and was connected to Norton's office. Dr. Reed, he greeted her warmly when he realized who was calling. "I was hoping to hear from you again. How are you settling in at Willow Cottage?" "Quite well," Eleanor replied, maintaining a casual tone while choosing her words carefully. "I've been exploring the property and learning more about my family's connection to the area. Actually, I've become particularly interested in Thornfield Hall, the original family seat, I understand." A brief pause suggested Norton recognized the significance of her inquiry. "Indeed," he said, his voice modulated but attentive. "A fascinating property with a complex history. Much of it is inaccessible now, unfortunately, since its acquisition by the Research Institute." "Yes, I'd heard it was privately owned. What exactly does this institute study? Local history? Architecture?" Another pause, longer this time. When Norton spoke again, his voice was quieter, more deliberate. "Their stated focus is on historical energy patterns and architectural resonance, whatever that might mean in practical terms. Their actual work is somewhat obscured from public view." Eleanor recognized the careful phrasing for what it was, Norton telling her what he could while avoiding direct statements that might compromise him. "How interesting," she responded lightly. "I've always been fascinated by how historical spaces retain certain atmospheres. Energies, if you will. My great-aunt Judith seemed to share that interest." "She did indeed," Norton confirmed, his tone warming. "Judith was a valuable contributor to our understanding of local historical sites and their unique properties. We've missed her insights these past months." Eleanor decided to risk a slightly more direct approach. "Dr. Norton, I believe my great-aunt trusted you. Would you say that's accurate?" The line went silent for several seconds. "Then, perhaps we should continue this conversation in person, Dr. Reed. Would you be available to visit the archive room this afternoon? We've recently cataloged some materials related to Thornfield Hall that might interest you." "That would be perfect," Eleanor agreed, understanding the invitation for what it was. "Shall we say 3 o'clock? I'll ensure the relevant materials are ready for your review." After ending the call, Eleanor reported the conversation to Catherine and Malcolm, who had returned from their respective tasks. "Norton is being cautious but cooperative," Catherine observed. "That's consistent with his relationship with Judith. He knows more than he's willing to say over the phone." "I agree," Malcolm said. "His invitation to the archive room suggests he has information he considers sensitive. You should go, Eleanor, but remain alert. Even allies can have complex motivations." "I'll be careful," she promised. "And the pendant will help me assess his trustworthiness more accurately than I could before." The remainder of the morning was spent in further preparation. Malcolm guided Eleanor through additional Campbell techniques for perception and awareness, building on what she had begun learning the previous night. Catherine prepared specialized mixtures from Judith's garden, compounds designed to enhance focus, sharpen senses, and in one case, create momentary confusion in those who inhaled its subtle vapor. After a light lunch, Eleanor prepared to visit the Historical Society. She dressed professionally but unobtrusively, wanting to maintain the appearance of an academic researcher rather than draw attention. The pendant remained around her neck, concealed beneath her blouse but still warm against her skin, its gentle vibration a constant reminder of her awakening heritage. "Remember," Catherine cautioned as Eleanor prepared to leave, "Norton may be sympathetic, but his primary concern will be historical preservation. He may not fully appreciate the urgency or danger of what's happening at Thornfield Hall. And watch for signs of Institute surveillance," Malcolm added. "They likely monitor Norton, knowing his connection to local history and potentially to our families." Eleanor nodded, accepting these cautions. "I'll be observant and careful with what I reveal. If Norton is truly an ally, his information could be valuable for tonight's expedition." The walk into Brackenford took 20 minutes, following the same coastal path Eleanor had used previously. This time, however, her experience was transformed by her developing abilities and the enhancing effect of the pendant. She perceived the landscape with unprecedented clarity, not just visually, but energetically, sensing the subtle currents that flowed through the natural environment and occasionally concentrated in what she now recognized as minor thin places. None were as significant as Willow Cottage or Thornfield Hall, but these smaller concentrations of energy created a network across the landscape, a pattern that would have been invisible to her just days ago. The pendant allowed her to perceive how these energetic nodes connected to one another, forming a complex web that seemed to pulse with its own subtle rhythm. By the time she reached Brackenford, Eleanor had adjusted to this enhanced perception, learning to layer it over her normal awareness rather than becoming distracted by it. The small coastal town appeared largely unchanged from her previous visit, though she now sensed currents of energy flowing through certain buildings and locations: the church with its ancient foundations, the harbor with its centuries of human activity, and most notably, the historical society building itself, which emanated a distinct resonance that suggested accumulated knowledge and preservation of memory. Dr. Norton was waiting for her in the lobby, his tall figure immediately recognizable from their previous meeting. As Eleanor approached him, the pendant allowed her to perceive more than just his physical presence, a surrounding energy field that conveyed sincerity, scholarly dedication, and a certain cautious reserve. "Dr. Reed," he greeted her warmly, extending his hand. "Thank you for coming. I've prepared the materials I mentioned in our conversation." When their hands touched, Eleanor received a flash of deeper impression. Norton was trustworthy but fearful, knowledgeable but deliberately maintaining certain blind spots to protect himself. Not an ally in the fullest sense, but a reliable source of particular kinds of information. "Thank you for accommodating my interest on such short notice," she replied, following him upstairs to a secluded room at the back of the building rather than the more public archive room she had visited previously. This smaller space was clearly designed for private research: a single table with 2 chairs, good lighting, and no windows that might allow observation from outside. Norton closed the door behind them, then performed a curious action, moving methodically around the room and touching specific points on each wall while murmuring something under his breath. Recognizing the pattern as a basic protection against eavesdropping, Eleanor raised an eyebrow in surprise. Norton caught her expression and offered a small, somewhat embarrassed smile. "Your great-aunt Judith taught me a few precautions for sensitive discussions," he explained. "I don't pretend to understand how or why they work, but she insisted they were effective." "They are," Eleanor confirmed, sensing the subtle shift in the room's energy as the protection activated. Judith knew what she was doing. Norton studied her for a moment, seeming to arrive at a decision. "You've changed since our last meeting, Dr. Reed. There's something different about your awareness." "Let's say I've been learning about my family heritage," Eleanor replied carefully. "Including aspects that aren't commonly acknowledged in academic circles." Norton nodded, apparently satisfied with this oblique confirmation. "I suspected as much when you inquired about Thornfield Hall. It's not a subject most people associate with the Reed or Thornfield families anymore." He moved to a cabinet against the wall, unlocking it with a key from his pocket. "What I'm about to show you isn't part of our public archive. These materials were entrusted to me personally by your great-aunt, with instructions to preserve them until they were needed." From the cabinet, Norton withdrew a flat archival box, which he placed on the table between them. Opening it revealed a collection of documents, photographs, and what appeared to be architectural drawings, all related to Thornfield Hall. These date primarily from the 1950s through the 1990s, documenting the changes to the property as it passed through various owners before being acquired by the Institute, Norton explained. "Your great-aunt was particularly concerned about modifications to the East Wing and the installation of what the plans describe as specialized research facilities in the basement." Eleanor examined the materials with both academic precision and her newly enhanced perception. The architectural drawings revealed more than just physical structures. The pendant allowed her to sense how the modifications had affected the energy flows within Thornfield Hall, particularly around the basement area now designated as the artifact chamber. "This is extremely helpful," she said honestly, studying a detailed floor plan from 1987 that showed the original layout largely intact despite modernization. "Does your collection include any information about the institute itself? Their personnel, research focus, funding sources?" Norton hesitated, then reached deeper into the archival box. Judith maintained her own file on the institute. She was concerned about their intentions regarding certain historical sites in the area, Thornfield Hall in particular. He withdrew a thin folder labeled simply IPR and placed it before Eleanor. "I should note that I haven't verified this information independently." Judith had her own sources that weren't always conventional. Eleanor opened the folder to find a collection of newspaper clippings, photocopied documents, and handwritten notes in Judith's precise script. The materials painted a disturbing picture of the Institute's evolution from an apparently academic research organization into something more secretive and militarized, with connections to defense contractors and classified government programs. Most significantly, a document dated just 5 months before Judith's death outlined what appeared to be a major research initiative at Thornfield Hall, codenamed Project Confluence. The limited details suggested it involved temporal energy manipulation and cross-dimensional perception enhancement, phrases that took on ominous meaning given what Eleanor now knew about the anchor and its properties. "Did Judith discuss any of this with you directly?" Eleanor asked, looking up from the documents. Norton's expression grew troubled. "Only in general terms. She believed the Institute was tampering with forces they didn't fully understand. She used terms like thin places and temporal boundaries that I assumed were metaphorical until..." He hesitated again. "Until?" Eleanor prompted gently. "Until I witnessed something myself, during a supervised historical assessment of Thornfield Hall 3 years ago." Norton's scholarly composure faltered slightly. "I was documenting original architectural features in the East Wing when I saw something impossible. A moment of overlay," Judith called it later. As if another time was briefly visible simultaneously with the present. Eleanor nodded encouragingly, recognizing the description of a common phenomenon in unstable thin places. "What did you see specifically?" "People from another era, Victorian, by their dress, moving through the same space I occupied, completely unaware of my presence. It lasted perhaps 20 seconds before fading." Norton's voice had dropped to just above a whisper. "When I reported it to the Institute representative accompanying me, they immediately terminated my visit and asked me to sign additional non-disclosure agreements. Judith was the only person I ever told about the experience." "She would have understood what you saw," Eleanor assured him. "These overlays are exactly what concerns us about the Institute's current activities." The admission of shared concern seemed to further cement Norton's willingness to help. "There's been increased activity at Thornfield Hall over the past week," he offered. "Unusual deliveries, specialists arriving from abroad, security enhancements. Local contractors hired for temporary work have mentioned preparations for some kind of major experiment or demonstration." "Do you know when this event is scheduled?" "The equinox," Norton replied promptly. "This Saturday. Whatever they're planning culminates then." This confirmation of Malcolm's intelligence heightened Eleanor's sense of urgency. They had correctly identified the timeline, but with only 2 days remaining before the Institute's planned activation of the anchor, their margin for error was vanishingly small. "Dr. Norton," Eleanor said carefully, "I appreciate your willingness to share this information. I should be transparent that I intend to act on it, though I can't elaborate on exactly how." Norton studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Judith would expect nothing less. She always said the Thornfield women were guardians, though of what precisely, she never specified. He gestured to the materials on the table. Take what you need. I've maintained duplicate records elsewhere. As Eleanor selected the most relevant documents, primarily the floor plans and the information about Project Confluence, Norton added one final piece of information. There's something else you should know. The Institute's director, Dr. Malcolm Everett, arrived in Brackenford yesterday. He normally operates from their headquarters in London but has taken up residence at Thornfield Hall for this phase of their project. His presence suggests whatever they're planning has high-level significance. The news that Everett had escalated his personal involvement confirmed the critical nature of the situation. Eleanor thanked Norton sincerely for his assistance, carefully securing the borrowed documents in her bag. As she prepared to leave, Norton asked a final question, his academic curiosity apparently overcoming his caution. May I ask, what exactly is at Thornfield Hall that warrants such concern? What are they tampering with that poses potential danger? Eleanor considered her response carefully. Norton had been forthright with her, and some level of reciprocity seemed appropriate, even necessary to ensure his continued cooperation. Yet full disclosure might place him at risk or exceed what he was prepared to accept. They've located an artifact with unique properties, she finally said. Something that creates a junction point between different temporal frameworks. In simple terms, it allows perception across time under specific conditions. But manipulating it without proper understanding risks destabilizing those frameworks, potentially causing what you experienced, those overlays, but on a much larger scale and less controllable fashion. Norton absorbed this explanation with remarkable composure. I see. And this artifact has some connection to your family? It was created or discovered by an ancestor and has been protected by my family line for centuries, Eleanor confirmed, offering this much truth while omitting the specific details about the Thornfield and Campbell bloodlines. This seemed to satisfy Norton's curiosity while remaining within boundaries he could accept. Then I wish you success in whatever action you deem necessary, he said formally. Judith valued historical continuity above all else. If this artifact has been under your family's protection for generations, that tradition should be respected. They parted with mutual respect, Norton escorting Eleanor back to the main entrance of the Historical Society. As she stepped outside into the late afternoon sunlight, Eleanor felt the pendant warm against her skin, a reminder of her dual heritage and the responsibilities it entailed. The walk back to Willow Cottage gave her time to process what she had learned and consider its implications for their planned expedition to Thornfield Hall that night. The Institute's preparations for a major event on the equinox confirmed their timeline was accurate, while the floor plans and details about security modifications would prove invaluable for navigation once inside. Most significantly, the confirmation of Everett's personal presence at Thornfield Hall indicated the critical importance the Institute placed on Project Confluence. Whatever they planned to do with the anchor would have their full resources and attention behind it. As Willow Cottage came into view, Eleanor felt a curious mixture of emotions, apprehension about the challenges ahead, determination to protect both the anchor and the grimoire, and a deepening sense of identity as she integrated her newly discovered Campbell heritage with her Thornfield bloodline. The pendant hummed gently against her skin, and she touched it through her blouse, acknowledging its role in her rapidly evolving awareness. Tonight would test everything she had learned and awakened within herself over these extraordinary days. The investigation was about to transition into action. Dusk settled over Willow Cottage as Eleanor, Catherine, and Malcolm gathered in the study for final preparations. The documents Eleanor had obtained from Dr. Norton were spread across the desk, illuminated by the warm glow of the desk lamp. Outside, the sky faded from purple to indigo, stars emerging one by one in the deepening darkness. Norton's floor plans confirm what I sensed during my earlier reconnaissance, Malcolm said, studying the architectural drawings with a practiced eye. The east wing remains largely unchanged from its original configuration, including the hidden passages that connect to the central portion of the hall. And the security arrangements? Catherine asked, her focus practical as always. Eleanor pointed to notations she had made on the margins of the plans. According to Norton's information, the Institute maintains active surveillance throughout most of the property, but the east wing is considered low priority, primarily motion sensors rather than cameras, with minimal guard presence. They're focused on protecting the artifact chamber in the basement, Malcolm observed. Classic security error, concentrating resources where you expect threats while leaving alternative approaches underdefended. Which gives us our opportunity, Eleanor concluded. She touched the pendant beneath her blouse, drawing confidence from its subtle warmth. If we can access the east wing using Judith's key, navigate the hidden passages, we can potentially reach the artifact chamber undetected. Catherine frowned slightly, examining the plans more closely. Even with reduced security, we'll need to disable or circumvent the motion sensors. And if the hidden passages haven't been used in decades, there's no guarantee they're still navigable. The passages exist in a particular relationship to conventional space, Malcolm explained. They're part of the thin place's unique properties, less physical constructions than perceptual pathways accessible only to those with the right awareness and bloodline. Eleanor nodded, understanding intuitively what Malcolm described. The pendant had been enhancing her perception throughout the day, allowing her to sense similar liminal spaces within Willow Cottage, thresholds and transitions that existed at the boundaries of ordinary reality. I've reviewed the grimoire sections on resonance between thin places, she said, turning to the ancient book that lay open nearby. There's a technique that might help us, creating a momentary intensification of energy at Willow Cottage that would correspondingly reduce energy at Thornfield Hall, potentially disrupting their monitoring equipment. Temporal counterbalance, Malcolm identified the technique with approval. A fundamental principle in both our traditions, though expressed through different methods. Can you perform this while we're at Thornfield Hall? Yes, but I'll need to establish the connection before we leave. Eleanor indicated a small cloth bag on the desk. These materials from Judith's garden, prepared according to the grimoire's instructions, will maintain the link between the two locations. As night deepened, they continued refining their plan, integrating Eleanor's academic research skills, Catherine's knowledge of the Institute's methods, and Malcolm's experience with Campbell techniques for perception and misdirection. The grimoire provided additional guidance, pages seemingly turning of their own accord to reveal relevant information when needed. By 10 o'clock, they were ready. All three dressed in dark, practical clothing that would allow free movement while minimizing visibility. Catherine distributed the preparations she had created, small vials of concentrated essences to enhance perception, protect against detection, and in one case, temporarily disorient anyone who might intercept them. This last resort only, she cautioned, handing each of them a tiny vial of deep purple liquid that Eleanor recognized as derived from the dreamer's nightshade. 2 drops under the tongue if absolutely necessary. It will dramatically enhance perception beyond ordinary boundaries, but with significant disorientation as a side effect. Eleanor secured the vial in an inner pocket, hoping it wouldn't be needed. The pendant at her throat provided substantial enhancement already, and she had been practicing throughout the day to control and direct its effects. Malcolm shouldered a small backpack containing tools they might need, light sources that wouldn't register on conventional sensors, equipment for documenting what they found, and materials for emergency counteractions if the Institute's work proved immediately dangerous. Eleanor performed one final preparation, establishing the resonance link between Willow Cottage and Thornfield Hall. Following the grimoire's instructions, she placed specially prepared botanical materials at key points throughout the cottage, then spoke the ancient Celtic phrases that activated the connection. As she completed the ritual, she felt the cottage respond, a subtle shift in its energy that suggested awareness and participation in what they intended. "It's done," she said, returning to the study where Catherine and Malcolm waited. "The cottage will maintain the connection. If we need to create a disruption at Thornfield Hall, I can trigger it through this." She held up a small cloth pouch containing the counterpart to what she had placed around the cottage. "Then we're ready," Malcolm said quietly. "We should depart. Approaching Thornfield Hall will take time, and we want to arrive during the midnight lull in security patrols." The three left Willow Cottage through the kitchen door, moving silently into the garden. Eleanor glanced back once, seeing the cottage standing sentinel-like against the night sky, its windows dark but its presence somehow alert and watchful. Through the pendant, she sensed its protective awareness extending outward, a psychic shield enveloping them briefly before releasing them to their mission. Malcolm led them along little-used footpaths that wound inland from the coastal cliffs, avoiding roads and open areas where they might be observed. The night was clear and cool, a half-moon providing just enough light to navigate without artificial illumination. As they walked, Eleanor noticed her perception continuing to evolve, the pendant allowing her to sense energy patterns in the landscape, identifying minor thin places and tracing the subtle connections between them. "The network is becoming clearer," she murmured to Malcolm, who nodded understanding. "The land remembers," he replied softly. "What you're seeing are ancient pathways of energy that predate human settlement. Our ancestors recognized these patterns and built their sacred sites accordingly." Including Thornfield Hall and Willow Cottage, Eleanor realized. Exactly. They're nodes in a much larger system, particularly powerful junction points where the veils between times and realities grow thinner. After nearly an hour of steady movement through increasingly wooded terrain, Malcolm signaled a halt. They had reached the outer boundary of the Thornfield estate, marked by a high stone wall partially obscured by ivy and other climbing plants. Beyond it, Eleanor could see manicured grounds leading to a large country house illuminated by strategically placed security lighting. Thornfield Hall stood imposingly against the night sky, a substantial Georgian mansion with earlier Tudor elements visible in its east and west wings. The central portion rose 3 stories, with large windows and a classical portico marking the main entrance. Security vehicles were parked near a modern addition at the rear, and lights burned in various windows, suggesting activity despite the late hour. Through the pendant's enhancement, Eleanor perceived more than just the physical structure. Thornfield Hall emanated a complex energy signature, ancient power partially constrained and redirected by modern interventions. She could sense disturbance in the natural patterns, artificial constructs imposed upon the thin place's inherent properties. "They're already altering the energy flows," she whispered to Malcolm, who nodded grimly. "Forcing patterns that should emerge naturally," he confirmed. "Potentially dangerous, especially as the equinox approaches." Catherine, whose perceptions remained more conventional despite her Thornfield blood, focused on practical security concerns. 2 guards patrolling the perimeter, she noted. Regular pattern, approximately 15 minutes between passes of this section. Malcolm consulted a small device that resembled a compass but displayed unfamiliar symbols around its face. "The east wing is minimally monitored, as your information suggested," he confirmed. "We should proceed along the wall until we reach the old servants' entrance. It's our best access point." Moving with careful precision, they followed the outer wall for several hundred yards, staying within the shadow of trees growing alongside it. Eleanor found herself instinctively enhancing their concealment, drawing on both Thornfield techniques from the grimoire and Campbell methods Malcolm had taught her. The pendant responded to her intention, creating what felt like a subtle perceptual shift around them, not true invisibility but a kind of attention deflection that would make casual observation slide past them. They reached a section of wall partially collapsed and overrun with vegetation, deliberately neglected looking, Eleanor realized, but actually maintained in this state to provide concealed access. Malcolm moved confidently to a specific point, pushing aside vines to reveal a small wooden door set into the wall. "The old delivery entrance," he explained quietly. "Servants and tradespeople would use this rather than the main gates. The Institute likely doesn't even know it exists, it doesn't appear on modern maps of the property." Catherine examined the ancient wood with a professional eye. No signs of recent use. No modern locks or sensors. "They rely on the perimeter wall and main gate security," Malcolm confirmed. "This entrance was deliberately obscured by Thornfield women generations ago, made to appear abandoned and unusable." He turned to Eleanor. "The door will respond to Thornfield blood. Place your hand on the center panel and focus your intention." Eleanor did as instructed, laying her palm against the weathered wood and concentrating on the desire to enter. Through the pendant, she sensed ancient mechanisms stirring, not physical locks but energy patterns established by her ancestors, recognizing her bloodline and responding to her purpose. The door yielded with surprising silence, swinging inward to reveal a narrow path that led through overgrown gardens toward the east wing of Thornfield Hall. They slipped through quickly, Malcolm closing the door behind them with the same silent precision with which it had opened. Now inside the estate grounds, they moved with heightened caution. This closer proximity to the hall allowed Eleanor to perceive more details about the energy disturbances she had sensed earlier. The natural flow of the thin place was being systematically redirected, channeled toward the central portion of the building where, according to Norton's information, the artifact chamber was located. They're concentrating energy, she whispered to Malcolm as they paused behind a large ornamental shrub. Forcing it into patterns it wouldn't naturally form. Attempting to amplify the anchor's properties, he agreed grimly. Accelerating what would ordinarily be subtle and gradual processes. Catherine, ever practical, kept them focused on immediate concerns. Security camera on the east corner, she noted. Covers the formal gardens but doesn't quite reach this approach. They advanced carefully toward the east wing, using plantings and garden structures for cover. As they drew closer to the hall itself, Eleanor felt increasing pressure against her consciousness, not physical but perceptual, as if reality itself were strained in this location. The east wing loomed before them, 3 stories of mellow stone with mullioned windows and ivy climbing its walls. Unlike the central portion with its bright security lighting, this section remained largely in shadow, illuminated only by moonlight and distant spillover from the main building. At the base of the wing, half concealed by shrubbery, stood a modest doorway, the servant's entrance that Judith's key would unlock. They reached it without incident, pausing in its shadow to assess their surroundings once more. No visible surveillance, Catherine confirmed after careful observation. But likely motion sensors inside. Malcolm nodded agreement. Once we cross the threshold, we'll need to move quickly to the hidden passage entrance. Eleanor, your pendant should help detect any modern security we might miss. Eleanor removed Judith's key from her pocket, the ornate brass key with its tree-shaped head that her great-aunt had somehow acquired decades earlier. It felt warm in her hand, responding to her Thornfield blood and the proximity to its original home. With careful precision, she inserted the key into the ancient lock. It turned smoothly, as if recently oiled rather than unused for years. The door opened inward without sound, revealing a narrow hallway beyond, servants' quarters from an earlier era, now apparently used for storage, with boxes and covered furniture lining the walls. They slipped inside, closing the door behind them. The interior was dark save for moonlight filtering through dusty windows and the faint glow of emergency exit signs at distant intervals. Eleanor focused her awareness through the pendant, scanning for modern security measures. Motion sensors, she confirmed, detecting the subtle electromagnetic fields of devices mounted high on the walls. But they're inactive, powered down or malfunctioning. The resonance effect, Malcolm suggested. Your preparation at Willow Cottage is already influencing the energy here, disrupting their systems. They moved deeper into the east wing, guided by the floor plans Eleanor had memorized from Norton's documents. The corridors were silent and appeared unused, with dust covers over furniture and paintings. Unlike the modernized central portion of the hall, this wing had been preserved in something close to its original state, whether from historical respect or simple neglect wasn't clear. As they approached a junction of corridors on the ground floor, Eleanor felt a distinct shift in the air, a subtle resistance followed by a yielding, as if passing through an invisible membrane. Malcolm noticed her reaction immediately. "You feel it," he said. "The threshold to the hidden passages." Eleanor nodded, perceiving what would be invisible to ordinary senses, a divergence in spatial reality, a place where the conventional geometry of the building gave way to something more fluid and less definable. "Here," she said with certainty, stopping before what appeared to be a solid wall adorned with faded wallpaper. Through the pendant's enhancement, she could see what others could not, energy flowing like water around and through this section of wall, creating what might be described as a perceptual eddy or whirlpool. Malcolm smiled with approval. Your dual heritage serves you well. Even many Thornfields or Campbells would struggle to locate this entrance so quickly. Following instinct guided by the pendant, Eleanor placed her hand against the wall and spoke words that came to her without conscious thought, an ancient phrase that combined elements of both family traditions. The wall didn't move or open in any conventional sense, rather, perception itself shifted, revealing an opening that had been there all along but concealed from ordinary awareness. They stepped through into a space that defied simple description, a corridor that seemed both substantial and insubstantial simultaneously, its dimensions subtly different from the conventional architecture they had just left. The walls shimmered faintly when viewed peripherally but appeared solid when looked at directly. The floor beneath their feet felt firm yet somehow resilient, absorbing the sound of their footsteps completely. The between space, Malcolm explained quietly. Neither fully in this time nor entirely outside it. Our ancestors created these passages as safe transit through the thin place, protected from both conventional threats and the disorientation that can affect those who enter such spaces unprepared. The hidden passage extended before them, curving gently in ways that didn't correspond to the visible architecture of Thornfield Hall. Eleanor understood intuitively that they were traversing the building through a different relationship to space and time than ordinary movement would allow. This will lead us to the central portion, she asked Malcolm, who nodded. Directly to the old Great Hall, which should be immediately above the artifact chamber according to Norton's plans. From there, we'll need to find conventional access to the basement. They advanced through the between space, Eleanor marveling at how her dual heritage allowed her to navigate what would be profoundly disorienting to others. Catherine followed close behind, her experience with the Thornfield legacy providing some familiarity despite her long estrangement from it, while Malcolm moved with the confidence of someone whose family had maintained awareness of these passages across generations. After what might have been minutes or much longer, time seemed fluid in this in-between state. Eleanor sensed they were approaching another threshold. The passage terminated at what appeared to be a solid barrier similar to the entrance they had used, though this one emanated a different energy signature. We've reached the central portion, Malcolm confirmed. Beyond this threshold lies what was once the Great Hall of Thornfield Hall, though the Institute has likely repurposed it. Eleanor concentrated on the barrier, perceiving its protective mechanisms and how they might be navigated. Unlike the entrance, which had responded primarily to Thornfield blood, this exit point seemed designed to recognize intention as much as heritage. She focused her awareness, projecting clearly their purpose, to observe, to understand, to protect if necessary but not to harm or destroy. The barrier shimmered, then yielded, revealing a gap through which they could pass. Beyond lay darkness and the suggestion of a large space. With Catherine and Malcolm close behind, Eleanor stepped through the threshold back into conventional reality. They emerged into what had indeed once been the Great Hall of Thornfield Hall, a magnificent space with a high ceiling, ornate plasterwork, and tall windows now shrouded in darkness. But instead of the grand historical room it should have been, the space had been converted into what appeared to be a monitoring center, with workstations, electronic equipment, and large screens dominating the formerly elegant space. The room was darkened but not completely dark, illuminated by the glow of various equipment in standby mode and emergency lighting along the walls. Most importantly, it was currently unoccupied, the workday apparently concluded despite the ongoing activity elsewhere in the building. Central Monitoring Station, Catherine whispered, surveying the technology with professional assessment. They observed the artifact chamber from here. Eleanor moved carefully toward the nearest workstation, noting that the equipment remained active though unattended. Multiple screens displayed real-time data and camera feeds, including one that showed a lower-level room containing complex apparatus arranged around what appeared to be a central pedestal. The artifact chamber, she confirmed, studying the feed intently. Several white-coated figures moved around the equipment, making adjustments and recording measurements. In the center, barely visible from this camera angle, sat a small dark object on the pedestal, the anchor. Even through the digital medium of the surveillance camera, Eleanor could sense the object's power. The pendant at her throat seemed to respond to its presence, warming against her skin and intensifying its subtle vibration. Malcolm joined her, his expression grim as he observed the activity. They're running preliminary tests, calibrating their equipment for the equinox event. He pointed to readings displayed on another screen. Energy measurements far exceeding anything I would have expected at this stage. They're accelerating the process dangerously. Catherine had moved to another workstation, expertly navigating through files despite the unfamiliar system. Project Confluence documentation, she reported quietly. Detailed protocols for what they're calling temporal boundary dissolution, essentially attempting to create controlled overlaps between different time streams. Eleanor felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. They're deliberately trying to breach the boundaries between times. That's precisely what the anchor was designed to stabilize, not disrupt. Worse, Malcolm said, studying the camera feed more closely. They've modified the anchor itself, attached monitoring devices directly to its surface. See the metal probes embedded in its matrix. Eleanor looked where he indicated, noting with growing alarm the invasive apparatus connected to the ancient stone. Even at this distance, through the imperfect medium of a surveillance camera, she could sense the wrongness of it, the disruption to the anchor's natural functioning caused by these foreign elements. We need to see it directly, she decided. Understand exactly what they've done and what effect it's having. The basement access should be nearby, Catherine said, consulting her mental map of Norton's floor plans. Likely behind that door marked "Authorized Personnel Only." They moved cautiously toward the indicated door, Eleanor extending her pendant-enhanced awareness to check for security measures. Unlike the East Wing, this central area was thoroughly monitored, though their entrance through the hidden passage had bypassed the main detection systems. Keycard access, she noted, examining the electronic lock beside the door. And likely additional security beyond. Malcolm removed a small device from his backpack, a compact electronic unit with a digital display. Campbell Adaptation of Institute Technology, he explained, attaching it to the card reader. It mimics authorized credentials by replicating the electromagnetic signature. The device processed for several seconds, then the lock emitted a soft click and the indicator light changed from red to green. Malcolm removed the device quickly, storing it back in his pack. Limited window, he warned. Security systems will register the access and may flag it if there's no corresponding entry in their logs. They passed through the door into a utilitarian stairwell that descended to lower levels. Unlike the historic portions of the building, this area was clearly modern construction, concrete and steel, brightly lit with fluorescent fixtures, and marked with technical signage indicating various research departments and restricted areas. Eleanor closed her eyes briefly, focusing through the pendant to sense what lay below. The energy disturbance she had perceived since entering Thornfield Hall was much stronger here, a turbulence in the natural patterns of the thin place, centered on what must be the artifact chamber. 2 levels down, she said with certainty. That's where the anchor is being held. They descended quickly but cautiously, alert for security personnel or researchers working late. The stairwell remained empty, though Eleanor sensed movement and activity beyond the doors at each level. The Institute apparently maintained round-the-clock operations despite the late hour. At the second basement level, they paused at the door marked Temporal Research Laboratory, Authorized Personnel Only. Beyond it, Eleanor could sense the anchor's presence more distinctly, a concentrated point of power now distorted by the Institute's interventions. How do we proceed? Catherine asked, eyeing the security measures on this door, which appeared more robust than those above. Before either Eleanor or Malcolm could respond, a sound from the stairwell above alerted them to approaching danger, footsteps descending, multiple sets, accompanied by voices in professional conversation. Security patrol or research team, Malcolm whispered, glancing up the stairs. No time for subtle approaches. Eleanor made a split-second decision, reaching for the cloth pouch she had prepared at Willow Cottage. "Cover your eyes," she instructed, opening the pouch and speaking the Celtic activating phrase she had learned from the grimoire. A surge of energy flowed through her, transmitted instantly across the resonance link between Willow Cottage and Thornfield Hall. The pendant at her throat flared with sudden heat, conducting and amplifying the effect. Throughout the building, electrical systems fluctuated dramatically, lights dimming, then brightening, then failing completely as circuit breakers tripped in response to the power surge. Emergency lighting activated automatically, bathing the stairwell in dim red illumination. From above came exclamations of surprise and confusion as the approaching personnel dealt with the unexpected outage. "Now," Eleanor urged, turning to the door as its electronic lock reset during the power disruption. Malcolm quickly applied his device to the now vulnerable system, gaining access before security protocols could re-establish themselves. They slipped through the door into the corridor beyond, now illuminated only by emergency lighting and the glow of essential equipment on backup power. Voices echoed from various labs as researchers responded to the disruption, creating a distraction that allowed the three intruders to move unnoticed toward their destination. The artifact chamber lay at the end of the corridor, its entrance marked by both conventional security and warning signs indicating specialized protocols. Through the pendant, Eleanor could now sense the anchor with painful clarity, its natural harmonics disrupted and distorted by the Institute's experimental apparatus. "It's in distress," she whispered to Malcolm, who nodded grimly. "They've forced it into patterns it was never meant to form. The resonance is becoming dangerously unstable." The door to the artifact chamber stood partially open, the researchers inside presumably dealing with the power disruption. Eleanor peered carefully through the gap, assessing the situation before proceeding. The chamber was a large, circular room dominated by an array of scientific equipment surrounding a central pedestal. Despite the power outage, essential systems remained operational on backup generators, maintaining whatever process was currently underway. Three researchers in white lab coats moved urgently among the apparatus, checking readings and making adjustments. And there, at the center of it all, sat the anchor. Even prepared by Malcolm's descriptions and her own growing awareness, Eleanor was struck by the object's presence. About the size of a large fist as Malcolm had described, the anchor appeared to be a stone of indeterminate type, its surface covered with markings that shifted subtly when viewed indirectly. But what made it truly extraordinary was the energy it emanated, a concentrated nexus of power that seemed to bend light and perception around it, creating what looked like heat distortion in the surrounding air. The Institute had surrounded this remarkable object with monitoring equipment, sensors attached directly to its surface, cables connecting it to various instruments, and a glass containment chamber that could be lowered over it remotely. Currently, the containment was raised, allowing direct access for adjustments to the attached apparatus. "They've embedded probes directly into it," Malcolm observed with quiet horror. "Forcing connections that should occur naturally if at all. Can we remove them?" Eleanor asked, studying the setup with growing concern. "Not without understanding the consequences," Catherine cautioned. "Abrupt removal might trigger whatever instability they've been creating." One of the researchers moved toward the door, speaking into a radio about the power situation. Eleanor, Catherine, and Malcolm quickly withdrew to an adjacent storage area, concealing themselves as the laboratory door opened fully and the researcher stepped into the hallway. "Primary systems should be back online in 3 minutes, the woman reported into her radio. "Containment protocols remain active on backup power. Dr. Lang is requesting security verification of all laboratory spaces before resuming full operations." The name sent another chill through Eleanor, Dr. Lang, the same researcher who had approached Mark before their separation. The architect of Project Confluence was here, personally overseeing the work on the anchor. When the researcher returned to the laboratory, closing the door behind her, Malcolm turned to Eleanor with urgency. "We need to document what they're doing, then withdraw and prepare countermeasures. Direct intervention now could be catastrophic." Eleanor nodded reluctant agreement. The situation was worse than they had anticipated, the Institute's modifications to the anchor more extensive, the energy distortions more severe. Any hasty action might trigger precisely the instability they sought to prevent. They waited until the corridor was momentarily clear, then approached the laboratory door once more. Malcolm removed a specialized camera from his backpack, one designed to function without conventional electronics that might be detected. Campbell adaptation of traditional techniques, he explained quietly. It captures energy patterns as well as physical reality. Through the door's small window, he carefully photographed the anchor and the surrounding apparatus from multiple angles, documenting the Institute's modifications and the current configuration. Eleanor extended her perception through the pendant, mentally recording the energy patterns for later reference, while Catherine kept watch for approaching personnel. As Malcolm completed his documentation, Eleanor sensed a sudden shift in the anchor's energy, a ripple in its distorted field that spread outward like a stone dropped in still water. The pendant at her throat flared with momentary heat, responding to the disruption. Through the window, she saw the researchers react with excitement to readings on their instruments. One adjusted controls on a nearby console, apparently intensifying whatever process had triggered the change. The anchor's visual distortion field expanded noticeably, creating a sphere of warped perception around it. "They're pushing it deliberately," Malcolm whispered, his expression grim. "Forcing the boundaries to thin prematurely." Within the laboratory, one of the researchers called out readings to another, who recorded them on a tablet. "Temporal permeability at 37% and rising," the first announced. "Boundary integrity diminishing according to predicted model." The second researcher looked up from the tablet with evident satisfaction. "Dr. Lang will be pleased. We're ahead of schedule for the equinox convergence." As if summoned by the mention of her name, the laboratory door opened unexpectedly. Eleanor, Malcolm, and Catherine barely had time to withdraw to the nearby storage area before a new figure entered the artifact chamber, a tall woman with silver-streaked dark hair pulled back in a severe bun, wearing a white lab coat over formal attire. Dr. Lang. From their concealed position, they could hear her crisp, authoritative voice addressing the research team. The power disruption was localized to this building only. Security is investigating, but initial assessment suggests equipment failure rather than outside interference. She moved toward the anchor, studying it with clinical detachment. "Show me the latest readings." One of the researchers handed her the tablet, which she reviewed with evident satisfaction. "Excellent progress. The resonance cascade is developing more rapidly than projected. We may be able to achieve full temporal dissolution before the equinox alignment, which would eliminate our dependency on celestial timing." "Is that advisable, Dr. Lang?" another researcher asked hesitantly. "The models suggest greater stability with natural alignment factors." Lang dismissed the concern with a wave of her hand. "The models are conservative. The artifact has demonstrated exceptional resilience to our interventions. Its capacity exceeds all previous estimates." She handed the tablet back. "Increase amplitude by 12%. I want to see if we can push permeability past 40% tonight." The instruction sent a wave of alarm through Eleanor. Through the pendant, she could sense the anchor's already precarious state. Forcing it further could trigger unpredictable consequences. As the researchers adjusted their equipment according to Lang's instructions, the energy distortion around the anchor intensified visibly. The air within the laboratory seemed to ripple and fold, creating momentary glimpses of elsewhere. For brief instants, other times or places became partially visible within the chamber, Victorian-era figures, unfamiliar equipment, architectural elements that no longer existed. "Temporal overlay initiated," one researcher announced with controlled excitement. "Permeability at 41% and holding." Lang approached the anchor, stopping just outside the distortion field. "Perfect. Maintain these settings for 1 hour, then gradually reduce to baseline. Document all manifestations, no matter how brief." She turned to leave, adding over her shoulder, "Dr. Everett will want a full report by morning." He intends to proceed with the demonstration regardless of the board's reservations. As Lang exited the laboratory, Eleanor, Malcolm, and Catherine pressed deeper into their hiding place. When the door closed behind her, Malcolm turned to the others with urgent concern. "They're deliberately creating temporal breaches," he whispered, "and accelerating the process beyond their own safety protocols." "We've seen enough," Catherine said firmly. "We need to withdraw and develop countermeasures before they push too far." Eleanor nodded agreement, but as they prepared to retreat, a new sensation struck her with unexpected force, a wave of disorientation that seemed to emanate from the anchor itself. The pendant at her throat pulsed with sudden heat, responding to whatever was occurring in the artifact chamber. She steadied herself against the wall, focusing through the momentary vertigo. "Something's happening," she whispered. "The anchor is reaching some kind of threshold." Through the laboratory door's window, they could see the researchers responding to changing readings with growing concern. The distortion field had expanded dramatically, now encompassing much of the chamber. Within this field, reality itself seemed to flicker and shift, furniture, equipment, and even the researchers themselves occasionally displaying overlapping versions from different times. "Permeability at 53%, one called out, alarm evident in his voice. "That's well beyond projected tolerance." "Power fluctuations in the containment system," another reported urgently. "The artifact is generating its own energy cycle independent of our input." The anchor at the center of this chaos now glowed with an interior light that pulsed in an irregular rhythm. Each pulse sent a corresponding wave of distortion through the surrounding space, causing momentary glimpses of other times to manifest with increasing clarity and duration. "Shut it down," the lead researcher ordered, moving toward the emergency controls. "Full containment protocol now." But before they could implement these measures, the anchor emitted a blinding flash that momentarily illuminated the entire chamber. When the light receded, the distortion field had expanded to encompass the entire laboratory. Within this altered space, the researchers moved as if in slow motion, their actions seemingly desynchronized from normal time flow. More alarmingly, other figures had appeared within the chamber, shadowy forms from different eras, equally disoriented, becoming increasingly substantial with each pulse from the anchor. These temporal echoes moved among the modern researchers, unaware of each other yet occupying the same physical space in a dangerous overlap of realities. "This is what we feared," Malcolm said grimly. "The beginning of temporal bleeding, different times manifesting simultaneously in the same location. Can we stop it?" Eleanor asked, her pendant now painfully hot against her skin as it responded to the escalating disruption. "Not directly, not without risking catastrophic collapse of the boundary," Malcolm replied. "But perhaps we can stabilize it temporarily, enough to allow retreat and preparation of proper countermeasures." Catherine, ever practical, was already assessing their options. "The researchers can't manage it, they don't understand what they've triggered. It will require both Thornfield and Campbell techniques combined." Eleanor made a swift decision. "I'll do it. The pendant will help me focus both traditions." Before the others could object, she stepped from concealment and approached the laboratory door. Through the window, she could see the chaos intensifying, the researchers struggling to implement containment protocols while reality itself flickered and shifted around them. The anchor pulsed with increasingly powerful surges of energy, each one bringing the temporal overlay into sharper focus. Drawing on both her Thornfield heritage through the grimoire's teachings and her newly awakened Campbell abilities through the pendant, Eleanor focused her awareness on the energy patterns flowing through and around the anchor. Rather than fighting the temporal distortion directly, she sought to smooth its edges, to gentle the transitions between states, creating a buffer zone that would allow the natural stabilizing properties of the thin place to reassert themselves. The pendant grew almost unbearably hot as it channeled her dual heritage, amplifying her intention and projecting it toward the anchor. Through the laboratory window, Eleanor could see the effect immediately, the violent flickering between time streams slowing, the sharp edges of temporal displacement softening into more gradual transitions. The researchers, unaware of the external influence affecting their experiment, responded with confusion to the changing readings on their instruments. The lead researcher activated the containment field, lowering the protective barrier around the anchor as the temporal distortion gradually diminished. "It's working," Malcolm whispered, observing the effect with professional appreciation. "You're creating a damping field, not stopping the process entirely but moderating its expression." Eleanor maintained her focus until the most dangerous manifestations had subsided, the anchor's pulsing glow diminishing to a steady illumination and the temporal echoes fading to barely perceptible outlines. Only then did she withdraw her influence, careful to taper the effect gradually rather than abruptly. "We need to leave," she said, her voice strained from the effort. "I've bought time, but they'll detect any further interference." They retreated quickly but carefully down the corridor, retracing their steps toward the stairwell. The power had been restored throughout the building, normal lighting replacing the emergency systems. This increased their risk of detection, but also meant security would be focused on assessing systems rather than patrolling corridors. As they reached the stairwell door, alarm klaxons suddenly sounded throughout the facility. Red warning lights began flashing in the corridors, and automated announcements instructed all personnel to implement Security Protocol Omega-7. "They've detected the unauthorized influence," Malcolm said, holding the stairwell door for the others. "Or perhaps just realized the temporal disruption wasn't entirely of their making." They ascended rapidly, encountering confusion rather than organized response, Institute personnel hurrying to designated stations, security focusing on external threats rather than intruders already inside. This chaos allowed them to reach the main level and make their way back to the Great Hall Monitoring Center without direct confrontation. "We need the hidden passage," Eleanor said, moving toward where they had emerged earlier. "It's our only safe exit now." But as they approached the threshold point, a new complication arose. Dr. Malcolm Everett himself entered the monitoring center from the main corridor, accompanied by Dr. Lang and two security personnel. They were engaged in urgent conversation, unaware of the three intruders on the far side of the darkened room. "Containment has been re-established," Lang was reporting as they moved toward the workstations. But the artifact exhibited unprecedented autonomous behavior. Something influenced the resonance pattern externally. Everett's response was measured but intense. "The Thornfield woman. She's found a way to affect the anchor remotely." He turned to the security officers. "Establish a perimeter around Willow Cottage immediately. No one enters or leaves until I arrive personally." Eleanor felt a chill of alarm. They were heading directly to Willow Cottage, to the grimoire, still secured within its protective measures but potentially vulnerable to determined intrusion. "We need a diversion," she whispered to the others. "Something to delay them." Malcolm nodded understanding, reaching into his pack for a small device. "Campbell Disruptor," he explained quietly. "It will temporarily affect electronic systems throughout this section of the building. Use the confusion to reach the threshold." While Catherine kept watch on Everett's group, Malcolm activated the device and placed it behind a workstation. Almost immediately, the monitoring systems began behaving erratically, screens flashing with random data, alarms triggering without apparent cause, communication systems emitting bursts of static. Everett and Lang turned toward the malfunctioning equipment with expressions of confusion and alarm. "System-wide failure," Lang reported, attempting to diagnose the problem. "Possible electromagnetic pulse or targeted cyber attack." "Secure the artifact chamber," Everett ordered sharply. "Nothing else matters." As the security personnel hurried to comply and Everett and Lang focused on the equipment malfunction, Eleanor led Malcolm and Catherine swiftly across the darkened room toward the hidden passage threshold. Using her dual heritage and the pendant's enhancement, she located the entry point and activated it with a focused thought rather than the spoken phrase she had used earlier. The threshold shimmered into visibility, revealing the between space beyond. They slipped through quickly, Eleanor sealing the passage behind them with another focused intention. Within the protected corridor, the sounds of alarm and confusion from the conventional world faded to silence. That was too close, Catherine said, her professional composure finally showing cracks of concern. And now they're heading directly to Willow Cottage. They won't find the grimoire, Eleanor assured her, though with less confidence than she would have liked. The protective measures we established should hold against conventional search methods. Everett is anything but conventional, Malcolm warned as they moved swiftly through the between space. He's been studying our families for decades, developing countermeasures to our traditional protections. They traversed the hidden passage with greater speed than their inward journey, Eleanor's growing familiarity with both her abilities and the between-space properties allowing more efficient navigation. Soon they approached the exit point that would return them to the east wing of Thornfield Hall. Before attempting to open this threshold, Eleanor extended her pendant-enhanced awareness to check for potential threats beyond. The east wing remained unoccupied, though she could sense increased activity elsewhere in the building as the Institute responded to both the anchor's unexpected behavior and the electronic disruption Malcolm had created. Clear for now, she reported, but they'll extend the search pattern eventually. She opened the threshold with the same focused intention she had used at the other end, revealing the dusty corridor of the east wing beyond. They passed through quickly, Eleanor again sealing the passage behind them to minimize evidence of their presence. Moving with practiced stealth, they retraced their route through the east wing toward the servants' entrance they had used for access. The garden beyond remained dark and apparently unmonitored, security resources having been diverted to the central disturbance and the planned expedition to Willow Cottage. They exited through the servants' door, locking it behind them with Judith's key, then made their way through the overgrown garden to the concealed gate in the perimeter wall. Only when they had passed through this final barrier and regained the shelter of the woods beyond did they pause to assess their situation. "We need to return to Willow Cottage immediately," Eleanor said with urgent concern. "If Everett reaches it before us, he'll find it well protected," Catherine assured her. "And he can't access the grimoire without Thornfield blood and specific knowledge of our methods." "Still, we should hurry," Malcolm agreed. "What we've learned tonight changes our timeline dramatically. The Institute is much closer to triggering a catastrophic temporal event than we anticipated." As they moved swiftly through the darkness toward the coastal path that would lead them back to Willow Cottage, Eleanor reflected on what they had witnessed. The anchor's distress had been palpable, its natural properties perverted by the Institute's crude interventions. Without intervention, the equinox demonstration would almost certainly trigger precisely the kind of temporal bleeding that the Thornfield and Campbell families had worked for centuries to prevent. "The anchor needs to be removed from their control," she said as they walked. "But simply taking it might trigger the very collapse we're trying to prevent." "The grimoire should contain guidance," Malcolm suggested. "Combined with the Campbell Codex, we may find a method to safely neutralize their apparatus before removing the anchor." "And then what?" Catherine asked the practical question. "Even if we succeed, the Institute won't simply abandon their work. They'll pursue us with everything they have." "One problem at a time," Eleanor responded, her determination hardening into resolve. "First, we secure Willow Cottage and the grimoire. Then we develop a plan to address the anchor. After that—" She left the thought unfinished, the enormous implications of confronting an organization with the Institute's resources too daunting to fully contemplate in this moment. They continued in focused silence, moving as quickly as safety allowed through the night-dark landscape. The half-moon provided just enough illumination to navigate without artificial light, while the pendant at Eleanor's throat maintained its gentle warmth, connecting her to both her heritage and the task that heritage demanded. As they crested a rise that provided the first distant view of Willow Cottage, Eleanor stopped abruptly. Even from this distance, she could sense something amiss, a disturbance in the cottage's protective energy, a pressure against the safeguards they had established. "Someone's already there," she said, her voice tight with concern. "They've reached the cottage before us." Through the pendant's enhancement, she could perceive lights moving within and around Willow Cottage, flashlights or headlamps rather than the building's internal lighting. Darker shadows moved among these lights, human figures conducting what appeared to be a methodical search of the property. "Institute security team," Malcolm confirmed grimly, his Campbell perception equally capable of discerning the distant activity. They've established a perimeter and begun searching. The grimoire, Eleanor whispered, instinctively touching the pendant. Can they find it? Not without specific knowledge of Thornfield methods, Catherine reassured her. The protections we established were designed to withstand precisely this kind of intrusion. But we need access ourselves, Malcolm pointed out. And they've positioned guards around the entire property. Eleanor studied the distant scene, considering options. The direct approach was clearly impossible, they were outnumbered and likely outgunned by professional security personnel. Yet they needed to reach the grimoire, to secure additional knowledge for addressing the anchor crisis. As she contemplated this dilemma, the pendant at her throat pulsed with sudden warmth. With it came an awareness, not exactly a thought but a perception, of another possibility. The resonance link she had established between Willow Cottage and Thornfield Hall still existed, still connected the two thin places despite the physical distance between them. There might be another way, she said slowly, the idea crystallizing as she spoke. Not through physical space, but through the connection between thin places. Malcolm looked at her with sudden understanding. Perceptual transit, he identified the technique. A Campbell method, though rarely attempted except in emergencies. Exactly, Eleanor confirmed. If the resonance link is strong enough, I might be able to project awareness directly to Willow Cottage, not physically, but enough to access the grimoire remotely. That's incredibly dangerous without extensive training, Catherine objected immediately. Especially with the Institute actively manipulating energies at Thornfield Hall. The disorientation alone could be devastating. The pendant will help stabilize the transition, Malcolm countered, though his expression remained concerned. And Eleanor's dual heritage provides natural advantages. But still, the risk is substantial. Eleanor touched the pendant thoughtfully, weighing the danger against their need. Do we have alternatives? She asked simply. Neither Catherine nor Malcolm could offer a viable alternative plan. The Institute's security presence at Willow Cottage appeared thorough and professional, while time worked against them, both in terms of immediate access to the grimoire and the larger threat of the Institute's accelerating work with the anchor. If I'm going to attempt this, we need a secure location, Eleanor decided. Somewhere with natural protection, ideally with historical connection to either family. Malcolm considered briefly. There's an ancient standing stone about half a mile east of here, part of a circle mostly destroyed during road construction in the 1960s. A minor thin place, but it might provide sufficient amplification for what you're attempting. That should work, Eleanor agreed. Lead the way. They diverted from the path toward Willow Cottage, moving east through increasingly rough terrain until they reached a small clearing containing a solitary standing stone, perhaps 7 feet tall and covered with weathered carvings. It stood as the last remnant of what had once been a complete circle. Even in the moonlight, Eleanor could sense its age and significance, the centuries of ritual and observance that had imbued it with subtle power. This was once connected to both Thornfield Hall and the Campbell holdings at Glen Iraq, Malcolm explained as they approached. Part of an ancient network of aligned sites throughout Britain. Eleanor felt the stone's resonance immediately, weaker than Willow Cottage or Thornfield Hall, but still a genuine thin place with its own distinct character. The pendant responded to its presence, warming against her skin as if in recognition. This will serve, she confirmed, approaching the stone directly. I'll need both of you to maintain watch, both physically and perceptually. If the Institute has any sensitives among their personnel, they might detect this working. Malcolm nodded understanding. Catherine and I will establish a perimeter, alternate physical and perceptual monitoring. He turned to Catherine. You still remember the basic Thornfield methods for sensing approaching threats? Some skills never fade entirely, she confirmed with a hint of defensive pride. I'll take the western approach, you the eastern. As they established their protective perimeter around the clearing, Eleanor prepared herself for what she was about to attempt. The perceptual transit Malcolm had identified was described in the grimoire, a technique for projecting awareness across distance using the natural connections between thin places. Under normal circumstances, it would require extensive preparation and training, but the current emergency left no time for such luxuries. She settled herself at the base of the standing stone, sitting with her back against its ancient surface. The pendant hung outside her clothing now, its gentle glow visible in the darkness as it responded to both her intention and the stone's inherent energies. Closing her eyes, Eleanor focused her awareness inward, then gradually expanded it outward, feeling first the stone behind her, then the clearing around her, then the broader landscape beyond. Through the pendant's enhancement, she perceived the threads of connection weaving through this terrain, energy pathways linking this standing stone to other significant locations, including Willow Cottage. The resonance link she had established earlier remained intact, a golden thread in her perception stretching from her current location toward the cottage. Focusing on this connection, Eleanor began the technique described in the grimoire, a careful shifting of perception away from her physical body and along this resonant pathway. The initial sensation was disorienting, a feeling of both movement and stillness simultaneously, of being in two places at once while fully in neither. The pendant's warmth intensified, helping stabilize her awareness as it stretched along the golden thread toward Willow Cottage. Gradually, Eleanor's perception reached the cottage's environs. She could sense the Institute's security personnel moving methodically through the property, a dozen figures with flashlights and electronic detection equipment, searching outbuildings and gardens while maintaining a perimeter watch. Within the cottage itself, she perceived two more figures, one she recognized instantly as Dr. Everett, the other presumably Dr. Lang, conducting a more focused search of the interior. Neither had yet located the grimoire in its hidden protection, but their search patterns suggested they were working systematically through the building, using both conventional methods and some form of enhanced perception that allowed them to detect subtle energy signatures. Eleanor extended her awareness more fully into the cottage, her perception strengthening as it connected with the building's inherent consciousness. Willow Cottage recognized her immediately, its awareness responding to her presence despite the physical distance. Through this connection, she could sense the grimoire in its hiding place, still secure for now, but potentially vulnerable if Everett's search continued long enough. With careful focus, Eleanor projected a specific intention toward the cottage, not to physically move the grimoire, which would be impossible through perceptual transit alone, but to enhance its concealment, to redirect Everett and Lang's attention away from its location. The cottage responded immediately, its own protective awareness intensifying around the hidden book. But as she maintained this connection, Eleanor became aware of another presence observing her efforts, a cold, analytical attention that seemed to focus suddenly on the perceptual link she had established. Everett had sensed her influence, his decades of study allowing him to detect what should have been imperceptible. Fascinating, she heard/felt him say, his voice oddly clear despite the distance. She's accessing the cottage remotely. A perceptual projection technique I've only seen documented in theoretical contexts. He seemed to turn toward her projected awareness, his own perception focusing with disturbing precision. I see you, Dr. Reed. Most impressive capability for someone so recently awakened to their heritage. The dual bloodline clearly conveys advantages we hadn't fully quantified. The intrusion was jarring, threatening to disrupt Eleanor's tenuous connection and potentially trap her awareness between locations. The pendant flared with protective heat, helping stabilize her projected perception despite Everett's interference. You can't maintain this connection indefinitely, Everett continued, his voice/thought clinically detached. And when it collapses, we'll have valuable data on both your capabilities and the methods you're employing. Data that will significantly enhance our work with the anchor. Eleanor realized with alarm that he was right, maintaining the perceptual transit was rapidly depleting her energy, while Everett was using the connection to gather information about her abilities. She needed to complete her purpose quickly before the link collapsed or caused harm. With focused determination, she directed her awareness specifically to the grimoire, establishing as strong a connection as possible given the circumstances. Through this link, she conveyed a clear intention, not to physically relocate the book, which was beyond her current capabilities, but to activate its inherent defenses to a higher level than they had initially established. The grimoire responded immediately, its ancient protective mechanisms engaging with newfound intensity. The book's concealment deepened, becoming not merely hidden but effectively existing in a slightly different relationship to conventional reality, still physically present but perceptually shifted outside normal detection parameters. Simultaneously, Eleanor withdrew her awareness from Willow Cottage, pulling back along the golden thread of resonance before Everett could extract further information or potentially track her physical location. The pendant aided this retreat, its protective properties helping sever the connection cleanly rather than allowing it to collapse chaotically. With a gasping return to full bodily awareness, Eleanor opened her eyes to find herself still seated at the base of the standing stone. Malcolm and Catherine had returned to her side, their expressions concerned as they monitored her condition. "You were successful?" Malcolm asked, offering a water bottle which Eleanor accepted gratefully. "Partially," she confirmed after drinking deeply. "I've enhanced the grimoire's protection. Everett won't find it now, regardless of how thoroughly they search. But he sensed my presence, my methods. He's gathering data on our capabilities." "That's concerning but not unexpected," Malcolm assessed pragmatically. "Everett has studied our families for decades. He recognizes techniques that even many Thornfields or Campbells would find unfamiliar." Catherine's expression remained troubled. "If we can't return to Willow Cottage, where do we go?" "We need resources, information, sanctuary." "Glen Iraq," Malcolm said decisively. "Mother is expecting us regardless of tonight's outcome. The Campbell holding has protections that even the Institute hasn't penetrated, defenses maintained continuously for centuries." "Scotland?" Catherine's surprise was evident. "That's hundreds of miles from here." "We have transportation arranged nearby," Malcolm assured her. "A vehicle waiting at a predetermined location, deliberately separated from my approach to Willow Cottage in case of surveillance." Eleanor considered the suggestion, weighing their limited options. Without access to Willow Cottage or the grimoire, their ability to address the looming crisis with the anchor was severely compromised. Glen Iraq represented not just sanctuary but potentially crucial knowledge through the Campbell tradition and Fiona's extensive experience. "We go to Glen Iraq," she decided, rising somewhat unsteadily to her feet. "We need Grandmother Fiona's insights, particularly now that we've seen exactly what the Institute is doing with the anchor." As they prepared to leave the standing stone and make their way to Malcolm's hidden transportation, Eleanor felt the pendant pulse once more with meaningful warmth. Through it, she sensed a distant awareness touching briefly against her own, Fiona Campbell, reaching across the miles to acknowledge their decision and offer welcome. "She knows we're coming," Eleanor said quietly to Malcolm, who nodded without surprise. "Mother's perception extends far when family is concerned. She'll have preparations underway already." They departed the clearing, leaving the solitary standing stone to its ancient vigilance. As they moved through the darkness toward whatever transportation Malcolm had arranged, Eleanor reflected on how dramatically her understanding of herself and her heritage had expanded in just a few days. From academic historian to awakened guardian of dual bloodlines, from researcher of others' correspondence to active participant in a generations-long struggle to protect reality's fundamental stability, the transformation was as profound as it was unexpected. Behind them, the Institute continued its methodical search of Willow Cottage, unaware that their primary target had been placed beyond their reach. At Thornfield Hall, researchers monitored the anchor's restless energies, preparing for what they believed would be a controlled demonstration of unprecedented capabilities on the equinox. And somewhere in the complex weave of time and reality that surrounded these events, ancient forces stirred in response to modern tampering, forces that the Thornfield and Campbell bloodlines had respectfully worked with rather than attempted to control, maintaining a balance now threatened by the Institute's arrogant interventions. The investigation had revealed dangers more immediate and severe than Eleanor had imagined when she first discovered the letter from Margaret Thornfield. Now, journey and sanctuary lay ahead, and beyond that, a confrontation that would determine not just the fate of the grimoire and the anchor, but potentially the stable relationship between past, present, and future itself. The journey north unfolded in a blur of movement and muted conversation. Malcolm's transportation proved to be a sturdy Land Rover parked discreetly at a small farm several miles from Willow Cottage. The elderly farmer who provided them access to the vehicle greeted Malcolm with familiar respect, asking no questions but offering a thermos of hot tea and a bag of homemade sandwiches for the road. An old Campbell ally, Malcolm explained as they drove away from the farmstead. His family has supported ours for generations. There are such connections throughout Britain, people who know enough to help but not enough to be endangered by detailed knowledge. They traveled through the night, following less trafficked routes northward. Eleanor dozed fitfully in the back seat, the pendant warm against her skin even in sleep, while Catherine maintained vigilant watch for any signs of pursuit. Malcolm drove with the focused efficiency of someone accustomed to necessary haste, his hands steady on the wheel despite the hours without rest. Dawn found them crossing the border into Scotland, the landscape gradually transforming into the rugged beauty of the Highlands. As morning light spread across the hills, Eleanor felt a subtle shift in her awareness, a sense of homecoming to a place she had never physically visited but somehow recognized on a deeper level. "You feel it," Malcolm observed, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. "The Campbell blood responding to ancestral land." Eleanor nodded, watching the mist-wrapped mountains through the window. "It's like remembering something I never knew I'd forgotten." "That's precisely what it is," Malcolm confirmed. "Genetic memory, psychic imprinting, science has various inadequate terms for what our families have always understood as blood knowledge." By mid-morning, they had reached the Western Highlands, turning onto progressively smaller roads until finally taking a narrow track that wound between hills toward what appeared to be an isolated valley. No signs marked their route, yet Malcolm navigated with unwavering certainty. "Glen Iraq," he announced as they crested a final rise, revealing the valley below. Eleanor's breath caught at the view. The glen spread before them, a perfect highland valley with a silver-blue loch at its center, surrounded by ancient forest and open meadows. Stone-walled cottages clustered near the loch's shore, smoke rising from chimneys in the crisp morning air. Behind this settlement stood a larger structure of gray stone, not quite a castle but more substantial than a manor house, its architecture suggesting centuries of careful expansion and renovation. Most striking of all was the stone circle that occupied a promontory overlooking the loch, 7 massive standing stones arranged in perfect alignment, their surfaces covered with spiraling carvings similar to those on Eleanor's pendant. Even from this distance, she could sense their power, a concentrated nexus of energy that made Willow Cottage's thin place seem subtle by comparison. "Campbell Hall," Malcolm indicated the gray stone building with a nod. "Our family seat for nearly 900 years, though the settlement itself is far older." He gestured toward the stone circle. "The Collar Stones, the heart of Glen Iraq's power and our family's connection to it." As they descended into the valley, Eleanor noticed that the mist behaved strangely here, clinging to certain areas while leaving others perfectly clear, creating natural boundaries that felt deliberate rather than random. The pendant at her throat pulsed with gentle warmth, resonating with the energy patterns of this ancient place. "The mist is a protection," Catherine observed, breaking her long silence. "It responds to intention and bloodline." Though she had rejected her own heritage, her academic understanding of such phenomena remained sharp. "Indeed," Malcolm confirmed. "A natural manifestation enhanced by generations of Campbell guardians. It confuses electronic surveillance, disrupts GPS signals, and subtly redirects those without invitation or blood connection. Which explains why the Institute hasn't been able to establish the same kind of presence here that they have at Thornfield Hall," Eleanor concluded. "They've tried," Malcolm's expression darkened momentarily. "Particularly during the 1970s when they were most aggressive. But Glen Iraq defends itself, with guidance from its guardians." The Land Rover followed the single-track road toward the settlement, eventually pulling up before Campbell Hall. The building was even more impressive up close, its gray stone walls weathered but solid, windows glinting in the morning light, an arched doorway of dark oak standing open as if in expectation of their arrival. Standing in this doorway was a figure Eleanor recognized instantly despite never having met her in physical reality, a tall woman with silver hair pulled back in a simple braid, her posture straight despite her evident age, her eyes the same distinctive hazel as Eleanor's own. Fiona Campbell. Her grandmother. As they exited the vehicle, Fiona descended the shallow steps to meet them. Her movements were deliberate but not frail, a woman in her 80s who carried her years with dignity rather than burden. She wore simple clothing in muted tones that somehow seemed both practical and elegant. At last, she said simply as Eleanor approached, her voice carrying the musical Highland lilt Malcolm shared but tempered by age into something rich and resonant. The child of both bloodlines has come home. Without hesitation, she opened her arms, and Eleanor found herself stepping into her grandmother's embrace, a connection that felt simultaneously new and ancient, a circle completed after decades of separation. The pendant between them flared with momentary heat, acknowledging the meeting of its maker and its inheritor. "You know me," Eleanor said as they separated, not a question but a statement of wonder. "I have walked with you in dreams since your birth," Fiona confirmed, her gaze direct and unwavering. "Though until now, you would not remember upon waking." She turned to Catherine, her expression softening with complexity. "Daughter-in-law. It has been too long." Catherine's composure wavered briefly. "Fiona. I should have." "The past is written," Fiona interrupted gently. "We face forward now." She gestured toward the open doorway. "Come. Refreshment is prepared, and we have much to discuss before sunset." The interior of Campbell Hall balanced ancient tradition with practical modernity, stone walls and wooden beams alongside comfortable furnishings and discreetly placed modern conveniences. Fiona led them to a circular room at the heart of the building, where a table had been set with food and drink beside a hearth in which a peat fire burned with fragrant warmth. As they settled around the table, Eleanor noted the room's curious acoustics. Sound seemed both clearer and more private here, as if the space itself curated what could be heard and by whom. The walls bore framed maps and charts that she recognized as astronomical calculations and ley line diagrams, documenting the thin places' properties with scientific precision despite their ancient subject matter. "You've seen the anchor," Fiona stated once they were seated, again not a question. "You've witnessed what they're attempting." "Yes," Eleanor confirmed, grateful for her grandmother's directness. "They've modified it with intrusive technology, forced it to generate temporal distortions prematurely. They're planning something significant for the equinox, tomorrow." Fiona nodded grimly. "The culmination of decades of misguided effort. They seek to create controlled breaches between time streams, windows through which they might observe or potentially influence other periods of history." "For what purpose?" Catherine asked, her academic mind focusing on motivation despite the fantastical context. "Information, primarily," Fiona replied. "Knowledge from lost periods, technologies from alternative developmental paths, strategic awareness of events beyond conventional historical documentation." She paused, her expression darkening. "Their government sponsors have more specific ambitions: surveillance of historical events to resolve modern uncertainties, potential revision of outcomes deemed unfortunate." "Time travel?" Eleanor asked skeptically. "Not physical transportation," Malcolm clarified. "But perception and potentially influence across temporal boundaries. Catastrophic in its implications, even if technically feasible." "Which it is not," Fiona stated firmly. "Not safely. Not controllably. The anchor was created to stabilize such boundaries, not dissolve them. By reversing its function, they risk collapse of the very structures that maintain discrete time streams." Temporal bleeding, Eleanor recalled Malcolm's term from their observation at Thornfield Hall. Different times manifesting simultaneously in the same location. Initially in thin places only, Fiona confirmed, but potentially spreading if left unchecked. "Imagine the consequences, past, present, and possible futures occupying the same space, reality itself becoming unstable, human consciousness unable to maintain coherence across such fundamental disruption. The group fell silent, absorbing the enormity of what they faced. Eleanor sipped the tea Fiona had provided, finding it subtly different from any she had tasted before, herbs and elements unique to Glenarach, she suspected, providing both refreshment and clarity of thought. "What can we do?" she finally asked. "The Institute controls Thornfield Hall, has modified the anchor with technology we can't simply remove without potentially triggering the very crisis we seek to prevent." Fiona's gaze grew distant, focusing on something beyond the room's physical boundaries. "There is a way," she said slowly. "Difficult, dangerous, but possible. The Campbell Codex contains reference to an ancient protocol developed jointly by our families when the anchor was first created, a method to reset its fundamental properties if they became corrupted or distorted. The Thornfield Grimoire mentions this as well, Eleanor recalled. A reharmonization ritual requiring specific conditions and participants. Including a guardian of dual bloodline, Malcolm added, looking meaningfully at Eleanor. A bridge between traditions, capable of accessing both families' methods simultaneously. "Which is why you were always essential," Fiona told Eleanor directly. "Why I maintained connection through dreams, why Judith left Willow Cottage specifically to you. The potential for this crisis has been evident to those with the sight for decades, and with it, the knowledge that resolution would require abilities unique to your dual heritage. But the grimoire remains at Willow Cottage," Catherine pointed out. "Protected from the Institute, yes, but also inaccessible to us. The Thornfield knowledge is but one half of what's required," Fiona replied calmly. "Here at Glenarach, we maintain our own records. The Campbell Codex contains the complementary elements needed for the reharmonization." She rose with surprising grace for her age, moving to a cabinet built into the stone wall. From it, she withdrew a volume similar in size to the grimoire but bound in dark green leather with silver fittings, the Campbell Codex Malcolm had referenced previously. "Our family's accumulated wisdom," Fiona explained, placing the book on the table before Eleanor. "Like the grimoire, it responds to blood and intention, revealing what is needed when it is needed." Eleanor reached out hesitantly, her fingers hovering above the codex's cover. Unlike the grimoire, which she had discovered on her own, this book represented the heritage deliberately kept from her throughout her life, her father's legacy, unknown until days ago. "It recognizes you already," Fiona encouraged. "Through the pendant, through blood, through intention." When Eleanor's fingers finally touched the codex, the sensation was different from her first contact with the grimoire, not the shock of discovery but the comfort of recognition, like returning to a beloved place after long absence. The book seemed to warm beneath her touch, its silver fittings gleaming momentarily brighter in the room's soft light. As she opened it, the pages turned of their own accord, settling on a section titled in what Eleanor somehow recognized as ancient Gaelic script despite never having studied the language. The pendant translated the meaning directly to her awareness, the mending of bridges between times. The reharmonization protocol, Malcolm identified, leaning forward with scholarly interest. Not accessed in generations. The pages detailed a ritual of remarkable complexity, diagrams showing energy alignments, text describing precise phraseology in multiple ancient languages, illustrations of necessary components and their arrangements. What struck Eleanor most was how perfectly it complemented what she recalled from the grimoire, each tradition contributing essential elements that, combined, created something greater than either alone could achieve. "This requires physical access to the anchor," she noted, studying the diagrams carefully. "We would need to infiltrate Thornfield Hall again, reach the artifact chamber, and perform this ritual despite the Institute's presence and security." During the equinox itself, Fiona confirmed. "When they attempt their largest intervention, the moment of greatest vulnerability but also greatest potential for correction." "That's tomorrow," Catherine pointed out. "We have less than 24 hours to prepare, and the Institute will have enhanced security after our previous intrusion." "They will also be focused on their experiment," Malcolm countered. Everett's ambition has always outweighed his caution. He won't delay the demonstration despite security concerns. There's too much institutional and governmental pressure for results after decades of investment. Eleanor continued studying the codex, absorbing its contents with the pendant's assistance. The reharmonization would require specific items from both traditions, elements that fortunately appeared to be available at Glen Iraq, though some would need preparation. "We'll need a team," she concluded, looking up from the text. "This can't be accomplished by one person, regardless of heritage." "You will lead," Fiona stated with quiet certainty. With Malcolm's guidance, Catherine's knowledge of the Institute, and support from trusted Campbell allies who understand what's at stake. The discussion continued through the morning and into early afternoon, detailed planning for what would undoubtedly be a challenging and dangerous intervention. Fiona summoned several other residents of Glen Iraq to join them, relatives Eleanor had never known existed, each with specific skills and knowledge relevant to their mission. There was Ian Campbell, Malcolm's son and Eleanor's cousin, a specialist in security systems with experience countering Institute technology. Moira Campbell, Malcolm's niece, whose medical training included both conventional approaches and traditional methods passed through the family line. And oldest of all save Fiona herself, great-uncle Alastair, a man in his 90s whose sharp mind and encyclopedic knowledge of Campbell history provided valuable context for their planning. By mid-afternoon, a comprehensive strategy had taken shape. They would travel to Thornfield Hall in multiple vehicles, approaching from different directions to minimize detection. Using both technological countermeasures and traditional methods of concealment, they would infiltrate the property during the final preparations for the Institute's demonstration, when security would be spread thin across multiple priorities. Eleanor, Malcolm, and Catherine would form the core team entering the artifact chamber, while Ian and other Campbell allies created strategic diversions throughout the property. The reharmonization itself would require Eleanor to directly interface with the anchor using techniques from both family traditions, guided by the knowledge contained in the codex. "The risk is substantial," Fiona cautioned as they finalized the plan. "Particularly for you, Eleanor. The reharmonization creates a momentary but intense connection between guardian and anchor, a convergence of consciousness and temporal energy that can be disorienting." "Disorienting how?" Catherine asked, maternal concern evident despite her effort at professional detachment. "Time perception becomes fluid," Malcolm explained. "Past and future momentarily accessible alongside present awareness. It can be difficult to maintain distinct identity amidst such expansion." "The pendant will help," Fiona added, looking meaningfully at where it hung around Eleanor's neck. "It was created specifically for this purpose, to anchor a guardian's consciousness during extensive temporal perception." As the planning session concluded, Fiona suggested Eleanor rest before the evening preparations would begin. She led her granddaughter through Campbell Hall to a comfortable bedchamber overlooking the lock and the stone circle beyond. "This was your father's room," Fiona said simply as Eleanor took in the space, comfortable furnishings alongside bookshelves filled with volumes on history, philosophy, and more esoteric subjects. "Robert loved this view. He said it helped him think beyond conventional limitations." Eleanor moved to the window, gazing out at the magnificent landscape. The afternoon light caught the surface of the lock, transforming it into a mirror that reflected the encircling hills and the stone circle standing sentinel on its promontory. "Was he happy here?" she asked quietly. "Before he left for university, before he met Mom?" "He was," Fiona confirmed, joining her at the window. "Happy but restless, as those with true gifts often are. He sensed there was more to experience beyond Glen Iraq, more to learn than one tradition could provide." She placed a gentle hand on Eleanor's shoulder. "Like you?" he questioned. "Like you, he sought integration rather than isolation." "I wish I could have known him," Eleanor said, emotion thickening her voice. "Really known him, not just the sanitized version Mom presented after his death." "You can," Fiona replied with surprising literalness. "Not through conventional memory, but through the blood knowledge the pendant helps access. Robert remains part of what you are, what you perceive. In the quiet moments, in the spaces between thought, you may sense him, his perspective, his understanding. Eleanor touched the pendant reflexively. Is that possible? To connect with those gone? Not in the simplistic way popular culture imagines, Fiona clarified. But in thin places, with proper intention, the boundaries between now and then grow permeable. Those with the sight may glimpse across such boundaries, sensing echoes of what has been and what continues in ways beyond ordinary understanding. She gestured toward the bed. Rest now. Tonight we will visit the caller stones, where your preparation will continue. Tomorrow's task will demand everything you've learned and much you have yet to discover. After Fiona departed, Eleanor explored the room that had once been her father's. Among the books and personal items, she found photographs she had never seen: Robert Campbell as a child running across Glen Araka's meadows, as a teenager standing proudly within the stone circle, as a young man in university attire, arm casually draped around the shoulders of a younger Catherine, both smiling with the unguarded joy of new love. These glimpses into her father's life, the life kept from her knowledge for decades, evoked complex emotions. There was sadness for what had been lost, anger at the deliberate concealment, but also growing appreciation for the heritage that had shaped both him and, through him, herself. Eventually, emotional and physical exhaustion overcame her, and Eleanor stretched out on the bed that had once been her father's. As sleep approached, she felt the pendant warm against her skin, its gentle vibration a reminder of connection across generations. Her final conscious thought was a question without words, a reaching toward the father she had barely known. And in the space between wakefulness and dreams, something responded, not a voice or vision in any conventional sense, but a presence, a perspective, a way of seeing that resonated with her own yet carried distinct qualities she somehow recognized as Robert Campbell's unique awareness. Sleep deepened, carrying Eleanor into dreams more vivid and coherent than any she had experienced before coming to Glen Arak. She walked the grounds of Thornfield Hall as it had existed centuries earlier, witnessed the creation of the anchor by joint effort of Thornfield and Campbell ancestors, observed its placement at the heart of what would become a great house designed specifically to protect and utilize its unique properties. Most significantly, she experienced directly the reharmonization protocol described in the Codex, not as text and diagrams but as lived reality, perceiving the energy patterns, feeling the careful balance of forces, understanding intuitively what academic knowledge alone could never fully convey. When Eleanor woke at sunset, the knowledge from these teaching dreams remained clear in her consciousness rather than fading as ordinary dreams would. The pendant had facilitated what generations of training would normally require, a compressed transfer of experiential understanding that would prove essential in the coming confrontation. She rose and prepared herself, changing into clothing Fiona had provided, practical garments made from fabrics woven in Glen Arak itself, their subtle patterns enhancing rather than inhibiting the natural perceptual abilities of those with the sight. The pendant seemed to approve this traditional attire, its warming subtly against her skin when she had dressed. Downstairs, she found the others gathered in the central room, similarly attired and focused on final preparations. Various items were being carefully packed for transport to Thornfield Hall, components needed for the reharmonization, tools for both conventional and unconventional challenges they might face, communications equipment modified to function despite Institute counter-technology. "You've rested well," Fiona observed as Eleanor joined them. "The teaching dreams were effective. You sent them?" Eleanor asked, though the answer seemed obvious in retrospect. "Guided them," Fiona corrected. "The knowledge exists in collective memory, accessible to those with proper heritage and intention. I merely helped direct your awareness toward what you most needed to understand." As twilight deepened outside, Fiona announced it was time for the final preparation, a visit to the Caller Stones, where Eleanor would complete her accelerated awakening to the full potential of her dual heritage. The small group walked together through Glen Araka's evening mist, following a path that wound gradually upward toward the promontory overlooking the loch. The stone circle occupied a natural plateau with commanding views in all directions. 7 massive stones stood in perfect alignment, their weathered surfaces covered with intricate spirals, curves, and angular patterns that seemed to shift subtly in the fading light. At the circle's center stood a flat altar stone of different material, darker, with a reflective quality that captured the emerging stars above. "The heart of Glen Iraq," Malcolm explained quietly as they approached. "Established millennia before our family claimed guardianship, but resonant with the abilities that run in our blood." "Like the Thornfield stone circle at Willow Cottage," Eleanor observed, sensing the similarities despite distinct differences in energy signature. "Connected to it," Fiona confirmed, "as all such true places are connected. Different expressions of the same fundamental reality, points where the membrane between times and possibilities grows naturally thin." They entered the circle with deliberate steps, each person moving to positions that seemed predetermined though no instructions had been given. Fiona took her place behind the central altar stone, with Malcolm to her right and Catherine, somewhat uncertainly, to her left. The other Campbell relatives formed a larger circle within the stones themselves. Eleanor alone remained at the circle's edge, instinctively understanding that her entry would initiate whatever ceremony Fiona had planned. The pendant at her throat pulsed with increasing warmth, anticipating the energies about to be engaged. "Come forward, daughter of two lines," Fiona intoned formally, her voice carrying unusual resonance in the evening air. "Step into your inheritance, your responsibility, your truth." Eleanor entered the circle with measured pace, feeling immediate change in the quality of awareness as she crossed the threshold defined by the great stones. The air itself seemed differently textured here, time flowing at a subtly altered rate, perception extending beyond ordinary limitations with effortless expansion. As she reached the central altar stone, Eleanor felt the pendant's vibration intensify dramatically. Looking down, she saw that the spiraling patterns on the stone beneath her hands matched exactly those on the pendant itself, the larger formation a macrocosm of the smaller, connected across scale by identical underlying mathematics. "Place the pendant upon the altar," Fiona instructed quietly. With momentary hesitation, the pendant had become so integral to her developing abilities, Eleanor removed the silver chain from around her neck and placed the circular stone at the center of the altar. Immediately, both pendant and altar began to glow with soft blue-white illumination, their matching patterns increasingly luminous as resonance built between them. "The collar stone and its child reunited," Fiona explained. "One anchored here in Glen Iraq, the other carried into the world by those who serve as bridges." She began speaking in ancient Gaelic, words Eleanor somehow understood despite never having studied the language. Malcolm joined, adding phrases from an even older tongue that Eleanor recognized from the Campbell Codex. Around them, the other family members began a soft harmonic chanting that seemed to stabilize and amplify the growing energetic field within the circle. Catherine alone remained silent, watching with academic fascination mingled with personal concern as her daughter stood bathed in the increasingly bright illumination from altar and pendant. The combined invocation reached crescendo as twilight completed its transition to true night. Stars blazed overhead with unusual clarity and brightness, their light seeming to connect directly with the glowing patterns on altar and pendant. Within this convergence of celestial and terrestrial energies, Eleanor experienced a profound shift in consciousness. Her awareness expanded exponentially, no longer confined to conventional time or space. She perceived Glen Iraq across centuries simultaneously, its past, present, and potential futures coexisting in layered reality. Beyond the immediate location, she sensed the broader network of thin places across Britain, including Willow Cottage and Thornfield Hall, their distinctive energetic signatures immediately recognizable despite the physical distance. Most significantly, she perceived the anchor itself, not through physical proximity but through resonant connection between thin places. Its current distressed state was evident, the Institute's intrusive technology forcing patterns contrary to its fundamental nature. Yet beneath this distortion, its true purpose remained intact, waiting to be reawakened through proper intervention. As this expanded awareness stabilized, Fiona spoke directly to Eleanor's consciousness rather than her physical hearing. "This is the site fully awakened, the heritage of both bloodlines united in one vessel. This is what you will bring to Thornfield Hall, not just knowledge or technique, but unified perception that bridges traditions too long separated. The illumination gradually diminished, the extraordinary expansion of awareness gently receding to more manageable proportions without disappearing entirely. Eleanor found herself standing steady despite the profound experience, the pendant now permanently synchronized with her consciousness in ways that transcended its physical placement against her skin. As the light from altar and pendant faded to normal levels, Fiona concluded the ceremony with words that seemed to echo across multiple levels of reality. What was divided is rejoined. What was forgotten is remembered. What was weakened is restored to strength. The guardian stands complete, ready for the task that calls. Eleanor reclaimed the pendant from the altar stone, placing it once more around her neck. It settled against her skin with familiar warmth but heightened connection, a true extension of her awareness rather than merely an enhancing object. The group departed the stone circle in contemplative silence, returning to Campbell Hall through mist that seemed to part deliberately before them and close protectively behind their passage. Inside, final preparations continued for tomorrow's journeying confrontation, but with renewed purpose and confidence following the ceremony at the Caller Stones. As midnight approached, Eleanor sought a moment alone, stepping onto a small balcony overlooking the silent loch. The night was clear, stars reflected perfectly on the water's still surface. The pendant hummed quietly against her skin, maintained awareness still expanded beyond normal perception though moderated to sustainable levels. Catherine joined her after a time, her expression thoughtful in the starlight. "You've changed," she observed simply. "In ways I once feared for you." "I've become more fully myself," Eleanor corrected gently. "The person I was always meant to be, if circumstances had been different." They stood in silence for a moment before Catherine spoke again, her voice carrying rare vulnerability. "I owe you an apology. Several, actually. For keeping you from your heritage, from your father's family, from knowledge that was rightfully yours. You were trying to protect me," Eleanor acknowledged. "From the Institute, from the burden of abilities you found frightening, from a life you thought would bring isolation and danger." "Yes. But in doing so, I denied you choice. Denied you truth." Catherine looked out over the loch, her academic composure momentarily absent. "Watching you tonight in the stone circle, seeing you step into this heritage with such natural confidence, I realized what a disservice I've done by letting fear guide my decisions." Eleanor considered her response carefully. The expanded awareness from the ceremony helped her perceive her mother's motivations with new clarity, the genuine love beneath the misguided protection, the pain that had driven decades of denial. "We can't change what's been," she said finally. "But we're here now, together, facing what comes next with clearer understanding." She turned to meet her mother's gaze directly. "I needed to find my own way to this heritage. Perhaps it happened exactly when and how it needed to happen." Catherine smiled faintly, recognizing the generosity in Eleanor's perspective. "Your father would be proud of you. He always believed our different family traditions could complement rather than compete with each other. That something remarkable might emerge from their integration." "Something like me," Eleanor suggested with a small smile of her own. "Exactly like you." They remained on the balcony a while longer, the conversation turning to practical matters for tomorrow's mission. Catherine's professional experience with security systems and organizational psychology provided valuable insights for their approach to the Institute's operation, complementing the more esoteric preparations guided by Fiona and Malcolm. Eventually, they rejoined the others for a final review of plans and contingencies. The atmosphere was focused but not grim, determination rather than anxiety characterizing the group's approach to the significant challenges ahead. "Rest now," Fiona advised as the meeting concluded. "Tomorrow will demand all your strength and clarity." Eleanor returned to her father's former room, the expanded awareness from the ceremony allowing her to perceive subtle traces of his presence that ordinary senses would never detect, energetic echoes preserved in the walls themselves, memories embedded in the physical space through decades of habitation. As she prepared for sleep, she studied her reflection in the mirror above the washbasin, the same features she had always known, yet somehow more defined, more present, as if her identity had crystallized into sharper focus through accepting rather than denying her heritage. The pendant reflected the room's soft light with gentle iridescence, now so integral to her awareness that removing it for sleep seemed unnecessary. She left it in place as she settled beneath the covers, its familiar warmth a comfort as she drifted toward dreams that would no longer be forgotten upon waking. Morning arrived with mist-filtered sunlight and a sense of momentous anticipation. The equinox had come, the day when balance between light and darkness achieved perfect equilibrium before tipping toward winter's lengthening nights. In thin places across the world, this astronomical alignment created natural intensification of energetic patterns, enhanced permeability between time streams, increased potential for both harmony and disruption. At Thornfield Hall, Eleanor knew, the Institute would be making final preparations for their demonstration, adjusting equipment, calibrating measurements, preparing to deliberately accelerate what should occur only as subtle natural phenomena. Their arrogant intervention threatened precisely the balance this day traditionally celebrated. The Campbell household was already active when Eleanor descended from her room, final preparations underway with quiet efficiency. Vehicles were being loaded with necessary equipment, communication systems checked and rechecked, roles and responsibilities confirmed among the team members. Fiona presided over these preparations with calm authority despite her age, her awareness encompassing both practical logistics and deeper currents of possibility. She beckoned Eleanor to join her for a simple breakfast apart from the general activity. The anchor's distress has increased overnight, Fiona observed as they ate. The Institute has begun preliminary activation sequences earlier than expected. Eleanor nodded, her enhanced perception confirming this assessment despite the physical distance from Thornfield Hall. Through the network of connected thin places, she could sense the anchor's increasingly erratic energy patterns as the Institute's intrusive technology forced premature responses. They're accelerating their timeline, she agreed. Which means we must accelerate ours as well. Indeed. We'll depart within the hour, earlier than planned, but necessary given these developments. Fiona studied her granddaughter with penetrating attention. You're prepared for what this will require. The reharmonization will demand complete commitment, full engagement of your dual heritage. I'm ready, Eleanor confirmed with quiet confidence. The ceremony at the Collar Stones had completed what began with her discovery of the grimoire at Willow Cottage, an integration of her divided heritage into cohesive identity and purpose. As promised, they departed Glen Iraq within the hour, a convoy of 3 vehicles taking separate routes toward their common destination. Eleanor traveled with Malcolm and Catherine in the lead vehicle, while Ian and Moira coordinated the support teams in the others. Fiona remained at Campbell Hall, her role to maintain energetic connection through the thin place network, providing perceptual support despite her physical absence from the confrontation. The journey south passed with focused preparation. Eleanor studied the Campbell Codex one final time, committing key sequences to memory while the pendant helped integrate this knowledge with what she recalled from the grimoire. Malcolm drove with careful efficiency, occasionally offering clarification on specific techniques, while Catherine maintained communication with the support vehicles and monitored conventional information channels for any indication that the Institute had detected their approach. By mid-afternoon, they had reached the vicinity of Thornfield Hall. Parking their vehicles at predetermined locations around the property's perimeter, they established a secure communications network that combined modern technology with more traditional methods resistant to Institute detection. From their observation point within woodland overlooking the hall, the increased activity was immediately apparent. Security personnel patrolled the grounds in greater numbers than during their previous visit, while various official vehicles suggested the presence of high-ranking observers for the planned demonstration. Technical staff moved purposefully between buildings, many carrying specialized equipment for reviewing data on tablets. They've accelerated the schedule, Ian confirmed, joining them after his perimeter reconnaissance. According to conversations I overheard, the main demonstration is now set for 5:17 p.m., the exact moment of equinoctial alignment. Just over 2 hours from now, Malcolm noted, checking his watch. Earlier than we anticipated, but not catastrophically so. Our primary approach remains viable with minor timing adjustments. Eleanor extended her enhanced perception toward the hull itself, focusing particularly on the artifact chamber where the anchor was held. Through the pendant's assistance, she could sense the artificial energy patterns being forced upon the ancient object, increasingly unstable configurations that distorted its natural function. "They're already creating temporal disruption," she reported to the others. "Controlled for now, but building towards something much larger. I can perceive multiple overlay events occurring within the chamber, moments from different time streams briefly manifesting then fading." Preliminary calibration, Malcolm interpreted grimly. Building toward what they're calling full-spectrum dissolution at the equinox point. Catherine, utilizing her professional expertise rather than supernatural perception, observed the security patterns with analytical precision. Main focus remains on the central building and artifact chamber as expected. The East Wing continues to receive minimal coverage despite our previous infiltration through that route. Which supports our original plan, Malcolm concluded. Eleanor, Catherine, and I will approach through the East Wing in hidden passages as before. Ian's team will create diversionary incidents at precisely coordinated times to draw security response away from our route. And once we reach the artifact chamber? Catherine asked, though they had reviewed this dozens of times. I'll need approximately 7 minutes of uninterrupted access to the anchor, Eleanor answered. During that time, you and Malcolm will maintain perimeter awareness and interference protection while I perform the reharmonization protocol. The specifics had been meticulously planned based on their previous observations and the combined knowledge from Grimoire and Codex. The reharmonization itself would require Eleanor to establish direct energetic connection with the anchor, using techniques from both family traditions to reset its fundamental patterns away from the Institute's disruptive modifications and back to its original stabilizing function. As the equinox approached, they moved into position with careful coordination. Ian's team initiated the first diversionary incident, an apparent security breach at the main gate that drew significant response away from the East Wing. Under this distraction, Eleanor, Malcolm, and Catherine approached the same concealed entrance they had used previously, accessing the property through the ancient servants' door hidden among overgrown vegetation. The East Wing remained minimally secured, though Eleanor noted new surveillance equipment that hadn't been present during their previous infiltration. Using both technological countermeasures provided by Ian and perceptual deflection techniques enhanced by the pendant, they navigated past these obstacles without triggering alerts. Upon reaching the junction where the hidden passage entrance had been located, Eleanor immediately sensed a change. The Institute had discovered the threshold point and established monitoring equipment around it, preventing use of this route to the central building. They found it, she whispered to Malcolm. The passage is under surveillance. He nodded grimly. Expected, though unfortunate. We'll need to use conventional routes with enhanced concealment. This represented a significant complication. Moving through normal corridors would expose them to much greater risk of detection than the hidden passage had offered. Yet there was no alternative given their timeline and objectives. Drawing on both Thornfield techniques from the Grimoire and Campbell methods enhanced by the pendant, Eleanor established a perceptual deflection field around their small group. This wasn't true invisibility, but rather a subtle shifting of attention and awareness in potential observers, a method that required constant maintenance and concentration to sustain. Stay close, she instructed softly. The effect extends only about 2 meters from me. Beyond that, you'll be fully visible. They proceeded through conventional corridors with careful stealth, Eleanor maintaining the deflection field while Catherine monitored security patterns and Malcolm provided navigational guidance based on their memorized floor plans. Several times they were forced to pause in alcoves or in used rooms as Institute personnel passed nearby, but the combination of timing, planning, and Eleanor's perceptual manipulation allowed consistent progress toward the central building. The second diversionary incident activated precisely on schedule, an apparent malfunction in the power distribution system serving the West Wing laboratories. Alarms sounded in that section, drawing additional security response away from their route and creating general confusion that further masked their approach. Upon reaching the central building, they encountered increased activity as final preparations for the demonstration continued. Technical staff moved purposefully through corridors, adjusting equipment and reviewing protocols, while security personnel maintained vigilant presence at key access points. The artifact chamber will be heavily guarded, Catherine whispered as they paused in a service corridor to reassess. Direct approach through conventional routes may be impossible regardless of perceptual deflection. Eleanor extended her awareness toward their destination, seeking alternatives. Through the pendant's enhancement, she perceived something unexpected, a subtle anomaly in the building's energy patterns, a fold in conventional space similar to what she had sensed around the hidden passage but natural rather than deliberately constructed. There's another way, she realized, focusing on this anomaly. The temporal disruption they've already created has affected the building's structure at an energetic level. There's a thinning between here and the chamber. A spontaneous passage, Malcolm identified with professional interest despite their tense circumstances. Created by their own interference with natural patterns. Eleanor led them toward this anomaly, following perceptual cues invisible to conventional senses. They entered what appeared to be a maintenance closet near the main laboratories, closing the door behind them for momentary concealment. Here, she indicated a section of unremarkable wall. The boundary is permeable at this point. Using techniques from both family traditions, enhanced by her unique dual heritage and the pendant's amplification, Eleanor carefully manipulated the energetic anomaly, not creating a new passage but rather making an existing permeability navigable for physical movement. The wall before them didn't visibly change, yet when Eleanor stepped forward with clear intention, she passed through what appeared to be solid matter as if it were merely projected image. Malcolm and Catherine followed closely, maintaining physical contact to ensure they remained within the effect's limited radius. They emerged into a dimly lit service area directly adjacent to the artifact chamber, an equipment room housing support systems for the main laboratory. Through a reinforced observation window, they could see directly into the chamber itself, now a hive of pre-demonstration activity. The anchor sat at the center, surrounded by an array of monitoring equipment even more extensive than during their previous observation. Its surface was now embedded with multiple sensor probes, cables connecting it to various instruments and control systems. Most concerning was the visible distortion field surrounding it, a shimmering in the air that occasionally revealed glimpses of other times overlapping with the present moment. Dr. Lang moved efficiently among white-coated technicians, checking readings and making final adjustments. On a raised platform at one end of the chamber stood Dr. Everett, conversing with several officials in formal attire, representatives from funding agencies or government departments, Eleanor surmised, present to witness the culmination of their investment. 17 minutes until equinoctial alignment, Malcolm noted quietly, checking his watch against the countdown displayed on multiple screens within the chamber. We need position before they activate the final sequence. The third diversionary incident activated on schedule, a security breach alert from the East Wing suggesting intruders had been detected entering through the route they had actually used. This deliberate false positive, triggered remotely by Ian's team, created exactly the distractive confusion they required. As security personnel responded to this alarm, moving away from the artifact chamber toward the supposed intrusion point, Eleanor led Malcolm and Catherine from their concealed position toward the chamber's secondary entrance, a staff access point less heavily monitored than the main doors. Using both technological countermeasures and enhanced perceptual deflection, they gained entry to the chamber itself, immediately taking cover behind large equipment cabinets near the rear wall. From this position, they had direct line of sight to the anchor while remaining temporarily concealed from Institute personnel focused on their pre-demonstration procedures. Eleanor immediately sensed the anchor's distress more intensely than even her enhanced perception had detected from a distance. The ancient object's fundamental patterns had been severely distorted by the Institute's interventions, forced into configurations that generated increasingly unstable temporal effects. Around it, reality itself showed visible signs of strain, occasional flickering between different versions of the same space, objects momentarily existing in multiple states simultaneously, light behaving according to inconsistent physical laws. "They've pushed it far beyond safe parameters," she whispered to Malcolm. "The reharmonization will be more difficult than anticipated." "We have no choice but to proceed," he replied grimly. "Each minute brings greater instability." Through their concealed observation, they witnessed Dr. Lang initiate the final preparation sequence. The already substantial energy field around the anchor intensified visibly, the temporal overlays becoming more frequent and prolonged. Technicians confirmed readings with evident excitement, apparently interpreting these dangerous symptoms as successful progress toward their objectives. "Approaching optimal alignment," one announced, monitoring a complex display of astronomical data. "Temporal permeability at 72% and rising steadily." Dr. Everett stepped forward to address the assembled observers, his manner confident despite the increasingly erratic manifestations around the anchor. "Distinguished colleagues, you are about to witness the culmination of decades of theoretical and applied research, the first controlled dissolution of temporal boundaries, allowing directed observation across historical periods." As he continued explaining the significance of the demonstration, Eleanor prepared for intervention. From concealment, she removed the components required for the reharmonization, specific minerals, botanical elements, and symbolic objects from both Thornfield and Campbell traditions, arranged according to the integrated protocol she had mastered through study of grimoire and codex. 5 minutes to alignment, a technician announced. Initiating final amplification sequence. The distortion field expanded dramatically, now encompassing much of the chamber. Within this field, reality became increasingly unstable, equipment flickering between different states of repair or technological development, floor and wall surfaces showing architectural elements from various historical periods, even the Institute personnel occasionally revealing ghostly overlays of different individuals who had occupied the same spaces in other times. "Now," Eleanor whispered. "Before they complete the final sequence." Utilizing the maximum potential of her perceptual deflection abilities, enhanced by both the pendant and the natural intensification of the equinox alignment, Eleanor stepped from concealment and moved directly toward the anchor. Malcolm and Catherine followed precisely as planned, taking positions to monitor surroundings and provide interference protection while she performed the reharmonization. The Institute personnel, focused intently on their instruments and the imminent demonstration, remained momentarily unaware of the intruders in their midst, a combination of Eleanor's perceptual manipulation, the distraction of the countdown sequence, and the increasingly disorienting effects of temporal overlays creating a perfect opportunity for approach. Eleanor reached the anchor without detection, immediately beginning the reharmonization protocol. Working with swift precision, she arranged the prepared components in specific configuration around the ancient object, speaking words from both family traditions in careful sequence. The pendant at her throat flared with sudden heat, recognizing and amplifying these integrated techniques as she established direct energetic connection with the anchor itself. The contact was jarring, an immediate flood of temporal awareness far more intense than anything she had experienced previously. Through this connection, Eleanor perceived Thornfield Hall across centuries simultaneously, its construction, modifications, occupation by various individuals and groups, significant events throughout its history all coexisting in superimposed reality. Most importantly, she perceived the anchor's true nature directly, a stabilizing nexus deliberately created to maintain healthy boundaries between time streams while allowing limited controlled perception across these boundaries. The Institute's crude interventions had reversed this function, forcing dissolution where the object's purpose was to maintain distinction. With this understanding clarified through direct perception, Eleanor proceeded with the critical phase of the reharmonization, a careful removal of Institute modifications combined with restoration of original energy patterns. Working at both physical and energetic levels simultaneously, she began disconnecting monitoring probes while redirecting the anchor's disrupted energy flows back toward natural configuration. The effect was immediate and visible. The expanding distortion field faltered, temporal overlays becoming less substantial rather than more pronounced despite the approaching equinoctial alignment. Instruments throughout the chamber began displaying anomalous readings, triggering confused responses from technical staff who didn't yet realize the source of these changes. Field integrity compromised, one technician announced with evident alarm. Permeability decreasing rather than increasing. Dr. Lang turned sharply from her monitoring station, scanning the chamber for explanation. Her gaze fixed on Eleanor with sudden recognition and fury. Security breach at primary subject. Intruder accessing the artifact directly. The perceptual deflection that had concealed their presence broke under Lang's direct focused attention. Alarms activated throughout the chamber as security personnel responded to this unexpected threat at the heart of their operation. Continue the protocol, Malcolm instructed Eleanor as he and Catherine moved to defensive positions. We'll handle interference. With the reharmonization only partially complete, Eleanor maintained absolute focus on the anchor despite the chaos erupting around her. The pendant burned against her skin, channeling and directing the enormous energies involved in this delicate restructuring. Through their connection, she could sense the ancient object responding to proper handling after prolonged misuse, its fundamental patterns beginning to realign toward original stabilizing function. Security personnel approaching their positions suddenly found themselves disoriented and confused, unable to maintain direct awareness of what they ostensibly guarded. Malcolm employed Campbell techniques specifically designed to disrupt focused attention, creating temporary perceptual barriers that prevented effective response. Simultaneously, Catherine utilized more conventional countermeasures, disabling nearby equipment to create confusion, redirecting alarm systems to indicate threats in different locations, employing the practical knowledge gained through decades of academic study of organizational psychology and security protocols. Dr. Lang attempted to approach directly, apparently recognizing the nature of what Eleanor was attempting. Stop immediately, she demanded. You're disrupting critical alignment we've spent years developing. Without looking up from her work, Eleanor responded with calm certainty. You've been forcing patterns contrary to this object's fundamental nature. The dangers far exceed whatever benefits you imagine. You can't comprehend what we're attempting to achieve, Lang countered, trying to circle around for better access. Controlled temporal perception will revolutionize our understanding of history, our ability to anticipate future developments. What you're attempting isn't control, it's dangerous interference with natural boundaries, Eleanor replied, continuing the reharmonization without interruption. The anchor was created to stabilize, not dissolve. Your modifications risk precisely the chaos you claim to be preventing. As they spoke, Dr. Everett pushed through the confusion toward their position, his expression combining outrage and calculating assessment. The Thornfield woman, he identified Eleanor immediately. And Catherine Reed as well, a family reunion at the most inconvenient moment. Malcolm stepped between Everett and Eleanor, his stance indicating he would prevent any interference with the ongoing protocol. The demonstration is concluded, Dr. Everett. Your experiment has already reached dangerous levels of instability. On the contrary, Everett replied with disturbing calm despite the chaos around them. What we're witnessing is unprecedented success. The artifact's response exceeds all projections, creating permeability far beyond what our models predicted. He gestured toward the visual distortions throughout the chamber. These manifestations represent breakthrough phenomena, not dangerous side effects. 3 minutes to precise alignment, a technician called out despite the disruption, apparently attempting to maintain experimental protocol regardless of the security breach. Eleanor recognized the critical juncture they had reached. The reharmonization was progressing but incomplete, while the equinoctial alignment approached its exact moment, a convergence that could either complete the restoration or trigger catastrophic collapse depending on which influence predominated. Drawing on the deepest teachings from both family traditions, Eleanor established full connection with the anchor, not merely working upon it as external operator but entering into resonant partnership with its fundamental consciousness. This level of engagement transcended technique, requiring complete commitment of awareness and identity, a temporary merging of guardian and guarded. The effect was immediate and profound. Eleanor's perception expanded exponentially, encompassing not only Thornfield Hall across its entire history but the broader network of thin places connected to it, Willow Cottage, Glen Iraq, dozens of other locations across Britain and beyond, all linked through subtle energetic pathways normally imperceptible even to those with the sight. Through this expanded awareness, she could directly address the distortions created by Institute intervention, not fighting against them but rather integrating them into more harmonious patterns, redirecting rather than simply opposing the enormous energies now in motion. Around her, reality itself responded visibly to this reharmonization. The chaotic temporal overlays stabilized, no longer flickering randomly between different periods but rather settling into orderly layers, distinct time streams maintaining appropriate separation while allowing limited conscious perception across boundaries for those with proper awareness and intention. 1 minute to alignment, the technician announced, voice betraying confusion as instrument readings departed dramatically from expected patterns. Dr. Lang stared at monitoring displays with growing alarm. This is impossible. The permeability matrix is restructuring spontaneously, reverting to patterns we've spent years modifying. Not reverting, Eleanor corrected, her voice carrying unusual resonance as she maintained connection with the anchor. Reharmonizing. Returning to proper function as stabilizing nexus rather than dissolution point. Dr. Everett observed these developments with the clinical detachment that made him particularly dangerous, not reacting emotionally but rather analyzing and adapting to unexpected circumstances. Fascinating, he murmured, apparently setting aside immediate objectives to study this unanticipated phenomenon. The dual bloodline guardian is demonstrating capabilities well beyond our theoretical models. The final phase of reharmonization coincided precisely with equinoctial alignment, not by accident but by Eleanor's deliberate timing, utilizing the natural astronomical convergence to amplify and complete the restoration process. As the exact moment arrived, the anchor emitted a pulse of energy unlike anything the Institute's instruments had recorded, not the destructive wave their equipment had been designed to channel and control, but a harmonizing resonance that spread outward through the building and beyond. Institute personnel experienced this wave differently depending on their sensitivity and intention. Some merely noticed momentary disorientation, while others with greater perceptual capacity briefly glimpsed the true nature of what they had been manipulating, the vast, intricate structure of reality's temporal dimensions that transcended their simplified models and limited understanding. For Eleanor, maintaining direct connection during this culminating phase, the experience was both transcendent and challenging. The pendant at her throat glowed with brilliant intensity, helping anchor her consciousness amidst exposure to awareness far beyond ordinary human capacity. Through this stabilized perception, she completed the final elements of the reharmonization, removing remaining Institute modifications while establishing protective patterns that would resist similar tampering in future. As the resonance wave dissipated, normal perception gradually returned to the chamber. The visible distortion field had disappeared completely, reality once again presenting a single coherent time stream rather than overlapping periods. Institute equipment displayed either error messages or baseline readings indicating return to normal background conditions. Eleanor carefully withdrew from direct connection with the anchor, maintaining precise protocol to ensure clean separation without disrupting the newly restored patterns. The pendant's glow subsided as she completed this disengagement, returning to its normal subtle warmth against her skin. "It's done," she announced quietly to Malcolm and Catherine, who had maintained protected positions throughout the process. "The reharmonization is complete." Before anyone could respond, Dr. Everett stepped forward with surprising composure given the apparent failure of his long-planned demonstration. "An impressive intervention, Dr. Reed. You've demonstrated capabilities we've only theorized about in our most advanced research." "This wasn't a demonstration," Eleanor replied firmly. "It was necessary intervention to prevent catastrophic consequences from misguided experimentation." A matter of perspective, Everett countered smoothly. What you perceive as dangerous interference, we recognize as essential exploration of reality's fundamental structure. The knowledge gained today, even through what you consider failure, represents significant advancement. His clinical detachment was perhaps more disturbing than anger would have been, the reaction of someone cataloging observations for future application rather than experiencing defeat. Your unique abilities, particularly the integration of techniques from both family traditions, provide valuable data points for our ongoing research. Research that ends today, Malcolm stated firmly. The anchor has been reharmonized to its original function. Further tampering will be recognized and rejected by its inherent protective mechanisms. Dr. Lang approached cautiously, her scientific curiosity apparently overriding immediate concerns about the demonstration's failure. The artifact appears completely inert now, she observed, studying readings from the few instruments still functioning normally. All temporal permeability signatures have returned to baseline background levels. Not inert, Eleanor corrected. Properly functioning. It was never meant to generate the effects you've been forcing, quite the opposite. Its purpose is maintaining appropriate boundaries between time streams while allowing limited perception across those boundaries for those with proper heritage and intention. A sophisticated security system, Catherine added, speaking with academic precision, designed to protect natural thin places from exactly the kind of exploitation you've attempted. The confrontation had reached a crucial inflection point. Institute security personnel had regained organization after the initial confusion, establishing containment positions around Eleanor's group. The officials who had come to witness the demonstration were being escorted from the chamber, while technical staff secured equipment and data despite the unexpected outcome. Eleanor assessed their situation with calm clarity. The primary objective, reharmonization of the anchor, had been achieved successfully. The secondary concern now was secure withdrawal without compromise of their identities or methods beyond what had already been revealed. Before she could communicate this assessment to Malcolm and Catherine, an unexpected development interrupted the standoff. Throughout the chamber, lighting flickered momentarily before stabilizing at lower intensity. Communication devices carried by security personnel emitted bursts of static, then fell silent. The chamber doors, which had been secured during the confrontation, suddenly unlocked and opened of their own accord. Perimeter breach detected in all sectors, a security officer reported with evident confusion. Multiple alarms activating simultaneously across the property. Dr. Everett's composed demeanor faltered slightly. Verify those alerts. This could be another diversion attempt. Verification impossible, sir. Communication systems are experiencing widespread failure. Security cameras offline in 80% of coverage areas. Eleanor exchanged knowing glances with Malcolm. This wasn't part of their planned diversions, yet the pattern suggested deliberate intervention rather than random malfunction. Through her enhanced perception, she sensed a familiar presence extending influence throughout Thornfield Hall, not physically present but projecting awareness through the network of connected thin places. Fiona Campbell, reaching from Glen Iraq to create precisely the distractive confusion they needed for secure withdrawal. We should leave now, Eleanor said quietly to Malcolm and Catherine. While opportunity exists. Malcolm nodded agreement, recognizing his mother's distinctive approach to remote intervention. The East Wing route remains viable with current security disruption. Dr. Everett, observing their exchange, moved to block their path. You can't seriously expect to simply walk away after sabotaging years of research and development. That's exactly what we intend, Eleanor replied evenly. The anchor has been restored to proper function. Our work here is complete. This isn't conclusion but merely intermission, Everett countered. What you've done today provides invaluable data for our continued research. The Institute adapts, evolves, improves based on each encounter with phenomena beyond conventional understanding. His clinical assessment carried implicit threat, not immediate physical danger but long-term, persistent pursuit of knowledge they protected. You've demonstrated capabilities that validate our fundamental research direction, Dr. Reed. The integration of Thornfield and Campbell methodologies creates possibilities we've only theorized previously. Eleanor met his calculating gaze directly. Understanding something isn't the same as having the right to exploit it, Dr. Everett. The knowledge protected by my family traditions isn't merely academic, it carries responsibilities you've consistently ignored in pursuit of control and application. As they spoke, the disruption throughout the facility intensified. Emergency lighting activated as primary systems failed completely, creating ideal conditions for inconspicuous withdrawal. Security personnel received conflicting instructions through partially functioning communication systems, creating confusion about priority response areas. This conversation will continue another time, Eleanor concluded, stepping past Everett toward the chamber exit. Perhaps under circumstances where you're prepared to listen rather than simply analyze. With Malcolm and Catherine flanking her, she moved purposefully toward the door. Institute security appeared uncertain whether to physically prevent their departure given the multiple alerts requiring attention throughout the facility. This hesitation, combined with Eleanor's renewed perceptual deflection, created the opening they needed. They exited the artifact chamber without direct confrontation, immediately utilizing the confusion in surrounding corridors to move swiftly toward predetermined extraction routes. Eleanor maintained enhanced awareness of security movements, guiding their path away from concentrations of personnel toward temporarily unmonitored sectors. They won't pursue immediately, Malcolm assessed as they navigated service corridors toward the East Wing. The disruption patterns Mother has created will require comprehensive security response, prioritizing facility protection over pursuing intruders already moving away from sensitive areas. But they will pursue eventually, Catherine added with professional certainty. Everett doesn't abandon objectives, he merely adjusts approaches based on new information. Eleanor nodded agreement, recognizing this assessment aligned with her own impression of the Institute director. Which means we need to prepare for continued engagement on different terms. Today we addressed the immediate threat to the anchor, but the underlying conflict remains unresolved. They reached the East Wing without encountering organized resistance, benefiting from both the ongoing facility-wide disruption and Eleanor's perceptual deflection techniques. From there, they exited through the same servants' entrance they had used for access, quickly crossing the gardens toward the concealed gate in the perimeter wall. Beyond this boundary, they reunited with Ian's support team at predetermined coordinates. Brief confirmation signals indicated all Campbell associates had successfully withdrawn from the property without detection or engagement. They separated into previously arranged transportation groups, taking different routes to minimize potential tracking. The journey back to Glen Iraq unfolded without indication of immediate pursuit. Eleanor maintained vigilant awareness nevertheless, using the pendant to monitor for any sign of Institute surveillance. The expanded perception from the Caller Stone's ceremony and further enhanced by direct engagement with the anchor allowed unprecedented range and clarity in this monitoring. Arriving at Campbell Hall after nightfall, they found Fiona waiting in the central room, showing no signs of fatigue despite the significant energetic projection she had maintained across considerable distance. "The anchor is restored," she stated with quiet satisfaction as Eleanor entered. Not a question but recognition of accomplished purpose. "Yes," Eleanor confirmed, the pendant warming against her skin in acknowledgement. "Reharmonized to original function with enhanced protection against similar interference. The Institute's modifications have been neutralized completely." Fiona nodded approval. "I sense the restoration wave, a clarification rippling through the network of connected places. The patterns have returned to proper alignment for the first time in decades." The remainder of the team joined them, sharing details of the operation from various perspectives. Ian reported on the effectiveness of diversionary tactics, noting security response patterns for future reference. Catherine provided assessment of Institute command structure under crisis conditions, identifying both vulnerabilities and concerning adaptability in their protocols. Everett himself represents the most significant ongoing concern, she concluded. His response was analytical rather than emotional, cataloging new information for integration into revised approaches rather than experiencing defeat in conventional terms. He studied our families for his entire career, Malcolm agreed. Today provided him unprecedented direct observation of capabilities previously known only through historical documentation or indirect evidence. Eleanor considered these assessments, recognizing their alignment with her own impressions during the confrontation. He specifically noted the integration of Thornfield and Campbell methodologies, the capabilities arising from dual heritage rather than either tradition separately. Which makes you particularly valuable from his perspective, Fiona observed with grandmother's concern beneath clinical analysis. A living demonstration of potential he's theorized but never directly witnessed. This reality settled into silence as the group absorbed its implications. The immediate crisis had been resolved successfully, the anchor reharmonized, temporal stability restored at a critical thin place, catastrophic boundary dissolution prevented. Yet the underlying conflict continued, with an adversary who viewed today's events as data points rather than definitive conclusion. What happens now? Catherine finally asked, the practical question that occupied everyone's thoughts. We continue our work, Fiona replied simply. As our families have for centuries, maintaining balance at thin places, preserving knowledge that must be protected from exploitation, developing capabilities within ethical frameworks rather than pursuing application without limitation. She turned to Eleanor specifically. Your role has only begun to reveal itself. The integration of our traditions through your dual heritage offers possibilities neither family fully anticipated, capabilities demonstrated today during the reharmonization that transcended what either Campbell or Thornfield methods could achieve separately. The grimoire remains at Willow Cottage, Eleanor noted. Protected for now, but potentially vulnerable to renewed institute attention. Then perhaps Willow Cottage requires its guardian's return, Fiona suggested. With new understanding and capabilities beyond what the institute anticipates. The conversation continued into the evening, transitioning from operational assessment to longer-term strategic considerations. Various Campbell relatives contributed perspectives based on specialized knowledge and experience, while Catherine provided valuable insights from her academic understanding of institutional structures and methodologies. Eventually, as discussions concluded, Eleanor sought momentary solitude on the same balcony where she had spoken with her mother the previous night. The valley below lay peaceful in moonlight, mist clinging to the loch's surface and swirling gently around the collar stones on their promontory. Catherine joined her after a time, respecting her silence initially before speaking. You'll return to Willow Cottage. It wasn't a question but recognition of inevitable direction. Eleanor nodded, her gaze remaining on the moonlit landscape. I need to. The grimoire requires protection, and I've only begun to understand what it contains. I'll come with you, Catherine said, surprising Eleanor with this unhesitated offer. At least initially. My academic credentials provide useful cover for continued presence, and my knowledge of the Institute's methods has practical value beyond what I've previously acknowledged. Eleanor turned to study her mother with enhanced perception, noting the subtle but significant shifts in her energy patterns since their arrival at Glen Iraq. The rigid barriers constructed over decades of denial had softened, allowing natural Thornfield abilities to reassert themselves in modest but meaningful measure. You're reconnecting with your heritage, she observed. Catherine smiled faintly. In limited fashion. I'll never have your abilities or connection to these traditions. Too many years of deliberate suppression have consequences that can't be fully reversed. She looked out over the misty valley. But I'm finding there may be middle paths between total embrace and total rejection, ways to acknowledge this aspect of identity without being consumed by it. This balanced perspective represented significant evolution from Catherine's previous position, a mother finally finding her way toward acceptance of both her daughter's nature and her own heritage after decades of fear-driven denial. I'd welcome your help, Eleanor said simply. And I think Willow Cottage would as well. They remained on the balcony in companionable silence, each contemplating the path ahead from their unique perspective. The pendant at Eleanor's throat maintained gentle warmth, connecting her to both family traditions while helping integrate the extraordinary experiences and knowledge of recent days. Later, in the privacy of her father's former room, Eleanor reflected on the profound transformation she had undergone in less than a week, from academic historian to awakened guardian, from woman uncertain of her identity to confident inheritor of dual traditions. The pendant rested in her palm as she considered these changes, its subtle glow reflecting the room's soft illumination. "I understand now," she said softly, addressing not just the pendant but the broader heritage it represented. "Why this knowledge is protected, why these abilities carry responsibility beyond academic interest or practical application." The pendant pulsed gently in apparent response, its warmth spreading through her hand and up her arm, not communication in conventional terms but acknowledgement of shared understanding across generations of guardians. Eleanor had entered Willow Cottage as a scholar seeking research material for her book. She would return as something significantly more, guardian of ancient knowledge, protector of thin places, inheritor of traditions. Both Thornfield and Campbell, bridge between approaches too long separated by circumstance and misunderstanding. The Institute would continue its pursuit of knowledge without full appreciation of consequential responsibility. Dr. Everett would adapt his methods based on observations from today's confrontation, developing new approaches to acquiring what his organization had sought for generations. The underlying conflict would continue in different forms across changing circumstances. Yet Eleanor faced this future with newfound clarity and purpose. The pendant at her throat, the knowledge in her mind, the heritage in her blood, all aligned now in cohesive identity and confident direction. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she would meet them not as academic observer but as active participant in traditions extending back centuries and forward into possibilities yet unrealized. Outside her window, the mist swirled around the collar stones in patterns that might appear random to ordinary perception but revealed subtle meaning to enhanced awareness. The thin place at Glen Iraq maintained its ancient rhythms, undisturbed by human concerns yet responsive to proper intention from those with heritage and understanding. Tomorrow would bring practical arrangements for return to Willow Cottage, transportation coordination, security considerations, ongoing communication protocols with Campbell allies. But tonight offered quiet reflection on completion and commencement, successful resolution of immediate crisis and beginning of longer journey into awakened heritage. Somewhere distant yet perceptually accessible through the network of connected thin places, Willow Cottage stood waiting for its guardian's return. The grimoire remained secure within its protective measures, patient as only objects of power can be, ready to continue revealing its contents to the woman who had accepted her role in its ongoing protection. The Thornfield and Campbell bloodlines, united in Eleanor after generations of separation, offered possibilities neither tradition had fully anticipated, capabilities demonstrated during the reharmonization that transcended what either family could achieve in isolation. This integration represented not conclusion but commencement, not culmination but foundation for development beyond current understanding. As Eleanor finally prepared for sleep, placing the pendant on the bedside table within easy reach, she recognized that the investigation begun with Margaret Thornfield's mysterious letter had transformed into something far more significant, a reclamation of heritage, an acceptance of responsibility, a bridge between traditions too long divided. The resolution achieved today addressed immediate crisis while establishing framework for continued engagement with both inherited knowledge and persistent external interest in that knowledge. The story that had begun with discovery and proceeded through investigation now transitioned to ongoing guardianship, eternal vigilance at the boundaries between what should be known and what must be protected. Eleanor Reed, Thornfield and Campbell, academic and guardian, researcher and protector, the integration of these seemingly disparate identities now formed coherent wholeness ready to face whatever challenges the balance of temporal reality might require. Outside, the mist continued its ancient dance around the standing stones, while inside, a woman who had found her true heritage prepared to carry that understanding forward into whatever future awaited.